last night, they sacrificed another soul. Even the dead tremble before them. Eerie manifestations of ghostly tales. Wolf-headed greeters of the departed. Underworld rulers with dark wings of the abyss. The judges who decide over life and death. Hellish fiends, their scythes reaping crimson paths.
Of soul stir.
You ready for a show?
knows no mercy. You or many, you will die all the same. Tired of living. Leave it to me. White blade knows no mercy. You shouldn't have come here.
last night, they sacrificed another soul. Even the dead tremble before them. Eerie manifestations of ghostly tales. Wolf-headed greeters of the departed. Underworld rulers with dark wings of the abyss. The judges who decide over life and death. Hellish fiends, their scythes reaping crimson paths. Beware, for the Lords of Soul stir.
You ready for a show?
last night, they sacrificed another soul. Even the dead tremble before them. Eerie manifestations of ghostly tales. Wolf-headed greeters of the departed. Underworld rulers with dark wings of the abyss. The judges who decide over life and death. Hellish fiends, their scythes reaping crimson paths. Of soul stir.
You ready for a show?
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to what is going to be one of the last NBPL broadcasts of the summer season. In fact, after today, Dunk, we only have 3 more days left before we say goodbye to NBPL and get on the next road to Jacob. I'm got Moxie. I'm going to be joined by the one, the only Dunkin' Donuts, and we have the absolute pleasure of, for the first time this season, bringing you all of the solos action. I am so looking forward to this. This is the solos pre-finals, so all of these players are going to be playing 6 matches, and then once they finish those 6 matches, they're going to have to wait until next weekend, just like you, before we find out who is going to be walking away the NBPL Summer Solos champion.
Absolutely. And after the first day of the week, I was sad to hear that quite a few of the players that we've been supporting did not manage to make it. And I believe you said that Frostivus and Wang Liang weren't able to make it into these pre-finals, into the big ones at the end of it all. Very sad to see, but it is what it is. You know, it happens. Sometimes it's just not your day. But you know what? It could be your day today, ladies and gentlemen, as you have the opportunity to get your hands on some Twitch drops as per usual. So make sure to get your account linked to your Twitch account. That's your NARAKA account linked to your Twitch account. Go to the top right of your screen, click on your little icon, and it'll give you a drop-down menu that says drops and rewards. You can go to inventory, you can check and make sure that you've got your progression going, that it's progressing, the drops there. And then once it's done, you can claim it from that window as well. But back to NARAKA. Moxie, what do you think we're going to be seeing today as things have changed? We've moved over to the newer patch much sooner than I anticipated. I was not expecting us to be moving over to this patch this week. I thought we were going to have a bit of a longer time between you know, last week, because we had the old patch for a few bi-weeklies, and then we swapped to the newer season patch for 1 bi-weekly, and now we're on the next thing, and it's already next patch as well. It's just happening all at once.
I mean, definitely we're going to be seeing some big changes in terms of the Kylan, but we will talk about that in a minute because we have to talk about the players that we're going to be seeing. Oh my goodness, we had 6 players qualify from the points that they were able to put forward in their bi-weekly finals. That was T85, Spider, Mike, Arano, and Feng, as well as Zhuan Yuan. And then we had the last chance qualifiers. And like you said, those last chance qualifiers were absolutely heartbreaking. Not only did we not get to see Wang Liang and Frostivus not manage to make it through, it also came down to the absolute wire. If you were there on the day, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You know the absolute heartbreaking match that was game number 6, where it came down to a Justino 1v1 against Star and Action. And Action was able to MVP, but unfortunately was not able to pick up enough points to oust Star's position as that 6th and last player to qualify. And it really was just, it was so sad because they didn't know who was actually going to be qualifying until the very, very last moment. In fact, we actually got to see the moment where Star realized that even though he hadn't been able to MVP, he was through. And the sigh of relief that he gave, the sigh of relief that all of those players gave, was monumental. That being said, some players cut it incredibly close to the wire, and other players did not. I'm talking, of course, about JL's AIS, who walked away with not 1, not 2, but 3 MVPs. In fact, it got to the point where Seb, one of the casters on the desk, literally put not just his money on the line, he put his beard and his hair on the line. He bet that if AIS got a single other MVP after picking up those 3 back-to-back, if it got a 4th, he would shave his beard off, and if he managed to MVP all 6, he would shave his entire head. All of his hair absolutely gone. But for those players, it was a little bit of a breeze in comparison to some of those others. But they also got the chance to experience playing on that patch that you've talked about, Dunk, where we had the Kylan nerf coming through, we've had the Hardy nerf coming through, and we've seen a little bit of a resurgence of the Valda. In fact, we were seeing triple Valdas running around, and I think that might be a big differential point between some of these players in terms of scores that they can pick up today, because some players anticipated Valda coming back into meta and immediately started practicing her, and then other players even gave interviews where they said that they didn't think that she was very good, and unfortunately probably haven't been putting as many hours into learning her. One of those players being actually the one who's leading the rest of the pack. In fact, we saw his MVP stats for overall amounts of damage done for the entire season as a whole. TD5, he did an interview where he said that he didn't think Valda was going to be good, and with the meta going the way it has, I'm a little bit concerned that he might not have put as much hours of practice into that hero compared to some of these other players.
Very true, but as you've made me aware of, Moxie, he has been putting a little bit of time into the Fire Dog, which I love to see. So we might be seeing a little bit of Taka today, and I'm only a little bit capping right now, but the thing is, it's actually one of those times where it's pretty likely that we might actually see him as not like as you said, the Kylan nerf coming through. You know, Kylan was a menace, not only to everybody in the meta, but to Taka specifically as well, because he was just like, you lose initial neutral a little bit, you get forced to use your ult, you're cooked, mate. It's just not happening. You're not going to be able to do anything about it, unfortunately. But yeah, it is what it is, or rather, it was what it was, and it is no longer the case. But we're going to be going in today and waiting to see what they brought out for us. As you said, Valda is an extremely prominent pick nowadays. We've been seeing these players pick her up, playing triple Valda, that sort of thing, in these lobbies. She's definitely become a much bigger presence. As, yeah, quite frankly, I think one of the main things that was holding her back was just that the Kylan was there. You know, if you need to replace Kylan now, or at least perhaps one of those games with something, because Kylan is not as big of a presence as he was before. So what are you going to replace him with? Replace him with Valda, perhaps, because Valda offers a very similar utility in endgame, as you're able to win those heal-off situations effectively if you're able to make it to that endgame, which, although I think is rather absurd that it's been happening, it has indeed been happening.
Yeah.
Also, I didn't really catch what was. I was sort of wrapped up in my waffling about Valda and all of that sort of thing. What was it that we were looking at just before?
J-Cup mainland qualify analysis. So that's the points that these players have been able to pick up in their bi-weeklies to be able to qualify them into those J-Cup mainland qualifiers. Coming through, no surprises that Mike is going to be leading the charge, even though he's already automatically qualified to J-Cup because he won the spring season.
I thought you were going to say because he won last year. But,
well, no, if that was the way that it worked, then we would have seen a different lineup towards J-Cup last year, especially when it came to those trios matchups.
That is true, absolutely. But we're going to be jumping into the game relatively soon, Moxie, and I think we're kicking it off with a nighttime Perdoria, I believe, Moxie, and it definitely will be an interesting one, as Kylan was actually one of the more popular picks on this map. You know, we've talked about it in trios. It's definitely been a very popular solo pick, as Kylan does extremely well in those endgame situations. And those endgame situations don't necessarily change that much. Obviously, they do change somewhat because there's far less players in the area, less potential value for knocking people around and sending them flying down the hill, but it still is a very, very handy utility to have in the back pocket, you know, being able to knock these players out.
Well, the killing guard as well is one of the things, like that 4 seconds of just total immunity from all damage to be able to win those heal-off situations, which is one of the reasons why the Valda was doing incredibly well the last time that we got to see her in play. That was, I think, when a lot of these players, because we hadn't seen Valda in the meta for a very, very long time, some of those players either never had to deal with Valda in endgames for the target priority listing, or it happened so long ago that I think some of those base foundations of dealing with the Valda kind of got a little bit left in the dust. Now that that dust has had time to settle, I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing a lot of these players trying to hawk the Valda down a lot faster, or not even go for the kill as such, but just apply as much pressure as possible to force the V2, because that's all you have to do. Before the zone collapse, let's force the ultimate. You don't have to go out of your way, you don't have to over-aggress and put yourself into a position where the entire lobby turns on you. You just have to make sure that the V2 is not going to be active as that zone closes, so that the Valda can automatically have that massive boost of being able to win that heal-off situation. But we're going to be having a look and seeing what these players are going to be coming through with. We should note, still seen Kylan. It's not like in trios, where the Kylan Hardy Zipping composition wasn't picked a single time in the trios LCQs. Was not seen once. But we are still seeing Kylan in solos. However, these players have moved over from the V2 to the V1, which wasn't as affected by the nerfs coming on through. Hardy, however, has also still been seeing a massive amount of playtime in solos, given the fact that he was mostly nerfed in terms of his trios utility. A lot of these players were already utilizing the V2 over the V1, so that cube not being there as frequently when you cancel out of the ultimate early, and having that punishment of having to lose extra rage to be able to set that one up is not felt anywhere near as impactfully as it is in solos. As we're already going to be seeing the double pick of the Valda coming through, TD25 is actually going to be going for the Zip, which is something that we've seen both Mike and Starfield onto. Very, very strong in terms of kite presence, especially if you don't put yourself into a realm of Yang. If you're worried about these players who do have Yang depletion trying to hunt you down, you do still have all of the kite potential that is available for the Zip. Plus, potentially, Mike is also going to pick up that Zip, in which case, well, we know how the end games go in the current meta.
Yes, the sort of family meta, as it's been referred to somewhat, in that characters that are, well, if you're playing the same characters, you do find yourself sticking together somewhat, as it ends up simply being the optimal decision to make. You know, if you're sticking out like a sore thumb in endgame when you're on your own, and you get focused down by certain characters or groups of characters, as you know, if you're the odd one out, you're easy to focus down. There's no like hiding away in a group of characters that are all the same. Can't swap your weapon to sort of costume change, as it were. And I'll go into that a little bit more later. But it's definitely the optimal choice, although it does look a bit goofy and a bit silly how it ends up looking almost as though it's duos as opposed to solos. It is what it is, you know. It's where this sort of the solos game mode ends up going to some extent, especially in these with these sort of like rulings and all of that sort of thing. It becomes very hard to stay alive on your own. You have to.
Arano's on V2.
Wait, Arano's on.
Liam.
What?
We've got Liam V2.
We've got the Spear V2. Interesting.
Bangs on the V1, which is what we normally see. Like, there was a bubble of time where these Liams went for the V2, and then everyone figured out how to counter it, and everyone went back to the V1. So I'm going to be very interested to see whether or not that is going to find any form of value, especially inside the realm of Yang. Like that V2 being able to pick those players and deposit them outside of those realm of Yang passes, as well as going into a realm of Yang in a 1v1 and getting to find your extension follow-ups from that V2 connection, is going to be really advantageous. But that is if you're able to land the V2, because as we've talked about, it took about a week and then everyone figured out how to get away from it, and everyone just went right back to V1 like the V2 never existed in the first place.
Yeah, so here was the thing at the very beginning, when the V2, the Sphere Ultimate, was sort of coming into play, was coming into meta, especially in solo queue. We would see it a lot more often, and I believe that the reason why at the very beginning we still weren't seeing it in NBPL was that in NBPL multi-way fighting. So, you know, in NBPL, a lot of the time, you have to make your character choices and ability choices around your ability to actually fight within a crowd of players. You know, it's not always a 1 versus 1. It's a 1v1v1, 1v1v1v1. It just keeps going on, depending on how many people are in the area. And one of the reasons why I thought that V2 wasn't so popular was that V2 didn't perform so well in those multi-way fight situations, whereas V1 did perform that little bit extra. You know, it gave you that little bit extra where you would throw down the aura on the floor and it would still have an effect after it's been thrown out. But if you miss that sphere, you are done for. And speaking of being done for, it looks as though T225 might be done for. Oh my goodness! The combo coming out from Wu Feng! What on earth was that?
Oh, and he gets the next uppercut grapple bump extension into the RMV halberds. That's the problem with Zip just lacking a combo break. If you get juggled up into the air like that on that terrain, there's nothing you can do. As Diogenes Fang has utilized his combo break on the Liam, gets the uppercut connection onto FPX's verse, who does manage to find a grey armor reset to swap into as Fang swaps on over to that pistol. However, the Matari finds the longsword into great sort of weapon swap. Fang's going to take advantage of that third party to slip away and grab that blue armor, but now he has to deal with JL's AIS coming in for the intrusion with that spear. Has thrown in the F1 on that Liam, sets in the charged RMB with that Fan, trying to turn the pressure onto the other players that he can look to scale rush back into another armor reset, but they're not going to be letting him. He does come through with the ultimate, finds the connection onto FPX's first, but he just has to keep himself trying to move out of the situation, as right now it's just a matter of disengaging and allowing Verse and the AIS to turn onto each other instead.
Indeed. Is he going to the Firefly? Fong, you went past it, bro. Where are you going? It always hurts me so much when players of this caliber just walk past Fireflies. What are you doing? You can hurt an extra 50% on your ult, but no, I understand, but still. Anyway, regardless, we'll have to see if I mean, it's possible that it was already taken. Who knows? I feel like that is also
from Dunk. Make a U-turn when possible.
Yes,
you have
turn
not
right
arrived at your destination. I mean, you need a sat-nav half the time to navigate Imperium, and that is exactly what Diogenes Fong has tried to disengage himself off to, so he can break the ankles. But speaking about breaking the ankles, Wu Feng is on a mission to break every single zip in this lobby. He heard about the 16-release zip lobbies with Zap the Zip campaign, and he is making it his mission to punish these players, these heroes who don't have the combo break and these extensions. He's making it look so clean.
He is indeed, and surprising as well as Zipping, although we talked about the fact that she doesn't have that combo break available, and if she does get caught in that combo, she can just simply fall over, keel over and die, unfortunately, for the Zipping. But the thing when it comes to Zipping is that they do perform extremely well in off-spawn situations, but, speaking of off-spawn situations, Star deciding to go for the armor swap instead of simply just pressing that V button and using the ultimate. You know, it's certainly a gamble, and it could have ended up going his way, but unfortunately, instead of going for that ult, he opts to go for that armor swap and gets heavily punished for it off of that scale rush. Very nice from that player there to be able to lock him down. And it was looking pretty rough as well. And speaking of looking pretty rough, Arano in very, very tight situation, as though he might be able to turn this back around. The scale rush coming through into the 2-1-1 on the Hang Sword. Arano, double scale rush combo starts, Moxie.
Yeah, and Shishin wasn't expecting the V2.
Yeah, no, he was
not expecting the V2. This is really smart from Arano, because he's waited for these players to expect the V1 to come out from the Liam, and you don't know the variant mix-up until you've actually potentially got grabbed on up. And that's going to add an additional wrinkle to Arano's Realm of Yang fights, as Mike Still with gray armor on the Zip. If he's able to get purple armor, he's going to be incredibly tanky, but until then, he's going to be very, very vulnerable. That's why he's got the fan in the back pocket, so he can hit into these scale rushes as quickly as possible. But WBG Spider does have the purple armor that Mike 100% would want. Are we going to see the Zips, both of whom lost their hot drop fight, go into the realm of Yang? Spider's already got his hands on Dreadful Whale. Oh my goodness. This Hardy is absolutely stacked. He must have been going through so many quest scrolls. Like, Imperium has so many quests that you can do around this area. And I think a lot of these players being very wary about taking fights in this spacing because they're worried about the red longsword and giving over that potential extreme weapon to these players before the first realm of Yang means that the space is a little bit more free for Spider to come and go as he pleases and just get through, find those scrolls and pick up as much money as he wants. Because speaking about not expecting, no one's going to expecting Dreadful Whale this early in the game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Unless they spot it out from afar here, you know, they see Spider just ching ching, just like dashing around with this Dreadful Whale, like, oh, okay, maybe, okay, there's a Hardy with Dreadful at this early in the game. I've got to be careful. And that is going to be a very nice utility for Spider throughout the entire game, as Dreadful Whale, although it's an extremely useful combat tool, it is extraordinarily useful when it comes to endgame situations and sectioning off pieces of terrain for you to be able to hold on to and call your own, so you can deter onslaught and aggression from other players trying to take it away from you. And also just to completely cut through all of those ranged projectiles that may be coming your way. It's as though Spider is delaying his Yang entry for the moment, but we do have X1 and SS1. I feel like these two teams are always going head-to-head, Moxie. If we were to look at some kind of stat, I reckon we'd see these two teams going head-to-head far more often than any other team.
Yeah, paced on that. Valda comes through with the F2. Gets caught up into the 1-2 uppercut extension into charge R&B on the staff from Wu Feng. In fact, goes so low. He comes out with that V2 now. Wu Feng is going to go for the Hardy ultimate to put pressure onto Pace, who's trying to come through with the spacing on the charged R&B on this longsword. Throws out one spear, still has one to try and find a connection onto the Hardy. Is trying to find the spacing to avoid the triple charge burn damage coming on through from this Hardy ultimate before putting himself behind those pillars to dodge out and wait for the duration of this ultimate. Lovely spacing from Pace, just sitting on the charge R&B and the longsword now, but he does have to utilize that combo breaker into the longsword. Doesn't manage to find the uppercut extension, however, with the Hardy able to utilize the combo break of the F2 to break away from the fight. Pace incredibly low. We're going to see the pistol swap come out, and that's going to be more than enough damage to be able to lock up the victory, as the other realm of Yang fight is still going to be ongoing. It's going to be the exact same matchup from the Hardy's end. However, he's going to be up against a Kylan with the V1. Can Zhuan Yuan live the duration of Spider's ultimate, especially now that he's not going to have that killing guard to try and keep himself alive any longer?
This is going to be tough, but it looks as though he's making it work. As I say that, though, eats a big old chunk of damage from that dagger. Dagger doing so much chip damage with these 1-2s, able to take Zhuan Yuan down to critical health. Is going to be a very tall order to actually make it out alive. Zhuan Yuan, though, he does find the opening with that blue focus scale rush, gets him the combo, forces out the combo break. Spider going for the jump parry a little bit too early, and Zhuan Yuan is going to pull it out of the bag, out of nowhere, turning it around. Spider, oh my goodness, that is rough. That is an absolute tilter if I've ever seen one, ladies and gentlemen. When you get your opponent so low, you have full advantage, and they just hold that little bit extra, you know, just a little bit longer. You're like, just release it, let me parry you.
Especially when it's the charge LMB on those fist blades. Because the second that you get hit by that blue and you haven't parried it, you know the purple's coming for the follow-up afterwards. And Spider, he'd already burned the combo break. He knew the writing was on the wall the second he didn't manage to parry that first stage of blues. Pace gonna be going pretty low in terms of that blue armor. Zhuan Yuan with this legendary fan managing to just melt away. So we are going to be seeing Pace try to come through with the slaps to set up the stagger. Combo break is going to be utilized from the Kylan's end to make sure that the extension from the longsword is not going to be attained. As Pace, unfortunately, not able to find the bubble connection, will not be able to get Prio into any longsword extension from this next cycle of Valda utility, as both of these ultimates are going to be invested. However, this is what Valda did not want to see happen. You said earlier that some of these heroes struggle in the multi-wave fight. Valda is one of them. And as a result, the second all of these players show up to third party with their own Yang depletions, Pace has to disengage.
He certainly does. Does he know where the Firefly is, though, Moxie? I don't know if he does. I don't know if it's on his mind. But if he were to go up the hill just a little bit, he could maybe find it for himself, or perhaps utilize one of these air jump pads, these sort of fungi on the ground in this area. But it doesn't look as though he's going to be able to. And speaking of a multi-wave fight, good lord, how many players do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minimum, I reckon. And Zhuan Yuan, there we go, exactly what I was talking about, using that air jump pad to his advantage to try and disengage, immediately pressing crouch to get down to the ground again and try and juke these players. But there are so many players, so many vultures circling him. It's going to be extremely hard to disengage, regardless of the fact that he does have that fan in his inventory to utilize well for that disengage on the scale rush. But unfortunately, he's not able to. Regardless, though, he does have that Vermilion Bird's Might, so he is still safe. He is not down for the count just yet. However, the same might not be said for AIS, as he has Yang Depletion, a minute left on Yang Depletion, no armor to his name, caught between two players here. It's not looking too good for him. The Matari Dash is going to come through. He does find that armor swap, guiding away, holding the RMB, LMB into the dodge, not able to survive though. Verse takes him down. Unfortunate for our boy, but very fortunate for Verse, as that is going to take him all the way up to 5 eliminations.
Spider now with Yang Depletion still has plenty of time to try and find this kill up against DRG's Fang, especially given the fact that he has that Hardy ultimate, but he is going to reposition towards this next Yang fight in the hopes of being able to collapse onto a player that's more easily jumpable upon, as he's going to put the pressure down onto Arano. Arano, remember, is running the V2, not the V1 variant of that Liam ultimate, as Spider still trying to put pressure onto DRG's Fang, has no idea now which Liam he's potentially fighting, as we're going to be seeing Fang trying to just kite away. That's not what Spider wants. He's only got 50 seconds left. He's going to go for the jump LMBs with this Hang Sword, trying to use the scale rushes to keep up with Fang's movement. But this is one of the things that has set Fang apart from all of the solo players so far this season. His ability to thread in and out of these fights, and it's brought the attention of another player. Fang goes down. Does Spider get the bloom? Yes, he does. The connection with the RMB from the Hang Sword guarantees that Xu Sheng managed to get away from the body, and Spider, while he didn't get the kill, got the Soul Bloom to continue in this lobby, as T25 is going to be going head-to-head with Wu Feng. Wu Feng taking a matter of moments to set the 2-0 before this fight begins, because going up against the Zip, he's going to need every bit of sustain he can get.
Absolutely, but let's see it. T25 applying the pressure, finds the scale rush entry, but his blue focus held through here by those nunchucks. Wu Feng sending out the horizontal blue. Oh, beautiful hold dodge into LMB catch off the back of that RMB release there from T25. These RMBs are crazy, my friend. What are you doing? I will say though, oh, there it is. That's why he's sending them. He's got the Hepta in the back pocket. Manages to find the Hepta confirmation onto Wu Feng, salvaging the fight, salvaging the neutral here. But good googly mooglies, is it still going to be a tough one? But he finds the opener out of nowhere, coming out of the sky. Unfortunately, he goes for that carousel combo against the Yang wall. Unfortunately, though, it does not connect. And now T225 is on the defensive. The Hardy ultimate trying to apply as much pressure as possible, applying this fire tick as well. It's going to be extremely hard for T225 to survive. He finds the Hepta though. The heal's going to come through. So low HP. The focus, the hold dodge into the sap. T225. He's coming back from the brink. Can he live here? He swaps to those golden nunchucks. I'll take that. Thank you very much. Dropping down, looking to see if he can find the opener again, still sustaining so much health to his name. Look at this health bar, ticking up and up. Wu Feng, he was in advantage at the beginning, but can he clutch this up? There's not very much time left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Is he gonna take him down? He is! Oh my god! The flip-flop in this Yang fight was insane, Moxie. This was nuts. Oh my goodness.
That was 1 second.
That
was a 1 second. Sub 1 second timeout coming on through. Oh my goodness, both of those players getting so very desperate. You could see both of them anticipating the other would throw the blue, both looking for the parry. What a realm of Yang fight. Unfortunately, that is going to put KLA under that Yang depletion burst, going incredibly low. He's not going to be ready, though, from that Soul Altar to try and take the pressure away from this Metari and capitalize on the fact that Versus had to invest absolutely everything to try and break away from the player hounding him down, which is currently Mike. Xuan Yuan also in the mix with that dagger. We just saw Assassin's Lunge coming on through as he's utilizing the charge LMV to keep pace of the Metari and catch her before she can break the ankles and just break off into the distance. Mike not going to be able to find the kill. Has been able to pick himself up a legendary dagger and legendary armor, and that is going to mean a lot of sustainability that is going to be available for the Zip. Is he going to be the only Zip that manages to make it to the end game? We'll have to wait and see, as TW5 losing that Yang fight now means he has 4 minutes to try to instigate a fight going in. Zip, very, very good to kiting away from a fight, but unfortunately lacking that burst potential, especially lacking a lot of those combo break utilities, can struggle when she has to instigate one, as we are going to have a look back at the replay and see exactly how Mike was able to find the upgrade, because he won against EWG's Arano.
He certainly did. We saw him with that golden armor after taking down that Matari there. Scale Rush comes through. Arano, he's been using this 2-1-1 on Hengsword quite a lot lately. I'm not sure why he's opting to use this as opposed to simply doing the grapple combo. Speaking of grapple combo, Mike tries to catch that carousel reset against the wall here. Unfortunately, the grapple does go wide, though. Arano is sending out that sphere to try and catch Mike, but the jump LMBs are too much, and Arano goes down. That is an interesting thought that I want to try and discuss with a few people. I don't know, it's certainly an odd one. Why bother going for a 2-1-1 on a Hengsword when your grapple combo is simply one of the most reliable grapple combos in the game? And not only that, but that grapple bump itself does give you that little bit extra damage as well. So
it's not even like you're up against a hero who has combo break and you're trying to bait the combo break to be able to go for the better combo. No, I do agree. I think Arano was just under a lot of pressure because he knew that up against the Zip, if you let that Zip go for even a moment, you saw what happened when TW5 was able to break away. He was like two hits away from death and then just fully topped all the way back. And you have to remember too, his opponent had Tuna, which was constantly proc for the entire duration of that fight. Is just that Zip's sustainability, especially given the fact that it's Mike that you're up against, you really, and you know that it's going to be Mike, because Mike has this identity this season of going for the Zip first game. It's his comfort. It's the way that he sort of settles himself into the day to be able to deal with his mental, which he himself has admitted is a little bit less than it has been in the past. So you know that you're going to be going up against the strongest player in solos, who's the defending NBPL champion and world champion, and I think that additional pressure just made Arana make a little bit of a faux pas in terms of the decision making.
I mean, the thing is, it's also that... Oh, wait a second.
Into the Bane? Oh, we got so close to the deposit into the Bane.
He has another sphere. I was about to say, does he find the next one? It looked as though he was going to, but unfortunately not. He does not find the confirmation It looks as though he might find a fight here with T225. Okay, the mind game there. He expects the cancel on the last. Oh my goodness! Out of nowhere, he sees Mike fade in with a blue focus. Just boom, insta parry, back to my fight. But it looks as though he's going to be backing up into the storm here, as unfortunately he just simply has not enough time.
T225 gets the bloom though.
But yep, luckily for T225, he's going to find himself that soul bloom and cleanse that Yang depletion. A very nice turn of events for T225. It's sad to say though, looking at T225, he looks pretty scaled up. He's been playing well. We've seen him do extremely well in that Yang fight. Unfortunately, it didn't go his way, but he's had 0 eliminations so far in this game. 0. Absolutely nothing.
That's the danger with Zip, though.
Exactly.
Like, lacking that burst potential, as well as every single time we see a Zip get one of these targets low in a multi-way fight, something like a Kylan or a Hardy or even the Matari with the F2, is just able to come through and find that last hit, and it doesn't matter if you've been the one fighting a player for over a minute. If you don't get the last hit, you don't get that kill count. As Spider on the Hardy is trying to come through with this Katana against Yuan, has already been able to force out that ultimate, the V1 from the only Kylan in the lobby. Spider is going to be coming on through with his ultimate now, taking to this guy, trying to set up that burn damage to catch this Kylan, and it's going to be Mike who's able to walk away with the kill. Mike with the pistol shot knows that he would struggle in the close quarters 1v1 when it becomes that multi-way action, and just sits on the sideline with the pistol waiting to take advantage of a player going low, and because of this he's up to 3 kills now.
Indeed. Look at this though. T225, I'll take you all on the Hardys. He's taking it upon himself to just take the 1 versus 2 fight, it seems, as neither of these Hardys looks to really go for the other, as it would be counterintuitive to do so. T225 taking it upon himself to try and fend off both of these players, and doing so extremely well. But unfortunately, he did get caught eating a lot of damage there, eating all of that shield going all the way down. Thankfully though, he's managed to make his way through the edge of that Moonbane over to this cliffside, and now utilizing those dagger scale rushes is going to be able to break away somewhat and ice off some of this pressure. T225 though, he's getting caught on these buttery rocks. He's trying his best to disengage. It's becoming harder and harder as the pressure is mounting, just getting worse and worse. But it looks
Mike,
as though Mike to the rescue. Get off my zipping friend.
It is the 2 Hotties versus the 2 Zips.
Exactly.
And in the meantime, Shisheng on the Matari is just waiting to see if he can take advantage of either of these players going low, as both of these Zips know that letting the Hardys wait for their ultimates to come through in endgame is not what they want to occur. The Hardy is one of the Zip's biggest counters in solos because of that burn damage attached to that V2. 2v5 with that dagger goes for the overhold on the charge. LMB is trying to lead the Hardys into the Matari as well, because it's in the Matari's best interest to take the Hardys down too. Hardy being so oppressive in the endgame close with the burn damage, but also that knockback potential to push these players into that additional corruption tick damage should mean that all 3 of these other players not on this hero want to try and remove these threats, and that's exactly what Mike and Spider are trying to get Xu Sheng to look at as well. But T225 with that dagger is having to get up close, a lot closer than he wants to. Xu Sheng seeing a target low comes in with the F2, hoping to find that kill as Mike sees his fellow Zip going low and now turns on to T225 in the hopes of being able to confirm that kill, as it is absolutely everybody trying to get this last hit.
Well, absolutely. The betrayal coming through. It is, hey, family matter or not, if you're that low HP, you are going down regardless, as it is. A kill is still a kill, no matter what the situation. It looks as though he is gonna be, he did pressure him down, but unfortunately wasn't able to close out the kill. T225 able to fend off the aggression, and now Mike looks as though he's on the receiving end of considerable amount of damage, but again, might be able to break away and disengage going up the cliffside using these dagger scale rushes. We talk about it time and time again. It's just one of those things that you always want to have in your back pocket in this competitive environment, as it offers you unrivaled utility in these situations. It looks as though T25 again is eating quite a lot of pressure from the Hardys here. An extremely hard matchup to some extent, you could say, because the combo break on Hardy gives him so much mobility, and it's a cooldown that, you know, it seems as though it's up almost all the time, even though it is still relatively long and is still like equal in terms of a lot of other combo breaks in the game. It is just so good. Now Spider,
the verticality too.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
Even though our endgame has a cliff and we see everyone with things like the dagger or the fan in the back pocket so they can set the skirmishes up if they need a break away from the fight, that Hardy ultimate is just making it so much easier for Spider and Wu Feng to just come through with that V2 and catch these players low when they are trying to find those skill rushes with the burn damage of that triple charge. As we could potentially go all the way to that heal off, but that is not going to benefit anyone other than the Hardys. Spider going low is going to have to utilize that combo break, reposition, does get knocked up into that corruption damage with the dagger damage coming on through, but comes through with the investment of the meter dump onto Xu Sheng. He anticipated that he would be low enough that these players would try and collapse onto him and went for the premature meter dump to catch whoever tried to come through. And speaking about catches, he catches the parry now onto TD25, who comes on through with that Zip sustainability to bop back into the zone as Mike with a massive parry finally confirms the kill onto one of the Hardys and tips the scale into the favor of the two Zips left.
Indeed. I will say one thing I wanted to know earlier. I'm not going to go into the full explanation, and it's just as it does take a little bit of time. But one of the interesting things is that for the Matari in this situation, it is actually more beneficial for her to focus the zippings, and it seems counterintuitive, and it's exactly what I thought. What you were saying earlier, how it's better for the Matari to look focused down the Kylins, the Hardys, but it's actually the opposite, interestingly, and I'll go into why a little bit later on. But for the moment, we've got these last few moments coming through. Mike on the low ground, looking to try and stay as topped up on that HP as possible. Now going to be popping the ultimate, taking a little bit of fire tick, but he might be able to negate some of it. It looks as though he's pretty much full HP and may in fact come out on top here in that heal off situation. T225 takes the hit there, eating a lot of damage. This poison splash is going to be coming through, and it looks as though Chu Zeng and Mike are going to be saved by the bell, or rather Chu Zeng is going to be saved by the bell, as I think Mike definitely had a bit more HP there and would have survived in the long run. But we're going to go for a draw in terms of placement, but it's not a draw in terms of MVP. X1 Wu Feng is going to be taking the cake for game number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, your first MVP of the day is going to be Wu Feng.
Started the game countering the Zip, ends the game countering the Zip. Mike's still going to be happy with the amount of points that he was able to pick up, though he was able to come through with a good chunk of kills, as too was Xu Sheng. TD25, unfortunately, is probably the worst off in every single one of those last players standing. Even though he manages to outlive so many players without a single kill, he's going to hardly be picking up any points at all. And that is him having burnt his Zip pick to come through and try to play alongside Mike with those hero picks in the hopes of just keeping each other alive, prolonging that potential of being able to costume change and break away from some of those engagements. That's going to be one that is going to be felt for the entire rest of the duration of the day, as we can see that everyone made sure that any Valdas in the lobby dunk didn't make it to heal off. Everyone has now got that additional win condition do not allow the Valda to come through with that V2, because we had that constant sort of push and pull, that seesaw of power between things like the Hardy and the Zip. That's all thrown out of the mix if we have a Valda. But speaking about throwing into the mix, we're going to be throwing you in chat into the first question of the day, and it is going to be a doozy. These questions have been getting progressively more difficult as the days have gone on. How many kills did EWG's Arano get in game number 1? Was it A4? Was it B3? Was it C2? Or was it D1? Get your answer into Twitch chat and you'll be able to get your hands on a Summer Split random gift.
Indeed, and don't be that person who misses out on having won their prize. Stick around to make sure you find out who is the winner, if it's you or if it's somebody else. I wish them congratulations. But another congratulations here. We're taking a look at the scoreboard of the first game of the day. Wufong in the lead, but only by a small margin, 6.5 coming out on top. Oyuchi's Mike with 6, FPX Verse with 5.5, Chuzeng with 5, Zhuanyuan with 3, Arano with 2.5, Spider with 2, T225 with 1.5, AIS with 1, Fong with 0.5, and then Paste and Star at the bottom, unfortunately, with 0 points. Thankfully, though, T25 does pick up a little bit, with those placement points. It's crazy to see that he's not able to get more points, considering how many good fights he had. Speaking of, unfortunately, this was probably the worst fight he had throughout the entire game. Just getting absolutely chefed to perfection by Wufong here on this early game drop with this insane terrain combo here as well. Something that I talked about a little bit. TE Star just a little bit greedy, I think, there, opting to go for the armor swap instead of opting to simply using that ultimate. We got also another thing to mention. These are, of course, the replay sponsored to you by a Thunder Robot. Just too excited looking at this NARAKA gameplay. The turnaround here. Oh my god, this Realm of Yang Moxie. This one was crazy.
3,
Absolutely
2,
insane.
it was literally like 0.2 seconds left.
That was insane, though.
The charge RMB on the staff. Like, if TD5 had found that jump parry, we would have gone to timeout for sure.
I don't know. I mean, if he found that parry, because Nunchucks is a single hit parry attack, he may have been able to kill him.
He potentially had enough damage to kill him.
Maybe, because he picked up those gold Nunchucks. So it's hard to say. It's in a different timeline.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's in a different timeline entirely, as it is going to be the timeline that Wu Feng is going to be picking up his 5th MVP that we find ourselves in with the F2 and V2 loadout. For that Hardy, 25,759 damage, helped in a large part by the sheer amount of resets that we saw coming through. The fight against those 2 Zips in endgame coming in clutch, and you can see he went into this expecting to be fighting Zips. If you look at everything that he brought in, he's got Blistering Edge, which is fire tick damage on the pole sword. He's got Rupture Gale Orb and Flame Breath, which is fire tick damage on the cannon, and he's got Tuna for that constant sustainability proc to have that taking away even if he's sitting inside the ultimate or using that combo breaker. He's always making sure that he's making himself as hard a target to turn onto as possible, that if other players get pressured around him, even if he has to look for those movement resets, just like the Zip, he's still going to be able to move and keep replenishing that health pool as he goes, as opposed to making himself a sitting duck, only being able to settle for the crouch spam when you burn a shield or Vitalia.
Indeed, he was absolutely stacked. Obviously, he played it extremely well, but good lord, was he putting himself in a position to win that game. The blistering, fire damage, as you said, he had the Rupture Gale, he had the Tuna, he had everything he could possibly want. The pole sword as well to be able to pull out. I'm assuming he had, if it's extremely possible, and in fact it is actually, I think, the highest percentage chance for you to get one of these cliffside endgames on Perdoria, to have a pulse sword in the pocket, to be able to pull it out and scale rush up and down that terrain. As pulse sword, although it's not the fastest, alongside greatsword, it's not the fastest, it is the most damaging scale rush, allowing for pretty sort of very fast burst follow-up as well. It's not the fastest like dagger or fan, but it can net you a lot of value in those endgame situations, especially if you can turn around and pull out a blistering edge out of nowhere as well. But that was our first game of the day, and we're going to be going into our second relatively soon, Moxie. And I'm curious to see what we're going to be seeing moving forwards, as things have changed up, certainly. We talked about it a little bit earlier, how the Kyler nerf came through. Although the Hardy nerf was more directed towards the trios environment, it is still certainly a nerf to solos, in that if you do use your ultimate and then you cancel it, you still have to wait those 15 seconds before you can passively or actively gain rage. Obviously, if you pick up a Soul Bloom, that's a different story. However, if you look to do damage, or if you're taking damage, or just simply generating it over time, you're not going to be able to do so for 15 seconds after you've cancelled the ultimate. So it does make a difference, but it's not as big of an impact as it has been in trios, as we saw. We didn't see very much Hardy or Kylian yesterday in those trio games, which it's just crazy how one or two things just being adjusted or being nerfed, poof, these characters just disappear. It's just that cut and dry at times with these characters and with these compositions, as certain things make characters, make weapons, whatever it might be, work and very, very strong. And then as soon as that specific thing gets taken away or adjusted, it can mean the disappearance of said thing. But going into this next game, as you said earlier, it's they've definitely adjusted. None of the Valdas made it to endgame. Thank you. Like, short rant. I was sat here watching the games the other day, watching the Valdas make it. Yeah, we were just watching, just seeing these Valdas make it. What are you doing?
Yeah.
What's going on? Did we forget Valda existed?
It was when it was the dagger. I was like, he had a dagger and he was just going for a free LMV off of Spear into Assassin's Lunge, and I was like, yeah, it's over. He's obviously going to win the heal-off situation. But you can tell that a lot of these players have adjusted, not just to stop the Valdas from winning that heal-off situation, but also to win against Valda inside Realm of Yang. Because that is one of the things that sort of has been a reason why Valda hasn't really seen a lot of play, even when we had the V2 came through with her rework, a year ago? Because we saw her in solos, in the solos lobby all that time ago, and then it got changed and nerfed. But one of the main reasons that we stopped really seeing the Valda, other than just the duration and also the amount of extra health that she was able to getting nerfed, was the fact that she didn't get as many spears. She wasn't able to throw them out as frequently. So a lot of the time, even though you still have access to the free spears, you don't actually get the full hit of those free spears, because you have to space them out, since when you throw one, if it connects onto a player, they become immune, they get locked out of it, just as they do to any other form of CC. But another reason why we didn't really see Valda in solos is that even in the 1v1, not only does she struggle in the multi-way, she struggles in the 1v1 because it's so easy for these players to simply dodge it. In fact, absolutely. A lot of the time when we see that Valda V2 come through, even inside the Realm of Yang, it's so rare that we actually get to see the spear connect, because they either tap dodge it or they focus through it. And they're just able to, especially if it's a Justina. It's such a hard matchup into a Justina, into a Temi. The Valda really does struggle against certain heroes that a lot of these players have started switching over to, especially now that the hero points aren't going to be able to be spent as frequently on the Kylan as they had been in the past.
No, you're absolutely right, and I think that the biggest nerf that came through for Valda was that she couldn't throw those spears back to back because you basically had the ability to throw one and then immediately animation cancel and throw a second one, which made it extremely hard to dodge. But once they removed that interaction, it became much easier to deal with Valda, and then she just sort of got left in a state where the duration wasn't long enough for it to be worthwhile, and there were just other characters that were simply the more optimal choice in those situations. But she's certainly become a lot more prevalent now, and I think it's largely to do with her F just having that quality of life buff, essentially, where before her F bubbles wouldn't stagger players out of gold focus, right? You couldn't, if you were to get parried, or if there was just a gold focus attack coming your way and you threw down your bubble with F1 or F2, they would just go through it. But now that it staggers them out of it, it makes the getting parried and that sort of thing a much better experience, as you can avoid that follow-up fully, as your bubble is going to stop them in their tracks. And then, of course, those extra couple seconds on the Valda ultimate giving you the ability to fully utilize all three spears, because before, unless you use them exactly
immediately,
weren't getting all three out, at least in solos.
You got like two.
Exactly, yeah, and then you wouldn't really be able to get the third one. But now, having the ability to use all three if you want, but also just 2 seconds, although on paper it doesn't sound like very much, in game, it feels a lot more. You feel it. You certainly
do. You get to sit as well in the spear hold animation a lot longer, because that's another thing. Like, when the duration was shorter, there was this sort of expectation that if you wanted to be able to get the most amount of spears utilized in your ultimate, you had to immediately throw them. So when a player saw you go for that animation, and it is a very obvious animation, there is no weapon in the game where you have a javelin held over one shoulder, so you know exactly what is coming through, and you would just see it and be able to dodge it. But now you can actually sort of sit in that animation much longer and utilize it to either avoid getting staggered, or you can go into the mind games and you can sort of hold that spear animation, wait for them to preemptively go for the dodge, and then catch them, just as in the way in the past where, like you said, you didn't have that lockout every time you threw a spear, so you were able to go for the back-to-back, and it was sort of, if you dodged one, you dodged into the next one, as opposed to dodging one, then dodging the second, then dodging the third, and then all of the threat of the ultimate has been removed entirely. Something else I think is another reason that Valda is starting to benefit both in solos and trios is the nunchuck change. With how fast that meter dump can come through, being able to catch onto those players when they are stuck in those Valda CCs is absolutely massive. In fact, a lot of the time when we do see the follow-up with the Valda, it's either into the full meter dump or it's into the longsword carousel.
Indeed, and you can sort of you can do these TODs or these pseudo TODs with Valda Ultimate as well, especially with Staff, where you can do that lunging attack into the follow-up RMB, and then you go for the grapple cancel, or even I think you can actually just do it off the back of the end knockback animation. You throw another spear, catch them, and then just do it all over again. And it definitely, although it's not a full-on TOD, it does a considerable amount of damage, and in all likelihood you're going to be taking down your opponent. But enough of that, let's take a look at these character picks. So far we've had Hardy and Liam both banned out off the back of these few picks. Now in this final fifth round selection, we have Arano picking up the zipping here, Fong still deciding. We are going to be going over to Sonny Holleroth, and no surprise, he's going to be picking up that Matari, certainly a comfort pick for Fong, and for quite a few of these players. Spider going to be picking up the Tumulk, a extremely solid character, and actually a pretty decent matchup into Matari, I believe, as your combo break being such a low cooldown, it allows you to essentially match the cooldown of Matari's F. and allow you to escape. And potentially, if you find that catch with the Wisp, since Matari lacks the ability to combo break out of things, even though if you were in a Wisp, you couldn't use a combo break, afterwards in that combo that you can get the confirmation from the Wisp, you can't break out of it. You can definitely TOD some Mataris with Tomog. If you're a connoisseur, if you're versed in the Sandy Boy ways, you perfectly place down your ultimate. Here's a quick tip actually for you at home. If you are a Tomog enjoyer, or if you're not and you're thinking about trying him, if you catch a player with that Sand Wisp from your F, and then you position yourself right next to them, and then you use your ultimate in the opposite direction, so that you're sort of parallel with them when you use it. When the ult comes down, the player that was in the Wisp is going to be put inside the sand wall on its cast, so you can then utilize that stagger, and if you're running V3, you get another Wisp, you throw it down, and then you just do a massive
back to back, yeah.
That you can constantly reset with those sand Wisps.
That's what we've seen, actually, in regards to the Hottie.
Yeah,
a lot
exactly.
of those hotties, whenever they've either gone for ultimate activation or combo breaker, they've been finding themselves back to back, just re-wisps, especially inside those Realm of Yang 1v1s where you don't have to worry about being interrupted. But unlike Valda, Temi really benefits in the multi-way fight because his CC isn't broken by one hit. Granted, we are on the patch that means that Valda's CC isn't broken by grapple. Huzzah.
Yeah.
But
Indeed.
unfortunately, even if like a straight pistol shot comes through from some of these other players, and you are always going to be in a multi-way fight unless you're inside a Realm of Yang, which is another reason why Temi just pretty much does a lot of what Valda does in terms of that lockdown. But better as we're going to be having a look and seeing what all of these players are going to be dropping. A lot of these players are going to be headed up north over towards Imperial, so that area of the map is going to be incredibly contested, as we are going to be seeing AIS and Pace going almost immediately head-to-head T25 on that Liam looting on up. Pace, however, has found himself a blue spear and the confidence to try and take this fight, even though he currently has no armor. He's going to be looting over towards T25, still hasn't been able to pick up even a gray set, so instead we're going to be headed over to Imperial, and just behind it over towards Waterfall to have a look at Arano on the zipping, currently weaponless, has utilized one F1 to get that free tap dodge and breakaway, does manage to find the staff, gets the next reset of the F1 to dodge away and put himself onto that wall to scale rush and just disengage until he's just picked through some more of those troves and find himself at a better advantage when it comes to loadout, as the first fight that we're actually going to be seeing being taken is going to come against Spider and Fang. Spider on those fist blades. Fang already having found himself a purple fan, so Spider's gonna have to be careful that he doesn't get caught out by the charge LMB, because that's already all of his armor removed. Sits in the LMB of the fist blades, thinks better of it, cancels out of it to put himself onto the rooftop and try to reposition to just create a little bit more distance between himself and that Matarius. He is going to be able to find the 1-2 into corner lock. But Fang utilizing that F2, Spider's going to be able to come through with the combo breaker into ultimate. This is the V3. It's not going to be used to find a re-wisp extension. It's going to be used to create space that Spider has a chance to heal back up before the fight picks up again.
Indeed. Oh, he finds it though. That wisp confirmation just on the dash in. Fong in danger. Oh my goodness. Spider pulling it back, sends the wisp. I'm not sure if it clashed or if it just caught the Matari as the Matari was dashing in, or if he deliberately threw it down in front of him, predicting that the Matari would dash in that moment and trying to catch him there. Regardless, he's able to come back from the brink and clutch it up in that situation. Fong thrown for a loop, sand in his eyes. He's not happy about that one, but Spider definitely going to be pretty pleased with themselves. You know, picking up a kill off the bat as Tomog in that area is pretty solid, as there's a decent amount of loot to be had. You're going to be able to loot up and come over here and potentially look for a timing attack on all of these players fighting in Imperial Village. So we have Wufong and Verse going head-to-head, doing the Valda Ditto, the Valda Mirror shenanigans, where they're just constantly sending these spears back-to-back and armoring through each other's spears. Wufong now in a bit of a bad spot. our MVP from the previous game, forced to try and kite away. Verse, unfortunately, I think there was a bit of a movement error or a grapple mishap as he's not been able to keep pace with Wu Fong. And now he's broken away almost entirely and is going to be getting somewhat, perhaps not a full, no, he is. He's getting a full reset here, getting at that double shield heal, but Burst catches him on this small building, forced to use that combo break though. Burst, he got a taste of his own menace and he's been sent back. Oh my goodness, that's not what you want. You use your combo breaker, get out of danger, and then immediately get put back into the combo. Wu Fong absolutely cooking here, catches him with that running LMB. Unfortunately, not able to get any follow-up off of that one. Verse goes for the parry, forced to use combo breaker yet again. He's now going to be trying to break away, looks for the counter grapple, but not able to find it. Unfortunately, he does find an armor swap here, though. Goes for yet another parry. Wu Fong is just in this guy's head, living rent-free, catches him with the scale rush into R&B tech chase, and Wu Fong, he's looking in form today, Moxie.
Mike and Arano are going head-to-head. Arano getting Mike incredibly low is going to force the Hardy into using that ultimate to try to break away. Almost went down to the slow burn off the first zone corruption damage of how low that Hardy has gone. Now Mike, though, is going up into the sky to play on high. Gonna cancel out of that ultimate to go for a full reset. Does have the full meter dump to come on through missed times. However, that Percus and does not have the opportunity to look for the power that he's wanting, so has to use the combo break to just break away from that fight. Both of these players mistiming that parry, but Arano able to come through with the fist blade follow through. Mike finds the uppercut. Does he manage to find the extension? Arano on the zip is going to throw in that F so that he gets the extra movement to go head-to-head against Mike and can come through with the fist blades faster and will finally be able to claim that kill. But in comparison to the first lobby of the day that we saw in Pretoria, these fights have been going much more slowly, and we haven't really even seen all the much third-party action coming through. That might all change up, however, as we are about to hit second gear with First Realm of Yang and its contests coming online.
Indeed. Looky here, TE Star looking absolutely scaled to the teeth. 2 purple and 1 gold. The golden spear here for TE Star. And then on top of that, he's going to go over to that Rift dealer and purchase himself a cheeky purple armor to boot. He's very, very scaled up here. Instead, I'm not sure if he had any kills. I didn't actually happen to take a look. But going for that Salvation Podium drop, securing that legendary weapon. You know, usually we typically see characters like Zai or potentially Hardy or Kylin going for that drop as opposed to something like the zipping. Zipping typically works better in those multi-way early game fights. You go for the hot drop and look to try and get as many kills as you can early on, utilizing your sustain and your ability to use your ultimate earlier than 100% at 70%, and just living through everything, as players that typically don't really have the damage to truly burst you down. As in Immortal War, you can't expect to be finding high tier weaponry off the rip as often as you would in a normal ranked game. But we've definitely gone past that point. We're going to be going into the realm of Yang, Moxie. ASE versus X1. Zhuan Yuan and Wu Feng. Take it away.
Versus Valda. Who's going to be able to come away with the win? Both of these players just going for the ranged weapons to try to chip some of this armor away before the fight properly can start. The Pillars and the Skarish is going to be interested, but it is going to be Zhuan Yuan who's able to find the connection into Skarish, into Jump LMB with those fist blades, as well as the purple frame of the charged LMB, managing to just catch the Valda at max range. He's making sure that this Valda is not going to be able to find that longsword carousel combo coming on through. Combo breaker has been invested. Wu Feng now finding the grapple bump into uppercut extension, into horizontal catch. Will be able to keep the juggle going, and Zhuan Yuan is going to fall before he can even cast his ultimate. As TE Star on the zip is now going head to head against Kaylee's T25. Star has got 1 kill on the board. T25 using that blue focus to armor through the uppercut extension that Star was searching for as the con generic attempted to come through. The grapple buff into horizontal follow from the zip. The ultimate as well to dodge out of the Liam ultimate, but T25 is going to be able to teleport back behind the pillar and buy the spacing as Star comes through with that zip sustainability and has a significant lead in terms of overall health. As T25 is an absolute sliver away. He's going to go down to Star just dropping on his head with the jump L&B mid-air.
That is rough to see. Unfortunately, T25 not able to capitalize on either of his Oryx swords from that ultimate. Oh my goodness, though. We'll talk more on that in a moment. Wufong absolutely gaming right now, catching Arano on that building and getting that parry into the huge follow-up here. I'm trying to chase down Arano, trying to chase down this zipping. He's managed to break away into these buildings, into this group of terrain, making it all that much more difficult for Wufong to actually hold him down, especially as a zipping with that extra little bit of stamina on that F activation. But instead, we're going to be going over to T25, fighting for his life alongside Xuan Yuan, both of these players with Yang depletion. T25 thankfully able to finish that heal off, able to get that reset and then immediately capitalize on the Oryx sword activation there. Now turning it around, both of these players don't have any activations on their ultimates remaining. T25 at a slight health disadvantage, but he does have these nunchucks and he's doing a good job of denying a lot of pressure from the fist plays. Both of these players now getting that full reset. T25 with the slight overhaul. Xuan Yuan eating a chunk of damage. T25 going for that jump parry, but getting hit in the back, getting punished for it. Goes for the pistol shot, and now looking for the reset again, but Xuan Yuan looking to deny, looking to try and force the issue, but unfortunately is going to pay the price. Forced to use that combo breaker. T25 certainly in advantage state. Catches him. Does he catch him on the rock? He does indeed. Does not release that horizontal block. Sends the LMB tech chase on the rolls. Catches him on the wake up and takes him down. T25 is going to be the one to walk away from that fight. But who's walking away from this one, Mumsy? Because this one looks a little bit hectic.
Yeah, there are 3 players currently embroiled with another one on the sidelines waiting to just seize the opportunity. Spider is going to utilize the lunge on that staff to carry himself out of this fight. Does still have that Vermilion Bird Smite, but we are past the minus 45 seconds left on the buff. Doesn't want to risk this fight going too long, especially up against that zip, where the fight does have the potential of lasting until that buff has worn out. And he goes down as Vermilion Bird Smite runs out. He's got 19 seconds left. He's literally just going to let the kill come through to guarantee that he continues in this lobby any longer. And he risks dying after the buff had worn out, especially with the third player of Xusheng waiting in the wings to find that third party. Star already on 4 kills, and something to note as well is that Star's zipping games in the past have been absolutely stellar. He has MVP'd with this character on this map for good reason, as we're going to have a look at a replay. JL's AIS versus WBG Spider on that Temi versus Liam. Spider tries to come on through, forces the combo break now from that Liam. AAS going to be putting himself into the sky, swaps over to that bow before thinking about dropping down for the charged R&B. Spider backs off, which allowed the bow swap to come out, but Spider now with the charge vertical baits the red flash and turns directly onto AIS with the lights. The second that he sees the red, finds the interruption with the scale rush as well. AAS tries to come in through with the Oryx sword, tries to look for the scale rush connection from both of these players. Now dodges away before the Temi can find that wisp, but the ultimate is going to lock him down entirely. Now doesn't have any use of his abilities left, and Spider is going to be able to catch him inside the sand walls and walk away with the win. Temi, one of the best heroes in those 1v1 Yang fights for a very good reason, because even if you don't get caught by the utility, the amount of space that it denies to these players can win you the fight regardless.
Absolutely. Those combo breaks on such a low cooldown, making it extremely hard to make use of what you have in your kit at times. If you're not careful, you're just not really going to be able to get any value at all. And I feel like it does come down to the Tamog not making like glaring mistakes. But that being said, because of the cooldown being so low, means that you can make certain mistakes. You can do that you can get away with that sort of thing at times. But we're going to be going into this realm of Yang Star against T225. I believe this is the rematch as well. Star with this golden spear and now golden Hengsor. T25 getting chased down with these scale rushes. Star swapping between these two weapons, switching up that tempo, looking to find this jump LMB, this aerial LMB opener into the potential frame trap into LMB, into that uppercut combo. T25 does find the Auric Sword activation, does get the follow-up into that slight heal. T25 finding the overhold, not able to get that punish with that uppercut combo. Then getting immediately scale rushed by Star, who managed to make it all the way up the pillar. Oh, the double tap dodge into the pillar there from T225, able to then immediately punish that LMB from Star. But speaking of punish, Star finds the parry and then punishes that combo break from T225. Star is just reading him like a book right now. The sustain coming through, making it so hard to feel as though you're actually getting anywhere as a Liam in this situation. You just don't really have enough tools to really take her down. Unless you find yourself some burn damage, you're not going to be able to take her down all that well unless they make some very big mistakes.
Yeah, and I mean, I think, like, knowing that if you let the zip just go for anything short of 1 second, she's going to just immediately find those skirmishes off of the pillar into the next F1 reset, it's putting a lot of pressure onto these players. Plus, there's that siren song whenever you're playing the Liam. If you have your F available, it's okay to throw the blue. You're not going to go punished. And it's leading a lot of these players into going for a lot more of these focus strike commits that these players not on the Liam are taking advantage of and punishing, is that is Star now up to 5 kills and counting, in potentially 6 if he rematches up against this same Liam. T225 is not going to want, however, on Yang depletion to take a fight against a zipping, especially not a zipping with Phantom Step, which is an absolute nightmare combination. If you have ever been on Yang depletion and you run into a zip with Wave Roll on your glyphs and Phantom Step as a Soul Jade, my goodness, but he might run into Spider. Never mind, he doesn't check the invisibility bush, and instead of running into Spider, runs directly past him. As he's currently trying not to make it look too obvious that he's looking to seek a player out, because then everyone is going to know that he's on Yang depletion. He can't let everyone in this lobby understand the desperation that he is under. He has to wait and hope that he scouts out a fight that is currently in progress. Unfortunately for him, there is a fight currently in progress. It's just behind him. He's already kited this path, and he's not going to run into any of the players because of this unless he full double backs.
That is rough. He might be able to make it round all the way back around, but we'll have to see. For the moment, we've got almost every single player in the lobby here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think it is everyone except for
He's here.
one.
We just saw him.
Oh, he's arrived. Okay, so it's every single player that is insane. Verse being put under pressure here, forced to use that combo breaker on these blue halberds. Not the best spot to be in at this point, but thankfully does break away. Here's a little love tap to that player in the building. You know, get out of my way. I just want to heal. Leave me alone. I'm going through the window, and he does exactly that. Now able to heal up and get back into the thick of it. T225 lurking on the edge here, seeing if he can find a way in with some of these pistol shots and tell as who might be low in this situation, but it looks as though it might in fact be him. It eats an RMB focus there on this drop down. Not the best, the entry into this skirmish, unfortunately, but no follow-up is going to be coming through. However, Chu Zheng, he's in a very bad spot himself, literally on a pixel of HP, and it looks as though Spider...
Did he get the bloom?
Sends the cannon shot in and hits
he got the bloom.
building. He did?
think either he got the bloom or he just got it denied. The fact that his portrait is still orange means that he got it denied. There was another player, I believe it was OUG's Mike, who was able to just close up the distance a little bit faster, and TD25 banked everything on being able to pick up that bloom. Burst now is going lower and lower, still has the combo break. He's potentially going to go down, but yet again, TD25 is just not close enough to get the bloom. He gets denied it by SS1's pace, and he is not going to be happy about that one because he invested everything. The ultimate, the F, absolutely everything that he had available. He's now got to turn onto this Metari in the hopes that he can do enough damage and catch paced out. Metari, one of those characters who doesn't have a combo break, is going to come through with that F2 to reposition as TD25 has 1 minute 13 seconds to try to find this kill, and unlike the other times, he can't put himself onto the sidelines because he's now had 2 blooms stolen out beneath his noses since he was too far away when the kills came through. Sadly, that means though that he's the one that everyone in this lobby is turning on to. He put himself onto the sideline because he's so far behind in terms of equipment. He's only got the blue armor. If he tries to take this 1v1 fight, even if he finds the kill onto pace, he's going to go down incredibly quickly afterwards, and I don't think there's really any way outside of a miracle that he's going to be able to escape this. As I say that, pace goes so incredibly low, but they're still on top of him. Did he get the bloom? He got it! TD25 gets the bloom. He didn't get any of the equipment, but he has the staff. He's going for the full uppercut spam just to distance himself from the fight, but his position has been revealed, Duncan. Even though he's been able to recover his health, he's still getting chased relentlessly down by everybody else in this lobby as Wu Feng is hot on his heels and not going to let him escape for free.
He's not letting him go for free indeed, but oh my goodness, T225, you absolute machine, you. I saw his face after that, completely emotionless. This guy is, oh my goodness, just he's off the perkies, he's just gaming, he's locked into all hell, he does not care, he is, good lord, what a clutch there. The parry coming through, and then I think it was the R&B focus that he just sends out on that terrain, and oh my god, I was watching it, just come back here, Pace, get back here, you Metari, give me that soul move. He finally finds it on the return of aggression. Insanely well played by T225, and now it looks as though he's fully recovered, although he is being pressured. He's been forced to use his ultimate, but he's found a friend in that.
Does Star know? Star's got Aurora Burst, by the way, which is how he was able to just walk away for free with that. Spirit World contestants, yeah, there it is. He waited for the zone as well to try and just hostage situation these players into that corruption damage, or potentially the Hang Sword follow through as T225 is still being pressured by the rest of this lobby. We've got a twin shot bounce shell coming through from one of these cannons on the other side, as well as T225 literally just having to spam the uppercut on that staff and keep himself moving. He's putting himself directly into the Moonbane path as well in the hopes that it's going to deter these players from trying to catch on to him. The Skarish will be able to find the zip into the 1-2 light stagger lockdown. Manages to go for the overhaul charge R&B into the purple frame too to catch the zip as well. And Star has taken enough damage that he backs away from this fight, and T225 is able to get a little bit more breathing room as none of these players want to risk going too low because of that Bane's Breath. Even Star on that zipping because he is locked in to try and get that overall MVP. He's got 5 kills. He's got a legendary longsword, nunchucks, hang sword, and Aurora Burst. If we go to heal off, this zipping, even though Wu Feng is still around on this Valda, might be able to land the silence before the Valda can use the V2 to win the kill multiplier.
Indeed. Another player, or another couple players who are looking to try and make it all the way to this end game are Wufong and Spider. Neither of these players have any interest in wandering around and getting focused down by Star. Star is just constantly on the hunt, looking to see if he can find it. Oh, a little bit of betrayal over there. I just saw Spider uppercutting Wufong. Get out of here. But Star, he's just on the hunt, as he does have that White Tiger's prowess. He knows he has that golden armor swap ready to go at a moment's notice, as it is locked for every other player in the lobby. Nobody else can go over there and grab it for themselves. It is his own personal armor swap waiting to be picked up whenever he needs it. So he has a full agency to just do whatever he wants and play extremely aggressive, especially considering that he is on that zipping. So he's going to have that inherent sustain, combined with the White Tiger's prowess, and combined with the fact that he has that armor swap. He just has no cares in the world. He can just do whatever, and that is exactly what he's continuing to do. Now looking to try and pressure down Wufong. The optimal target, it is indeed the Valda that should never make it to endgame. Another reason why Wufong was hiding away in that bush, as he did not want to get focused down leading up to this point. And he knows that if these other players see him, they've certainly started catching on that you can't be allowing Valdes to get the end game, as that V2, those of you at home who don't know, V2 gives you a massive shield. And it's not just armor, it's a shield that acts as HP. So if you make it to those end zones, if you're in the storm, and you activate your ultimate, that's 2,200 shield or 2,200 effective bonus health that you can utilize to essentially just stay alive in that situation.
That's the V2 that got forced, though.
There it is.
Wufang had to burn the V2. We've still got 2 minutes and 40 seconds. He's going to be out of his ultimate in a moment or two. He might be able to build another one, but now that these players have seen that Valda, seen those spears being thrown, they're going to be looking for the pressure. It looks like Wufang is going to try and pressure another player who's a little bit lower in terms of the hierarchy of loot in the lobby, in the hopes that it turns everyone else onto them instead. But Mike able to come through with the charge. LNB on that dagger will be able to connect onto the Valda. Wufang, having chased out the intruder, is now going to be able to give himself a little bit of a reset inside that tent before swapping on over to the pulsar, utilizing the charged RMBs, getting to run around with that focus armor, as it looks like no one really wants to take a fight until the heal-off starts to begin. Everyone more than happy to just zone everybody else away from them, as we can see the charged RMBs, the cannon shots, every single one of the charged RMBs from Spider coming on through with the staff, but Star is going to be the one benefiting the most out of this end game, as well as that jump parry onto Spider, who was being a little bit too overeager with the legendary staff focus hits. Wufang is going to showcase one of the jades that he had in the back pocket, being Cavalry Bloom, as he forces OG's Mike into investing that hardy V2 so that he can go into the sky and dodge away from just being swept into the storm of that corruption damage. But now that his ultimate has been forced, he's going to have to get pretty aggressive, otherwise these players are potentially going to turn onto him. No one is still focusing the Valda down. Wufang is 63% of the way to his next ultimate, and Star is not going to let that stand. Out comes the Hepta, finding the connection onto the Valda. Wufang does try to find another connection onto the Cavalry Bloom. It's a little bit too telegraphed, though. He's shown it in the pocket one too many times. Mike will be able to find the parry, and Wufang is forced now to stop onto that legendary pulse sword. Star going incredibly low. These players are spotted out the zip. They know that he has Aurora Burst in the back pocket, and Spider returns the favor of the parry all that time ago and tries to make sure that Aurora Burst does not see through, but unfortunately, Dunk, it's what we've heard has happened. Wufang, with the damage and the parries that he's been able to find, has pulled the V2 back into the mix. He finds the spear connection onto OUG's Mike. He takes himself away from the other two players to pick up the Soul Bloom and get the health reset, because he knows he's still gonna be able to win the heal off at the very tail end of this game.
Oh my goodness.
It's the last hit onto Spider.
Wait, no!
The Eclipse KLA's T25, and the Valda walks away with the win.
Oh my goodness. T225, my guy, He thought it was over. He thought the clock had ticked down to 0. I believe he just stood there. He thought it was over. He thought that he wasn't going to be able to take any damage. And so he just thought, okay, I'll just hands off the keyboard. Oh, wait! Oh, no! And then he gives up a kill. And Wu Fong comes out on top with the Valda.
Back to back.
Is that the
Potentially,
MVP? I think
it's the MVP or Star gets the MVP, but he got so many kills. He was on 4, and then he got the kill onto Mike.
It is.
He got the kill on to T25. Like,
that's
remember
insane.
all of the fears that we talked about at the beginning of the broadcast, where we were like, we can't keep letting the Valda just sit on the V2 in the heal-off situation. And that's why! Like, he was able to remove himself from the fight. He had so much HP because he had the V2 that he was literally able to meander on over to Mike's body and pick up the Soul Bloom to get the health reset. And then he could just throw the next spear and get the last hit on another player and get another Soul Bloom reset and then live the entire duration while still being able to find the kill onto KLA's T225. This is why we said that Valder is so immensely strong inside those heal-off situations. But let's see whether or not tradition is going to continue. Actually, do you know what? Compared to question number 1, this one's a little bit easier. How many players chose Valder in game number 2? Was it A1? Was it B2? Was it C3? Or was it D4? And if you know the hero rules in terms of those picks and bans in phases for solos NBPL, you can already entirely erase one of those answers, which makes it even easier. But oh my goodness, we have to stop seeing it. It looked like it was going so well. They saw the Valda, they forced the V2, and then they just let her progress back into another ultimate entirely.
Yep. I don't know. I think all of the players in that end game were a little bit complacent. They saw the Valder ultimate get popped early on and thought, okay, that's fine. Okay, she's out of the picture now. We're fine. But he knew that all he had to do was continue to do as much damage as possible and try and get that ult back. And he was just an absolute fiend running around sending out these cavalry blooms. And just he fully regens it by the end. And I think that was the problem. The ult got forced out a little bit too early. The timing was a little bit off. Even though Star had the right idea, it ended up not working out, unfortunately. But taking a look at the scoreboard, Wu Fong with 11.4 game score. What a day he's having so far. Game number 2, game number 1, both MVPs. Definitely a much bigger lead in this game than there was last game, as there was only a 0.5 lead from the previous one. But Spider coming in second with 6.5, Star on 6, T225 on 4, AIS on 2.5, Paste on 2, Mike on 1.5, Arano and Fong on 1 respectively, and then Verse and Chuzeng on 0.5. A pretty decent, or a decent chunk separating first and second, but not that big of a difference from second downwards. But here we are looking at the total standings of game 1 and 2 combined. Fong, unfortunately, is just not having a good day. Only 1.5 points on the board. And then you look at the other end, X1 Wu Fong, 2 MVPs, 17.9. Spiders in second with 8.5. That's insane. That is actually a massive gap for Wu Fong. Good on you, big dog. That is exactly what you want.
He's been performing really well in the regular season, but he's struggled in the bi-weekly finals. So it's really good to get to see him overcome his nerves. And if he does sort of fall back into that mindset, he has a little bit of a safety bubble, because as you can see in the top right of all of these boards, these players carry 20% of the points that they're able to pick up for the entire 6 games that they play from today forward into next week's grand finals, as we're going to see how game number 2 played out with these replays brought to you by Thunder Robot. And spoilers, a lot of it is going to be Wu Fong coming through. This Valda 1 versus 1 was absolutely crazy. It was so clean, as well as the fact that, remember, it started with both of those Valdas going for the V2 and just armoring through, both managing to frame perfect cancel each other's spears. But Wu Fang just showcasing his prowess with that longsword to be able to extend off of every single hit that he's able to find his TE star coming on through with his Hang Sword extension onto T225 after burning out that combo break. As Wu Fang scale rush into jump parry onto EWG's Arano, making it look absolutely gorgeous. This was the moment that T225 was able to find his miracle recovery, that parry, and getting to turn the entire lobby's attention onto Paste on that Matari, who did not have a combo break and wasn't able to break away. And here's the moment where it went wrong for KLA and oh so right for the Valda. The spear comes through, and like you said, there's sort of just like that little moment of standing, and then there's that attempt of a dodge forward, but the damage has been done. The Valda was able to build into another V2, and it will be another Valda MVP animation on our screen. It is going to be Wu Fang's 6th MVP of the season, but crucially for him, it's going to be his 2nd of the day, coming through with the wins back to back with 21,811 damage. But look at the heal stats too, 11,703. He had so many reset opportunities.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Valda ultimate, although you pop it when you do get reasonably low, you know, I don't know. I feel like you shouldn't really be allowed to heal up while your ult is active. You know, it can act as a cover for you and allow you to continue fighting, but healing up while it's active is a little bit sus G. And I think that was definitely what happened when he had his ultimate forced out. You know, he had his ult forced out in that end zone or leading up to it. And then, for some reason, the rest of the players in the lobby decided, you know, it's fine. You know, he doesn't have it up anymore. Yeah, who cares? You know, let's not. Why? But instead, why didn't they just focus him down and take him down, and then completely eliminate the threat going into those last moments? But regardless, speaking of moments, we're going to be going out to a short break for a short moment. We'll be back for our 3rd game of the day very, very shortly. So don't go anywhere. We will be back very shortly. Hello and welcome back. We are back. I'm joined by the lovely Moxie. I'm Dunkin' Donuts, and we are going to be heading into our third game of the day very, very soon. And it has been rather explosive, especially from Wu Feng, X1 Wu Feng, a player who, as you said, Moxie, during the break, he told me that he had to go through LCQ, those last chance qualifiers. And now coming into today, with these pre-finals, he is showing up very, very well, showing a very dominant performance so far. I mean, we saw it multiple times in the realm of Yang and outside that he just had his opponent's number. He was reading them like a book, catching them on everything. And I don't know what's changed, but whatever it is, he's don't change back. Keep it up, keep it going, as we are going to be taking 20% of these points from these players in today's games, these pre-posed points, so to speak, forwards into the big finals next weekend. So the more points you manage to accumulate today, the better.
Yeah, I mean, I think a part of it is just the fact that he was able to experience this new patch a little bit faster than some of these other players, right? Because if you think about it, he's been able to MVP, but he's MVP'd with heroes that we've seen have changes. He's MVP'd with the Hardy, he's MVP'd with the Valda. Valda obviously having really big changes coming through. And allowing that V2 much more power, as well as Hardy having a little bit of difference in terms of the timing that you have to have coming inside and outside of your ultimate, in terms of being able to thread back and in and out of those fights. And I think like just having that opportunity to sort of acclimatize himself to new endgame, as well as positioning and that sort of target priority list, which has since had a big mix-up, because we have to remember we didn't have a single Kylan in that final zone, and I think that was one of the sort of straws that broke the camel's back on why those players were so reluctant to fight. There was no Kylan to force the immortality field out early. So as you were saying, like in the break, a lot of those players just didn't really want to pressure the issue. The one player that we did see pressure the issue was Star, because he thought that on the zip he would have enough sustainability that he would be able to aggress onto a player, force the other players around him to look at that player, and then he would be able to slip out of the fight and remove himself from the situation before he then got turned onto with the additional move and dodges that you're able to find with that F1 usage. And unfortunately for him, it didn't work out like that. He got a little bit too aggressive. He tried to put the pressure onto the Valda, and he just got immediately disintegrated because of Wu Feng being able to find that massive parry against him. But the second the zip had died, everyone sort of simmered back down and went back to just guarding their own corner, more than happy that they had the potential of winning heal off, allowing that Valda to build back into the V2 much faster than I think a lot of those players were actually expecting. Is while we have seen these players having to keep a track of ultimates in the past, it's not quite the same as being able to count percentage for percentage every single hit of damage and every single bit of damage done to a player to accurately be able to tell when that ultimate is coming back online.
Indeed, it's just surprising to me. I think that we've talked about it a bit now, but yeah, these players opting to go back and defend their own corners, I think I think it just simply was that there's a little bit of nerves going around. These players just not willing to take those risks. Players just don't want to take the initiative, as it can spell disaster for them as well. You might be the one to force out the important cooldowns from specific targets, but it can also mean that you end up getting focused down afterwards, as you may have to commit your own resources, and that's not what you want. You don't want to be, committing things that you don't need to, or that you need moving forward into the game. But regardless, we're going to be going into our third game of the day. We're going to be going over to a daytime Morris Isle, I believe. We've already had the first and second round. Now the third is going to be coming through. Arano going to be picking up the Valda, Fong on the ACOS. Definitely a solid pick, coming it through, especially on Morris Isle on daytime. I feel like this is actually one of the better picks. So we've seen Mike do so well with it in the past. We've seen quite a few players do extremely well with this character. The question is though that I'm waiting to see is whether or not he's going to opt to go for the F1 or the F2 on the ACOS, as we've seen quite a few players just swap between the two. Then no one seems to know, or no one seems to stick to one option over.
It seems like it's the F2 that has been preferred as of late, but I think that's just so you can get your free confirmation to something like an uppercut, as well as having that range too to be able to try and track down some of those low health targets. I wonder though if he went for that ACOS in anticipation of either Mike and Spider going for the ACOS, because we've seen it in the past. Mike does, as you say, like playing the ACOS on Morris Isle, and there have been days that have passed in this season where Mike and Spider have been on ACOS at the same time on this map, just as we saw a lot of those players pushing towards things like the Zip in anticipation of Mike picking the Zip for game number 1. Unfortunately, no other ACOS is going to be picked, so Fang is going to be on his own. He's going to be opting for the F1 rather than the F2, as we do have Verse opting for the combo break of that Justina on the F2 V1, which has been something that Fang actually, ironically enough, has brought in, utilizing the combo break on the Justina to get himself into a lot of those multi-way fights, as well as being able to break away when he bites off a little bit more than the Justina can chew.
Indeed. Surprisingly, though, we're actually going to get 2 Kylins here. Both, actually, I was about to say both of these players have to go for V1, but that's not the case. I believe that Mike is actually going to stick to the V2, interestingly, and I'm very interested to see how well he's going to perform with this pick, as quite frankly, I haven't been able to really tell how big the nerf has been for Kylin, as I've just not seen him in my games. I've not seen him, although I haven't really played all that much in the past few days, as I've been a bit under the weather. That's why I also missed the LCQ. But it's still, you know, after the nerf, I didn't see Kylin at all. I think I saw one of them in 2 days worth of.
I still see him in duos. He's still around in duos with Zip a lot, and like, especially given the fact that they minimized the dash distance on his V2, it sort of allowed the Zip to be able to keep up with him much better, but that is in group play as opposed to solo play. So you are still going to be able to use your dashes to chase in some of these targets, but nowhere near as much as you had in the past, especially multi-way fighting, as we're going to be seeing Spider and Pace going head-to-head off of the rip. Pace looking to try and find these parries. Does manage to land 1 focus hit onto Spider, make that 2. The Spider is able to work out the timing of when Pace is going to commit. We go for the back-to-back 3 hits on the focus. He does find the parry, but he unfortunately does not find the kill. Speaking about finding, Fang has already been able to find himself purple armor on this ACOS. Hasn't taken a fight just yet. Looks like he's going to go for a little bit more of a slow burn in terms of the loot that he's picking up. As Pace is going to try and take this fight. We're going to see the F1 invested, the charged R&B on the fan. Now comes on through as Pace actually commits the full hit. The back-to-back focus strikes from that katana with the follow-up being sent out. It is so unusual that we actually see those being sent through. We weren't expecting it. Fang definitely wasn't expecting it. As all of that purple armor evaporates.
Yeah, indeed. And this is actually Pace playing off of the buffs that were made to Katana. The R&B, the vertical focus follow-up after a focus attack has been buffed so that it's just so much faster now. And to see it actually catch him off guard multiple times there, it certainly speaks to how much of an improvement it has been, or it has made for Katana here. Or OUG's Mike, it looks as though he's still making V2 Kylin work here, able to secure his 2nd kill of the game. Mike heating up extremely quickly so far in our 3rd game just now. Now going for that reset, going to be disengaging, healing up, and potentially looking to slow down a little bit, but perhaps not, as he's spotted out this skirmish taking place here between Chuzong, T225, and Fong. T225 able to secure the kill for himself here, finding the elimination onto Chuzong. Chuzong going down. I believe he still has his second life available, so he's not down for the count just yet. Mike looking to get involved here. Finds the parry. The 180, eyes in the back of his head, swapping over to that spear, sending the vertical blue focus one charge, the single hit focus attack to be extremely optimal here and to make sure that no combo breaker comes through to deny some of that follow-up damage off of that parry. Mike not forced to find it enough, so looking to try and disengage now. Wu Fong is coming into the mix as well, having completed that ultimate, looking to see if he can make something happen. The parry coming through, Mike gets it turned onto him, but he immediately disengages with that combo breaker, able to deny that damage. And I think that Wu Fong also managed to break away, or at least for the moment. He finds a parry onto T225. That vertical blue focus coming in yet again, and T225 is now on the defensive.
Yeah, combo breaker from the Hardy. Invested finds the parry onto Mike. Unfortunately, does go incredibly low, but he does manage to, with the parry damage from Mike, turn the player's attentions temporarily off of him. Not enough to get a full reset because the ultimate was not available. As it now becomes a 1v1 Wu Feng versus Fong Fong. Gonna come through with that Akos ultimate, finds one grab onto Wu Fong, tries to find those Tiger Claws to set up. Manages to go for the double jump right over Wu Feng's heads. Does still have one grab, manages to find that second connection. Unfortunately, gets griefed out of the follow through by the terrain, as Wu Feng now with the Oryx Sword and that longer lasting ultimate is able to find the uppercut connection with those dual halberds, but Fong skirmishing with that fan, manages to put himself through the window frame, onto those rocks, into the grapple, into horizontal movement, continuing oh so cleanly. We praised it on Holoroff, we're going to praise it again. Unfortunately, though, he is going to get stunned in place by the Liam, and that leads into the charged R&B on the halberds. Does come through with the F1, but is not going to be able to break away from the fight long enough for Wu Feng to be able to pick up that kill, as Paste just trying to finish off this fight against Juan Yuan on this Hardy. Has the burn damage going through, manages to find the triple charge connection, and Juan Yuan will fall and take his place back onto one of those Soul Altar repositions, as we saw a little bit of a slower burn in game number 2, but it looks like everyone is back to fighting right off of the rip before these first Realm of Yang spawn up in game number 3.
Indeed. Speaking of, we have AIS and Arano scrapping it out here. AIS in a bit of always in the danger zone. He gets taken down there by Arano. A critical HP situation. Unfortunately, not able to disengage. Arano finding him with that quick fan uppercut and taking him down. And close by, it looks as though Mike has been looting up in the storm, trying to recover his game. Currently with 2 eliminations, kill leader at the moment on that Kylin. Perhaps going to be wandering over to the Realm of Yang, or perhaps instead looking to find himself a purple armor in the shop. Although I will be surprised if it's still there at this point, as the macro strategies, the big picture decision making from a lot of these players will lead them to try and secure that purple armor earlier, or as early as possible, as there's only one in the shop available. Is this deja vu? We just saw exactly the same kiting path take place twice in a row for Verse. Chuzong trying desperately to lock him down, but this slippery Justina, the ice just falling off him. He's trying his best to find him, but he's just getting it turned around and fully denied. Verse, oh, there he is. He was behind him. He makes it
into the Realm of Yang.
Realm of Yang. Indeed. What do we have here, Moxie? We've got X1 and SS1. Again! I swear to ice. Oh my goodness. Again. Take it away, Moxie. It's looking pretty even so far.
It is definitely looking pretty even in terms of loot. Both of these players come through with purple. Liam against the hardy Wufang, able to find the skeleton to charge RMB. Thinks about swapping over to the pistol. Manages to find another connection into the charge RMB. Has to utilize the combo breaker to break away from that confirmed uppercut extension. Finds the parry up against pace to force the combo breaker now coming through from the hardy. He's going to build into the ultimate as Wufang tried to use the ultimate to catch onto him to chase where that combo breaker led the hardy into, ending up both of these players now getting a full reset as Wufang charges up the pole sword, doesn't manage to find the connection. Now he gets the first stage hit of the RMB, connecting onto pace as he drops out of the hardy ultimate around the edge of that pillar. Wufang does get parried, but manages to keep himself in play with the F ability coming in through from that. Liam puts himself onto the very top of this pillar, zoning away the hardy, potentially looking to find that chase connection in with the scale rush. Manages to get one shield pot off with 35 seconds in. Both of these players looking for the connection. The hardy looking for the parry a little bit too early. Wufang with the overhold will be able to find the connection. Now he has to deal, however, with the hangsword pace. Is going to go for the overhold into the horizontal, try to find the uppercut connection, but it's going to get dodged away from with the combo break coming through. But Wufang managing to find the win overall with the overhold.
He does indeed. Wufang! He's gaming today, chat. He's gaming. 3 kills, 3 eliminations under his belt already. He's... I don't know what else to say. No words. Wufang is feeling himself, and he is definitely keeping up that momentum. But the question is, will it last? As we've seen time and time again in trios and in solos, players are doing extremely well, and then all of a sudden falling short, running out of gas, and just running on fumes at a certain point, and it just sort of ends up falling flat. But the bigger lead that he can create for himself early on, the better. But we're heading on over to Celestra. OUG's Mike in a bit of a sticky situation on white armor, but not very much of it, only a sliver of armor available to him, having been chased down by multiple players here. And now it looks as though T225 is going to be picking up that chase, trying to find Mike. Oh, a nice little purple fan coming out of a weapon rack. Quick tip again, chat, ladies and gentlemen, these little weapon racks that you see sitting around just all over the map, if you break them, there is a chance that you get a purple weapon out of them. I don't think I've ever seen a legendary one, but you can definitely get an epic rarity, a purple rarity weapon out of these weapon racks. So it's always worth it to destroy them, as you could get lucky and get a decent upgrade for yourself, as we just saw TTV5 able to pick up that purple fan. But moving on over, we've got SS1, FPX, ZQ Verse, Arano, and Zhuan Yuan all circling in this area, paced seemingly the target Moxie. But is he going to make it out alive, as it's not looking too good for him?
Oh, he's got Yang depletion too. He does have the ultimate. He's gonna come through with it now, but there are so many players in the area. Dodges 1, make that 2 Justina dashes, make that 3. This Justina is absolutely desperate to connect onto this hardy. Wufang also in the area. Unfortunately for T25, he's not. He's still over towards Celestra, as Zhuan Yuan with that Yang depletion is forced into the zone to try to chase down where exactly this hardy has ended up now that that V2 has burned on through. Does still have that Valda V2, isn't in the greatest shape when it comes to equipment, however, so he's going to have to be very careful about how he enters the fight. Doesn't want to be on the front line, wants to be on the rooftop, goes for the drop-down charged RMB. Does manage to take a player down, doesn't get the kill confirmation, but crucially managed to pick up the bloom. He's going to utilize the combo break, swaps over to the cannon, puts himself a little bit closer to that zone in the hopes of being able to disappear unnoticed when these players turn on to everybody else who was still on that frontline fight. Has the Valda V2, might be able to confirm the kill onto Verse, who's gone incredibly low. No, EWG's Arano yet again is going to be able to find the kill confirmation, but Zhuan Yuan has found all he needed. He's got himself into a purple invisibility bush. He can potentially break away unnoticed from all of these players. As you talked about, T25 able to find a purple rarity fan. Unfortunately for him, he needs to find a legendary rarity soul bloom, because these players in Celestra can kite and kite and kite. Can he find the kill, or is he going to be the one to go down? JL's ALS will go down, but unfortunately for TD5, it's just the same deja vu as on Hollerup. The kill comes through, but he's not close enough. Spider grabs the bloom directly in front of him, and he just goes out almost immediately afterwards. The Spider with the grapple bump extension might be able to find another kill onto Xushang. He's definitely looking for it with the investment of that Metari F2, but now he's up against the Zip, who has that sustain as well as the cliffside to scale rush away from the fight.
He does indeed. It looks as though we might be going back to neutral for the moment. Spider cancelling that ultimate to be able to have that F2 ability, that F thrusting attack available to him if need be, but it looks as though it's not going to be needed. And now we're going to be heading over to the realm of Yang. X1 Wufong, the MVP for the day so far, quite literally, as he's gotten 2 MVPs so far in our first 2 games, game number 3, and it's looking pretty good for him so far as well. Verse going to be going up against him. Golden Fan eating a chunk of damage on the drop down after this grapple. Verse replying, sending that 1-2. Ooh, Wufong sends that horizontal, that nunchuck stone form release with the RMB in the opposite direction, able to get a little bit of chip damage as well, but not all that much to capitalize on there. Verse and Wufong going back and forth, trading out shield HP. Verse does find him with this RMB focus, clipping him, and on the drop down catches that jump RMB. Now Verse still holding this fan RMB, trying to bait those parries, manages to get one. Now the ultimate, the Oryx Sword, is going to be coming out, catching him beautifully. Oh my goodness, Wufong, you machine! Catches him off of that ult activation, hold dodging the knockback, catches him, put him in that combo, and taking him down. Going into the second round of Yang. It is almost over, I believe, as Zhuan Yuan is in a dire situation, but he's turning it around. Star getting caught on this with this combo, with this Hong Sword. Zhuan Yuan now looking for the heal. TE Star trying to deny this reset, sending those cannon shots at the pillar as it does do splash damage through this terrain. Star getting caught in the air though, the grapple bump into the RMB focus as well. Star, he's pulling out the cannon. What are you doing? No, put it away. Pull out your sword, buddy. Zhuan Yuan's turning it around.
Oh, you can see his face on the camera. He did not mean to pull out the cannon. Zhuan Yuan will be able to find the kill and come out the winner, and potentially picking up, which buff does he offer? White Tiger's Press. No Draco Storm can be picked up for either of these players, even though it does refresh your ultimate. Thus, we're going to be seeing TE Star and FPX's Verse now hit with Yang depletion, having to trek around, hoping to run into these players. Good news for them, Zone has pushed everyone out of Celestra. Unfortunately for them, there is not a lot of players left in this lobby. We are down to 7. And they're probably all going to be stacked on top of each other, because everyone is going to be trying to take advantage of the aggression that Yang Depletion is going to be putting these 2 players in the lobby under. As you can immediately see, Star shows up to Money Spot and gets turned on to almost immediately by the 2 players in the vicinity, both Wufong and Zhuan Yuan, who are the current buffer holders. So he does not want to take a fight against these 2 players with White Tiger's Prowess and has to keep himself moving. He's still got 4 minutes, but he's going to have to just kite and hope that he runs in to a better target, as we have 1 Valda in the lobby still on the side. Actually, we have 2 Valdas in the lobby still for Zhuan Yuan, as well as Arana, which are 2 players that you do not want to take a fight against. Verse going to be able to find OUG's mic on this Justina. Does still have that ultimate. Is losing a lot of his shield to the damage coming on through from OUG's Mike, so much so that he's actually forced into a full reset. Mike is able to come through with the LMB on that dagger. Could have been way worse because that terrain was on the slope. Thankfully for Verse, it is just going to be a swap over to that cannon so that Mike doesn't find any extra juggle frames coming on through from the downhill, but he's not going to be able to find the power onto the charge. R&B on the fan has to utilize the combo break. Now comes on through with the V2. Verse is going to throw through the F2 to make sure that he gets a little bit of a reset opportunity, as well as taking down some of the duration of that Kylan ultimate before he comes through with his V1. Gets clipped though by the Kylan. V2 doesn't get clipped by the Spirit Walk, does manage to utilize one of those Justina dashes to avoid that follow through, but it's been 2 minutes on this Yang depletion. He's about to run out of the ultimate. He's going so incredibly low. His health bar is getting affected by the Corruption 6 damage. He's had to go for a grey armor reset, and Mike is able to come on through with so much damage pressuring from both of these players. First, however, with one last catch onto the Kylan, was able to try and come through with that charged R&B on the fan. Mike, sensing that Verse is under too much pressure, has figured out that this is a player on Yang depletion and has gone into fight or flight mode, and he is much preferring the latter. Puts himself into that building to be able to get the full reset off, looks for the parry, has the combo break, so even if he mistimes the red, there is absolutely no punishment. Tried to scare through the window, unfortunately gets clipped a little bit on the door frame, but he is in full kite mode. He knows that Verse doesn't have the ultimate. He knows that Verse doesn't have the time to just back off the fight and go for the reset, and Mike is more than happy to take full advantage.
Absolutely. Another reason as well so why he's trying to force this reset, I imagine, is simply because he knows that Verse went for this armor swap, but oh my goodness, we looked as though we were maybe getting a reset, but no. Verse, a little bit of a movement error, couldn't deny the heal, and then got caught in a very bad situation. Mike with a beautiful shift parry on this fan focus release, catching him and picking up that elimination there, taking him up to 3. But as I was saying, another reason why he was trying to force this reset, I believe, is because when you recognize your opponent has used an armor swap, downgrading himself to a lower armor tier than you have, if you force the reset and you're able to get the full reset, you put yourself in an effective health advantage state. As if his opponent were to go for that reset, if Verse were to go for it, he's only going to be able to heal up that white armor, whereas he's going to be able to full heal a purple armor, giving himself a huge advantage. So a nice little food for thought for you in the chat if you're ever in that kind of situation. If you've got better armor, go for that reset if you can, as it's going to give you that big advantage. Speaking of advantage and disadvantage, TE Star is definitely not in an advantage state for right now.
Yeah.
22 seconds and counting on the Yang depletion. He's happy to just go into the zone, and
it's fitting, just like the stars in the night sky have technically died. It's just taking millions of years for it to reach. We're going to be able to see Star, unfortunately, burn out to that Yang depletion, taking himself out of the lobby before some of these players can find a kill, as Chuan Yuan will be able to find a parry onto Wufeng. All of these players trying to contest the Spirit Well, no one wanting the Mystic Might and the ultimate reset that it provides to go to anyone in this lobby. Mike very much wanting that loot so that he can immediately upgrade to the level of everybody else around him. As Valda still sitting on the V2, no one confident in being able to create the spacing. We should remind you that these Spirit Wells do despawn after 180 seconds if a player is not able to pick them up. And speaking about picked up, Mike is put onto the floor. Someone just walked with a legendary fan. A Spider comes on through with the full meter dump. Urano in the V2 is still going to have enough sustenance to keep himself in the frontline contest for the Spirit Well, even having to go through that meter dump, but he hasn't been able to utilize any of the ultimate to heal himself back up in terms of the armor that he lost, and that's going to provide Juan Yuan prime opportunity to pick up that Spirit Well, pick up all of that loot, as well as automatically get the V2 back online with the grab of the Mystic Might. And these players, having sensed that the Spirit Well was going to be picked up by another player, have since vacated the premises in the hopes that they've created enough distance between themselves. You don't have to outrun the player behind you. You just have to run faster than the player that they can potentially turn on to, as OG's Mike is going to be utilizing that Kylan V2 not to put himself into a fight, but to avoid one. The Bane's Breath almost stopping EWG's Arano in his tracks, as it's going to be ASC Xuan Yuan who has him up against the corner. Risks a full hit of the Bane's Breath forward, and WBG Spider risking even more, goes into the fight. Matari versus Valda in the middle of the Bane's Breath to try to keep Xuan Yuan a little bit more occupied.
Damn, I was gonna go on to talk about the family meta coming through there as Xuan Yuan and the other Valda, I think it was Arano, who were essentially protecting each other almost on this Spirit Well proc. Xuan Yuan able to secure it for himself and not really looking to focus down Arano, even though he was in a pretty bad spot and could have very easily been taken down there. But as soon as it got to a certain point, Xuan Yuan was very willing to turn and backstab the fellow Valda in that situation, as Arano took a ridiculous amount of damage from those multiple Moonbane hits, making it extremely it's too delicious of a kill to try and to not go for, and he does pick it up. Xuan Yuan now under a bit of pressure, being pressured down by Mike. Mike realizing that he wants to try and focus down these Valdas in this situation, especially considering that he's trying to force someone else into that getting that lobbied situation. You know, you're trying to force somebody into getting lobbied by the rest of the players there. But unfortunately, it's not gone his way, and now he's been forced to swap to a white armor and might be receiving a considerable amount of pressure from these other players in the lobby, as I believe he is the only Kylin and is certainly a good target to take down early on, as in those heal-off situations, Kylin does do extremely well. But it looks as though Matari is going to be the one to go down first. And actually, this brings me back to a thought I had earlier on that I wanted to continue talking about at some point. Matari getting taken down here, it's very telling, and it's the perfect example of what I was going to refer to earlier on, in that Matari is actually a very good target to focus down first in these end zones. How if you force out that F cooldown, she ends up being very, very vulnerable and very easy to eliminate. But interestingly enough, in that first game when we were talking about it, I personally was under the impression that in that kind of situation you would want to be focusing down the Hardys as the Matari. But Raven told me that, or he made me aware that it's in fact better for the Matari in that sort of situation to, I believe, focus down the Zippings, as in those heal-off situations, although the Hardy has such a huge advantage with that fire damage, you're actually able to deny a lot of Hardy's pressure in those end zones with Matari, as your dashes, especially in ultimate, are going to prevent the Hardys from doing what they want to do. And flying up into the sky, you know, you can dash up there, pull them out of their ultimate, demech the Hardy, and deny them from being able to make full use of their abilities. And
Xuan Yuan.
That ends up being the case. But yeah, Xuan Yuan,
5,000 IQ. That was
Big
the
Brain
legendary.
are very happy to do this.
That had been picked up from the Spirit Well, and he spirited it away into that warehouse for safekeeping. He's the only one that could have gone for it, because he was the one that got that buff. But he has been forced into using that V2 early. 1 minute and 30 seconds left is going to be a lot harder to build the Valda V2 back into the mix, as opposed to Wufang, who had all 2 minutes and 40 seconds. And Xuan Yuan knows that he is going to be coming under a lot of pressure. Mike, with the Kylan V2, going to be utilizing those dashes, gets the home run to send the Valda into the corruption tick damage. And we have a 1 versus 1. Can Wufang come back with the back-to-back-to-back MVPs? He's got the 4 kills. He just has to win up against against Mike. Mike doesn't have that V2 anymore. Wufeng's able to come through with the 1-2 on the fist blades. That forces the combo break out from the Kylan now. As Wufeng also doesn't have his combo break, but he'll have his online a lot faster than Mike. Has the fist blades, utilizes the tap dodges to keep himself ahead of where this Kylan could potentially be. Doesn't find the parry that he's looking for. Tries to come through with the charge of the R&B. Gets hit into a lot of the damage with these nunchucks. Burns through the combo break. Neither of these players having those ultimates. Wufeng looking for the jump LMBs with the fist blades, but Mike able to come back on through with the Kylan combo break to send Wufeng back into the zone. Forces him to scale rush back into the corruption damage. And Mike is able to catch him! What a play from Mike! The spacing that he forced. The risk that he took utilizing that combo break aggressively rather than defensively to understand that even if the corruption damage did not kill the Liam, it would force the Liam into having to invest so much of that movement and stamina into escaping the storm damage and returning back to him, and he could just camp with the nunchucks the second that Wufeng landed in his lap.
That was so unbelievably well played by Mike there, fully utilizing that those nunchuck horizontal holds. You know, nunchuck has been buffed recently, but the horizontal hold hasn't been touched, and it's something that nunchucks has available to them. It's somewhat unique, although it can be compared to the Great Sword and Pulse Sword Stone form. It's different in certain ways, and in a lot of ways makes it a lot more versatile and a much better tool at your disposal. And oh my goodness, he put it to work there, having velocity and trigger on a single Soul Jade as well, off of those changes that were made to Soul Jades quite a while ago now. You know, when you have velocity trigger, it's just the pressure is sometimes just insurmountable. You cannot break through it at times, and sometimes the best solution is just to simply throw out focus attacks. But even then, you're risking so much, especially in those very like shoulder to shoulder situations in those end zones. Throwing those focus attacks with the risk of it just being dodged, knife framed, and then you getting punished on the recovery, or getting parried by nunchucks of a weapon that has a single hit parry follow up. You know, it is very difficult to come out on top in that situation, regardless of the fact that Mike was actually at a huge health deficit. But as you said, he did a very good job of playing around his F cooldown, forcing the Liam into the zone, making it very hard for him to come back in. And it's just full panic mode, and Mike takes full advantage of the situation and making Kylan V2 still look pretty good. Not gonna lie. You know, he comes out on top there. I'm not sure how many kills he had exactly at the very end. But
it was 5. They both had like 4 going into it, and then it would literally have been MVP decided on who was able to win that 1v1. There it is. There's your confirmation. Wufeng denied the 3-peat MVP by Mike, who's able to come ahead in terms of that last 1v1, that absolute juggernaut of a match that goes to show that Mike mechanically is a very strong player, but it's not just his mechanics, it's his macro as well. Being able to take full advantage of the spacing, full advantage of the zone and his surroundings, as well as just the F1 every single time we saw it being invested from the Kylan. It was able to do so many different things. It wasn't just breaking away from an extension and more damage. It was making sure to put the Liam under even more pressure so that he wasn't able to utilize his combo break aggressively. It was really smart stuff coming through from Mike, which goes to show why he is the current defending champion. Not just of the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League, but also of the world.
Indeed. But taking a look here at the total standings, unfortunately, it's very sad to see that Fong is still sitting at the bottom, in that bottom spot. But hey, good for Wufeng. He managed to create a significant enough of a lead at the beginning in those first 2 games. And in game 3, still do pretty well. 6 points for game number 3. That's only 0.5 less than his first game, and that was an MVP. a significant performance from Wu Feng, especially considering that he came into this having gone through LCQ, the last chance qualifiers. He may have not made it in for today's games, but he did, and he is showing up with ferocity, doing extremely well. Unfortunately, not able to secure a third MVP in a row, but hey, you know who is doing an extremely good job in this game here was Mike. We're taking a look at the replays brought to you by Thunder Robot. Arano and JLAIS in this situation. AIS on a sliver of health, trying to break away, not able to do so. And it looks as though this was the demise of Fong here, being taken down by Spider, unfortunately, on that ACOS, a lonely ACOS in this game, as we talked about earlier. Perhaps he was hoping that Spider and Mike might be opting to go for an ACOS game in this game at number 3, but it wasn't to be. Mike on that Kylin and Spider on the Matari. Speaking of Spider on the Matari, in that end zone there, getting focused down, getting caught in a terrain extended combo. A very unfortunate situation as he does get that F forced out. And regardless of popping that ultimate, he's just not able to do anything. Mike able to then clutch it up at the very end, pushing Wu Feng into the zone with that F and fully capitalizing on his positioning. Very nicely done indeed.
Yeah, you can see the camp attempt too coming on through. Like, he forces the skill rush. He has to go aerial to get back into the zone, because if he just tries to go for the dodges back in, he goes into the meter dump. Coming on through from Mike, and no surprises, Mike had Dragon's Roar, which is how he was able to get those meter dumps as frequently as he was inside that 1v1, as well as Sap Soul Jade. There's the Velocity Untold that Dunk mentioned previously.
With Phantom Step as well, like this is just...
Phantom Step, yeah, this is a stacked Soul Jade Nunchuck coming on through. They only did 4,564 damage of the 19,700 that he did total. And that is only a little bit more than both the F1 and the V2 coming through from the Kylan. But sometimes, Dunk, it's not about the numbers, it's about the amount of pressure that you're able to apply onto your opponent. And I think, like, something that you were saying to me before the broadcast is speaking to, like, why Mike is finding it as comfortable to be able to utilize the nunchucks in comparison to some of these other players. He did an interview this season where he was talking about the meta moving into an ability focus as opposed to a weapon focus to be able to walk away with the overall wins. And you said that nunchucks you don't think have ever been bad, it's just that things came across that were better. So it makes sense that Mike, who's been able to rely on those weapons and has been in the scene for a very long time, is able to return to those nunchucks because he's still familiar with them. That being said, we are very familiar. We're throwing over to an interview after game number 3. We'll catch you with the second half of the day after this.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have EWG Arano come to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first. 先来先跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是EWG阿然。
Okay, welcome. So the first question will be, so it was your ideas or your coach's idea to play Valda in Game 3? 那第三把玩崔三娘是你自己的这个想法还是教练的想法？
我们两个的想法。
Oh, so it's ours idea. Okay, so let's move on to our answer for today, please, because this question is about Game 3. So how many kills did EWG Arano get in the Game 3? A2, B3, C4, D5. 那这次我们的问题是阿冉在第三把拿到了多少个击败分呢？ So please count them time， 也是给我们倒计时一下。
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot everyone. So what's the answer? 答案是什么？
C.
Yes, the answer is C, is 4. Well, you know, so for the first 3 games, we can see Wu Feng have a really surprise performance today. So how do you think about him? 那其实前3把我们无法忽视的一个选手就是吴峰。对于吴峰前半场的这个表现，你怎么看呢？
发挥得很好，今天。
I think he's performed pretty great. So in Game 3, at the last circle, we can see Mike and Wu Feng have a one-on-one like situation at the time. If we don't talk about any skills like F or ultimate about the hero, only talk about the weapon, how do you think about like nunchuck phased Fist Blade？ 那其实如果我们抛开就是技能的原因，我们去看第3把最后决赛圈吴峰和麦克的那个对决，只去探讨武器的话，你觉得全刃对上双节棍是一个怎么样的情况？
我觉得5-5开吧，但是他有魂玉嘛，他有虎啸龙袍，所以说。但是还是要看个人的博弈。
那如果把那个魂玉也抛开，
魂玉也抛开的话，那就5-5开。
Why？
武器是5-5开。
为啥呀？
因为它毕竟一个有横拦，一个有闯步嘛，差不多。
I think it's just half and half. Because of Fist Blade have the dash, the special dash, and nunchuck have the like you can to avoid some range weapons attack. So I think it's just half to half. Okay. Well, so this time we came to our like pre-finals. We all know your get not only one time the second place for the bi-weekly final of solos. So, what's your plan for the pre-finals competition? 那其实我们也知道，在之前的周决当中，阿然也是不止一次拿第2名了，是吧？那对于这次前期积分，你自己的计划是拿多少分？
前期积分尽可能拿嘛，毕竟他会带入总决赛，就能尽快的总决赛帮自己先开赛点，能多拿就行。
Okay, I just want to try my best to get more points in the pre-final because it will help me to get the match point in the grand final. That is the really important things for me. Okay, that's all for the interview. Bye bye, everyone.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the second half of the day for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Summer Solo Pre-Finals. I am Got Moxie. I have the pleasure of being joined by Duncan. And Dunk, we have 3 more games to play to see which of these players and how many points they're going to be able to bring with them to next week's grand finals. We've seen Wufang manage to get back-to-back MVPs. We've seen Mike able to come through and win out the 3rd game. We've seen the resurgence of the Valda. We've seen the potential circumstance of the Kylan V2 still either being okay to be played, or it's just that Mike is that good a player. And we've also seen a lot of questions coming through in terms of hero prowess of meta, whether Hardy or Liam or Valda is that premier pick. But what do you think we still have in store as we head into the second half of the day?
Well, I will say there's probably going to be a target pick at least once today. I'm banking on that. I think there'll be one at least, perhaps T225. You know, I've seen you bring it out before. Perhaps you'll bring it out again. Although the last time it didn't go so well, as he got caught in a pretty rough situation with Yang Depletion in Celestro, with all the players just throwing cannon shots his way inside a building, was pretty unfortunate. But you know what else is being thrown your way, you got some drops. Remember to have your NARAKA account linked to your Twitch account so that you can get your hands on all of those goodies, all of the drops that you can get your hands on exclusively here at the NBPL bi-weeklies and all of that good stuff. And to make sure that you do have it linked, go to the top right of your screen, click on your icon, and go to the menu that says Drops and Rewards, or you can go to Inventory, and you can make sure that you are progressing your drop campaigns. And also, that is exactly where you have to go and claim the drop. No matter how long you've sat there and watched, if you don't actually claim it, it's not going to be sent to your in-game mail.
Yeah, and I mean, some of those are exclusive one weekend only drops, so you better make sure that you do have those linked, because that's the only way that you'll be able to claim them. Except I do believe some of them do have a very, very small percentage of showing up inside the boxes where they do the events, where it's like literally every single cosmetic has a small chance of showing up. But that is the only other way. If you miss one of those weekends, like if you missed the weekend with Dragon's Grave, I hate to tell you, but there's absolutely no way that you're ever gonna be able to get your hands on that character banner. But we're going to be figuring out who's going to be getting their hands, or at least who's going to be getting a higher likelihood of getting their hands on the overall Solos trophy as we get ready to head into game number 4. Because it being pre-finals, these players are going to, after they've played all 6 of their games, take 20% of the total points that they've picked up throughout the day. Every single one of them, not just top 6, all 12 of these players are going to be carrying those points forward to give them an advantage into next week's grand finals. That, or it's going to give them, well, a line of catching up to do, because some of these players are having a little bit of a struggle of a game day, unfortunately.
And speaking of, one of those players is DRG's Fong, who I mean, it's definitely surprising that he's not doing so well today. You know, leading up to this point in multiple bi-weeklies, he's been doing extremely well. Like having those massive games, I don't know what it is. You know, it could just not be his day. Everyone has those days. It happens to the best players. You just have an off one. You got a headache. You're hungry. You're hangry. You're tilted. You didn't sleep enough. Whatever it might be, you know, it can happen, and you can have a rough one. But hey, Fong, if he's been around for a very long time, if anyone can do it, you can, and I believe that he might surprise us going into the next 3 games. And we're at that halfway point. There's still plenty more NARAKA left to be played, as we love to say, as here on the NBPL cast. But who knows? Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. For the moment, the stars of the show are certainly X1's Wu Fong and Mike coming in the 3rd game and securing that MVP. Even though he didn't have an MVP up until that point, he'd certainly been putting some numbers on the board. I think I'm not sure if it was his first or his second game where he got a decent number of points. I think it was around 6 or something.
It was his first, yeah.
It's his first game? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, because remember, he was on the Zip, and he got, I believe it was either 4 or 5 kills. Because he picked Zip on Pedoria, and it was him and T225 versus the 2 Hardys in that end game. But unlike T225, Mike was able to find the spacing as well as the ranged weapon shots to be able to come through and actually connect those last hits to be able to get those kill eliminations to count.
Indeed. It is what it is, you know. One Zip does well, one Zip does not. However, I doubt we're going to be seeing any zipping in this game. Oh, actually, now as I say that, we are going over to Pedoria yet again. We could still see a zipping. Looks as though Fong is coming to the stage a little bit late. Perhaps he is feeling under the weather. Who knows? Perhaps not. But perhaps there was a queue at the loo or something. Who knows? But he is sat down. He is definitely, I don't know. Sometimes it's hard to tell whether or not a player is locked in or simply just neutral. You know, whether or not someone's actually like very focused in and ready to go, or if they're just they're not necessarily indifferent. I feel like that's not the right word, but neutral.
No.
Is a slightly better
game
way
face. I would say, like, whether or not they have like that cool, calm, and collected game face that doesn't really betray a lot of emotions. JDG Shusheng has a very good, cool, calm, and collected game face.
Yeah, he does for sure.
As we are going to be headed, like you said, into game number 4, which is indeed going to be taking us back on over to Pedoria. This is going to be morning dew, so no increased firefly spawns, just the normal basic ones, as we're going to have a look and see what these players are going to be locking in with. They can only have a maximum of 3 of the same heroes in this lobby with the way that these phases get turned through, and we're not really seeing a lot of double picks coming through. That was one of the big surprises. We saw the double pick Liam, and we saw a couple of double picks of Valdez, but a lot of these other players have been 50-50 split in terms of the players that they are placed into the same phases with. So for instance, if Star picks Liam, no one else in this lobby can pick Liam. However, if Star doesn't pick Liam and opts for something like the Hardy, then Xuan Yuan and T225 would be able to potentially pick up the Liam as well. Now we are going to see the double picks coming through. So Pace and Star are going to be both opting for Liam, which bounce that out. Xuan Yuan and T225 both going to be opting for the Hardy. And then AI as well, we talked about it. He's going to be coming on through with the Zip. For him, is Verse going to be locking the Zip, or is he going to be showing something a little bit spicy, or it's going to be a Temi coming on through? Personally, I feel like I would probably prioritize the Temi over the Zip, especially given the fact that they can see the heroes that have been banned. They know that Hardy has been double picked. They know that the V2 is going to be on the board, and that fire tick is so detrimental for the Zip sustainability. That 50% healing effectiveness cut, where the Zip just doesn't have the same ability to cleanse it as frequently as the Karumi, is an absolute killer in those 1v1s against the realm of Yang. So no surprises, we've only got 1 Zip. We've still got 2 Temis. as well as the potential of a Valda pick coming on through, but Arano and Feng are going to be opting for the Kylan and the Justina. So 1 Valda, 1 Zipping, 2 Liams, 2 Hardys, 1 Kylan, and we also have 2 Valdas to come through in this lobby. A good mix of heroes alongside those 2 Tammys.
Yeah, I will say with this, with these round selection phases, the diversity within lobbies is certainly increased. You know, over especially if you compare it to previous years, where at times we would just simply see lobbies filled with exactly the same character. Do you remember the 16-man zipping lobbies? Oh my goodness!
Yes.
I remember.
I remember the 16 Yoto lobbies going even.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, the 16. Oh my goodness!
And then the Yoto Justina lobby splits, and it would just come down to like 9 Yotos all ulting as the zone closed, and it would sound like you were in an echo chamber because you would just hear one ult go off, next ultimate go off, next ultimate go off.
The Yoto sound just you're just it's just an absolute gaggle of Yoto Himes.
Wait, thanks on the V2 for the Kylan.
Okay, so perhaps V2. I mean, see, this is the thing. Like, I haven't really had a chance to play against V2 Kylan since the nerf, so I can't really say whether or not it's not worth picking anymore. But it is like it's possible that the nerfs done to Kylan were simply like just enough to make him balanced, you know, make him worth picking still, but just not oppressive, you know. Like
I know it's worse in trios. It's worse in trios because the Hardy nerf coming on through. Because in trios there have been teams that have been practicing still with the Zip, still with the Kylan, but with the Valda instead of the Hardy. KLA have been scrimming that one, but that's for trios matter, and this is solos, and we're going to be having a look and seeing where exactly all these players are going to be dropping. No surprises that Arcadia is going to be hotly contested for that Volpine Essence, as we know that JDG, both their solos and trios players, love to drop into that spacing and try and get their hands on that Volpine Essence as quick as possible, but it's making them a little bit more predictable, and we are starting to see more and more players contesting those particular spots, as everyone, you can see them running now, just trying to figure out where those Thunder Coins are going to be.
Indeed. Let's see here what we have. We have surprisingly quite a few players dropping in this rather isolated area. Not that big of a POI, but it's certainly piqued the interest of these players as we see Paste taking down Verse in a very quick fashion here, able to catch him with the scale rush. We've seen quite a few players taking full advantage of scale rushing. As I don't know, I feel like it's just we've not seen it as much. Scale rushing has become much more of a mobility and a sort of a poking tool or kiting tool, as opposed to a combo starting thing. You know, like it's something that has been around for so long, but we've not really seen it. I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen it happen this many times, but it's certainly been netting quite a lot of value for a lot of these players. But we've got a fight here that's been going for a decent amount of time here. OG's Mike and Paste, and Mike predicting that Paste is going to come round the corner, able to catch him with that Dragon Slayer. Paste is just not ready for it, expecting him to try and kite away in the opposite direction and potentially find a reset. But no, Mike is oogly, as we all well know. He's ready. He's happy to take the fight and sends that Dragon Slayer right on through.
Yeah, I mean, Tammy's combo breaker, there is very little punishment, even if you mispredict the parry coming on through in terms of that timing. Is Wu Fang is going to utilize his combo break now on that Justina, could potentially opt into utilizing that Forbidden Seal, but he's 7% away from his ultimate. There's too many players around in this fight, and he wants to have that get out of jail free card in the back pocket. He's going to go down, however, before the V1 can board up, and now we're going to get to see the Hardy going head-to-head against JDG's Xusheng on that Valda. Juanyuan looking for the Dragon Slayers, utilizing it to close up the space. Utilizes the combo breaker early, and that is going to cost him. And Shusheng tried to come through with the predict charge. LMB manages to pop the Forbidden Seal, and Zhuan Yuan, oh no, the hubris! The Hardy's wings have been clipped like Icarus. He falls to the sky, but it's the Valda who's the one that might potentially drown beneath the waves. The Zhuan Yuan is able to come through with a huge hit of damage from the charge vertical on that spear. And now we go back into the neutral, tries to go for the Dragon Slayer's nunchucks now comes on through from the Valda with the overhold into that horizontal tech chase. Zhuan Yuan looks for the jump parry, doesn't manage to find it. Thought that he was gonna go for the earlier spacing, given that the overhold had come out previously. Now manages to find the armor swap, like you said, kiting back into that Forbidden Seal that the Valda doesn't want to fight into because she has access to the V2. The F2 is gonna come through. The juggle managing to be found. Zhuan Yuan making sure that his back is constantly to that Forbidden Seal. So if the Valda does come through with that ultimate, he's gonna be able to kite the duration of those spears coming on out. The overhold comes out. Zhuan Yuan not feeling comfortable in terms of the parry timing. He's going to throw the combo breaker for looks for the parry on the cliffside before putting himself into the scale rush to go for the reset over to that pulse to mix up the timing. Wanted to come through with the catch of the vertical, anticipating the Valda chasing after him, but the Valda does not play into his hands, and now he has to utilize that pulse to scale rush away. Doesn't manage to pull the Vitalia off. Does manage to get enough damage done though to build back into that V2, and away he flies. We're going to see a reset come through.
We are indeed. This fight has been going on for so long at this point. Thankfully for Zhuan Yuan, he is able to break away at least for a short time, able to get somewhat of a reset, but immediately pressured by Verse. Verse coming in, applying that pressure, immediately getting a huge chunk of his shield taken off, forced to use that combo break and to disengage somewhat, but now having reset. And he's looking for a way back into the fight. Oh, a beautiful parry coming out from Zhuan Yuan. He has been sending these parries and definitely finding a lot of success. But unfortunately, he's not going to be coming out on top here as Chu Zheng does come in from the back with those nunchucks, with that nunchuck RMB, with that single hit, catching him and taking him down. Verse now... I'm not gonna lie, that was a little bit. I think Chu Zheng got a little bit too excited there. He was, I'm gonna go through the sand wall. Oh no! What have I done? Immediately gets punished for a rather optimistic play there. Not sure about that one. I feel like that was certainly a little bit too aggressive. As if you do get caught in that sand wall, if the tumult you're chasing has a wisp ready to go, you are trapped, good sir. You are not getting out of that alive. Perhaps he was hoping to get his ultimate off. He wanted to dodge in, buffer the ult activation, and try and knock him out of his heal or something along those lines.
He was also denied a little bit of spacing because the Temi Wisp was from behind him. So he already had to utilize the blue focus to not get swept up into the CC of the first Wisp. And then that sort of left him with a decision of either try to go through the wind wall or camp with the full meter dump. As JL's AIS is going to get the Volpine Essence. FPX's Verse slipping through was not able to steal it away from the Zip. That would have been highway robbery. If he'd been able to make it off with that Soul Jade as it dropped onto the map. As speaking about highway robbery, who's going to be able to steal themselves into a realm of Yang? Spider with that Valda V2 is going to commit the spears onto FPX's Verse, will be able to find the commitment, but Temi with that combo breaker is going to be able to find the Wisp connection onto the Valda. Spider now just trying to find any form of eye that he can with the VT before it falls through. Does have that Yang pass, so he'll be able to get his ultimate back when he walks into the realm of Yang fight, as it's going to be OUG's Mike against SS Windspace.
Indeed it is, and Mike has somewhat of an advantage with that purple armor. Does find the whole dodge catch onto Paste off of that R&B release. But, he almost finds it again, but unfortunately not able to. The first one having been mitigated by that combo break. Mike now getting caught on the exit, using his own combo break, but immediately getting punished for it. Pace, the miss input coming through. He caught him with the combo extension, teleported over, but accidentally sends out a parry instead of that R&B light into full combo. Mike then able to get that reset with the ultimate usage and the disengaging pace. Now breaking into that bubble of Mike with that ult activation yet again. Mike losing quite a bit of his shield here. Oh, very nice little line here from Mike. I'll talk about it in a moment, but Mike sending out another focus attack, getting shift parried, getting hit in the back. Those nunchuck parry follow-ups are deadly indeed. The combo break being sent backwards. Mike taking a little bit more chip damage, but he finds the way in. He catches pace slipping with that horizontal into the full combo and takes him down. Mike, he had advantage to start off with, which was quickly taking it away, but he clutches it up in the end regardless. Something to note, WBG Spider is going to be winning his Realm of Yang that took place simultaneously, taking him up to 4 eliminations. Certainly leading the charge at the moment as kill leader, but we're coming on out of the Realm of Yang, taking a look at JLAIS chasing down X1 Wufong. Wufong unfortunately not having the best game here after having had such a stellar performance so far today.
Yeah, he is on that Justina, so he's definitely hoping that there's going to be some multi-way fighting coming through in a matter of moments. Manages to find the skill rush onto an unsuspecting AIS into full follow-through charged R&B on that Hengsword when the zip is in flop state. AIS is going to be immediately disengaging so that he can start regenerating that health on the move with the F1. Finds his anticipation scale rush, but Wufang has a combo break in the form of that F2 to break away before any consequence can be felt. AIS now goes for the overhaul. Crouch cancels out of it. Wufang not reads into it, did not throw out the red flash, and AIS did not get prio into the light attack stagger because of this. Both of these players trying to find that uppercut connection. AIS will be able to find the extension. Wufang with the charged RMBs, managing to mix up the timings, catching on to the zip, who's going to have another F1 shortly. Got the armor reset, but he's being corner locked. Throws in that F1 to back away from the fight as the third party comes through. And with that additional movement off of the cast of that F1, AIS has been able to break away from the fight for the most part. But this Justina knows that the zip is low, knows that the zip is going to be down that ultimate, and is trying to just keep this connection onto her. But AIS with so many stories of this building to play around, as well as FPX's verse, just constantly biting at the heels of the Justina behind him, slipping away like an eel.
It's not looking too good for EWG Arano here as he manages to break away momentarily, but immediately runs into a couple other players. Mike, though, is going to be the one to take him down, running around with this golden hangsword, dominating the competition on this Tumulk. He finds his next target, spotting out DRG's Fong, who immediately recognizes the threat and is going to be looking to disengage, as he does have that disadvantage in terms of loot, having that blue armor and blue dagger as well. Mike trying to make full use of his Vermilion Bird's Might buff, but unfortunately not able to get that little bit extra coming out of the buff there. But no matter, he's still bound to be pretty happy with that, as he still is on 3 eliminations and did get himself an extra kill during that buff. As we can see there on the right side of the screen, we just had that graphic pop up showing us how many eliminations that Mike was able to pick up during that buff. But here we are now taking a look at a quick replay from the other Realm of Yang that we saw. Spider was able to succeed in for himself. T225 unfortunately getting parried there. That 180 parry beautifully done by Spider, grappling up to the sky. Does he find the spear stagger? No, he doesn't. T225 flying up and down and all around. Spider trying his best to apply some fire tick with that assault smolder, as well as catch him with this spear, but it is not to be. He's not really able to do so. T225 dropping down with that spear. RMB does not find it. The clank comes through. He does get a parry though. Spider catches him on the secondary release. T25 trying to fade back with those fist plays, but not able to. The R&B tech chase is too much, and he is taken down.
Spider now might potentially be taking down another of our hotties in this lobby. Did actually have to try and find the tech chase onto one of the hotties who had that Yang pass already in the pocket, so they're going to be going directly through into the portal. So it looks like we're going to be getting ASE Xuan Yuan versus SS1's Pace yet again. Pace with that blue bow, going to be swapping on over. Manages to find the parry to open with this Kitana. Does have that combo breaker on the Liam, is going to be investing it just now. Both of these players looking for the spacing with the Katana into the pistol swaps coming on out now from Xuan Yuan. He's going to come in through with that hardy ultimate. Looks to keep up the pressure on Space so that he doesn't have the luxury of time of finding a reset on some of this missing armor behind that pillar. He's going to utilize one of those teleports in the ultimate to just remove himself from the position he found himself in, waiting for the duration of this hardy ultimate to be done, but he is getting increasingly low. The Scarish attempted to catch into the focus strike, does not find the opening that he was looking for. Xuan Yuan with that constant pressure from the burn tick, able to swap over to the pistol and find the last hit of damage necessary as FPX's verse not going to be able to find the continuation of the charged LMB on the staff because of that Justina F2 being called into play. Doesn't get frozen out by the dash, is able to frame focus through it, comes on through with the Temi ultimate. Justina unfortunately falling afoul of one of her biggest characters in the 1v1, the Temi ultimate, making it so much harder for those dashes to find the spacing that Wu Fang has been looking for. The jump LMBs from Verse getting so much damage, but he gets caught up into the Hung Sword follow through on the R&B flop state, and Verse now is the one on the back foot. Both of these players taking a little bit of downtime, but Verse with the longer reach, with that staff trying to come on through, has the focus break yet again on that F, will be able to put himself behind the pillar. 30 seconds left. Justina looking for that scale rush, is going to be able to find the connection, and Wu Fong with the pistol swap, with the scale rush forcing him away from the pillar into the pistol damage, will be able to win the 1v1.
That was beautifully done. Insanely well played. It was looking very rough there for Wu Fong for a second there, but he's able to claw it back from the brink and clutch it up in the Realm of Yang, securing himself that golden armor and golden weapon, along with the White Tiger's prowess. But here, moving on out of the Realm of Yang, these players who've been fighting it, scrapping it out outside. Looks as though DRG's Fong is again on the back foot, not looking as though it's a good situation for him. However, he's managed to break away from this fight, for at least for the moment, buying himself a little bit of time, but it looks as though he's ran straight in to FPX-ZQ's Verse, who happened to be walking by, immediately denying that grapple from DRG's Fong, but thankfully he's able to break away far enough that no other grapple is going to come through to deny his escape, making his way over to that Rift Dealer, and luckily finding himself a blue armor, although the chase has not been followed through upon all that aggressively for the moment. He is still able to conserve some resources for the moment. Looks as though he's still in a bit of a bad spot. He did have the presence of mind to ring that bell, denying the ringing of the bell from many of these other players once they came over to him in that area, denying them the ability to track him down, buying himself some more time to regenerate some of that ult charge and simply just live a little bit longer. SS1 Paste looks as though he was chilling for a moment and went for a quick dip in the Mercury River. Is now back on the move.
It's a little chilly in autumn. The water is not quite as warm as the hot springs. But it's going to be heating up in terms of pressure in a moment, because both he and Verse are currently under Yang depletion. Now, can both of them tell? Both of them are going to be taking a 1v1. Unfortunately, it's not going to remain a 1v1 for a little bit longer. As you can see, all of these players converging on the mini-map. We find the players under Yang depletion. We find the players having to take a fight. Pace gonna have to come through with that ultimate to reposition entirely, just trying to teleport away in the hopes of isolating or just taking a kill away from these players in this lobby. He is so very low. He's gonna put himself directly into the path of those jellyfish. Manages to get one Vitality off. FX's Verse is going to be taking a lot of damage. Pace does go down. Verse is close enough to see it and get the Soul Bloom. The question is OUG's Mike going to let this go, or is he going to play Bouncer before Verse can make his way back into the zone? Mike managed to spot the Temmie's rotation, and that is, well, rather fortunate given the fact that they're both on the same hero.
True. They are. It's a fellow Sandman. Okay, buddy. But you don't want to be the only Tumulk in the endgame. You don't want to be the only player on a certain character in end zone, as we talked about earlier.
They're
it's
both
just
on V3 too as well, right?
Yeah,
so...
they're going to be able to play off of each other because of that mechanic. Yeah, for those of you at home who don't know about this mechanic, when you have V3 as Tumulk, you're able to run on over to the sand wall and be given wisps by the sand wall, right? And you can do that not only with your ultimate, but with enemy Tumulk ultimates as well, creating this this very goofy interaction.
It's just eternal. It's like 24/7 Temmie Wisps. That's all the weather forecast is. Whatever that be.
Yeah, the sandstorm is coming through.
It's gonna be active. It's not even with a chance. You know that it's gonna be coming out. As we know that Merciless Havoc is gonna be coming through from ASE. Xuan Yuan showcasing that one as everyone gets ready for the show and tell of Soul Jades, so that they can show off what exactly they have to try and hold the spacing down to guarantee that they get Spirit Well.
The Spirit Well is going to be heavily contested. As you can see, Xuan Yuan is trying to section off this area for himself, but immediately forced off of it. All of these players trying to group up and consolidate themselves in that small space, but it's going to be made extremely difficult by this Merciless Havoc, as it's just one of those Jades that is so good at keeping the terrain and the space for the user. AIS diving in with that dagger, looking for that dagger. LMB focus, the threat is there, but Xuan Yuan is going to try and deny this threat by immediately popping that ultimate and fully committing it to this Spirit Well capture. Now cancelling that ultimate, going down to the ground, going to see if he can make something happen. Goes for that LMB release on the dual blades, but not really finding too much, and now looks as though he might be forced off of it. Spider came that ultimate very low, not very much HP underneath that Valda shield, and he's getting forced off now in a very bad spot. And it looks as though Mike might be picking up the chase. Spider drops an armor, perhaps as a bluff to try and pretend as though he found an armor swap in a very bad spot. Now Mike gonna be taking full advantage of this, gonna try and utilize that ultimate to fully lock him down, but he's not able to do so just yet. Spider, he's still on his feet, no ultimate at his disposal, and he has a very, very small health pool to work with for the moment. These other players coming through, the Rampage coming through, he just dives in. I'm not going down to you, Mike. Not you, going down to somebody else instead.
Yeah, Mike more than happy to commit that Temmie ultimate to guarantee the kill onto the Valda, because the only good Valda in a heal-up situation is a dead Valda to the non-Valda players. Xuan Yuan tried to come through with another Merciless Havoc camp, unfortunately does not have the opportunity to build into that golden stage, throws it out directly towards the player when it's still on the blue and does get it parried. However, no one is able to pick up the staff, so he's just immediately able to pick it right back up, and we go right back to contesting. But enough about the players contesting. Moonbane's decided that he wants in on the contest action too and sends the AoE. And my question is, Doug, has it been 180 seconds yet? Because so far, no one has actually picked this well up. We could see it despawn entirely.
We could indeed, but I don't think these players are going to let that happen. They're constantly trying their best to make their way in. But oh no! I think that player just went down, no? No, he
No,
didn't.
TD5 is alive.
He's still alive. Oh my goodness, eating double hits from the Moonbane. Now Zhuan Yuan is back in action, going for that second round on his Hardy ultimate. Going to be diving in, trying to hold this down, but it's not being made easy by Wu Feng, who is standing strong on the low ground with that dual blades Octa / Jade. Going to be making it extremely difficult. And there it is, Moxie! It fully times out and fully despawns.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. So many of these players used their ultimate thinking that they had that one on lock. Zhuan Yuan is a Hardy without an escape route. He has the combo break, but he has to just break away from this fight. Into the zone he goes in the hopes that these players aren't going to spot him out. Where he ends up, only he currently knows. He's going to be incredibly quiet as unfortunately TD5 still low because of those Moonbane hits. Does get spotted and taken down by FPX's verse. Zhuan Yuan, having been able to heal his Vitalia back up, has not been able to go for a shield reset, nor has he been able to find a shield swap because of that Spirit Wall despawning. He's still stuck with the same legendary armor that he had when he contested it more than 180 seconds ago. But with the zone having moved and a lot of these players rotated, no one spotting the Hardy being low. Yeah, that movement. Ooh! Okay, that was clutch. Thank you, Mortal Defiance, Pop.
Oh no!
Unfortunately, he didn't have Volpine Essence.
That is rough to say the least. Poor guy just getting caught by the sort of the beams on the ceiling there. He grapples into the zone, but he clips on the ceiling, forcing him to lose that Mortal Defiance. And it was just the normal Mortal Defiance.
Yeah, I think he was under the heal reduction as well for having been in the zone as long as it was. So it was such a small percentage. Now, I believe Jail's AIS still has the Volpine Essence in the back pocket. We'll have to wait and see. He did pick it up originally. I'm not sure if he's since burned through it, though.
Well, but if he hasn't, then he's definitely in a good spot to win this out, or at least stay alive. And that is exactly what he wants, is he hasn't been able to pick up any eliminations, unfortunately, trying to hold on to this corner within this building, denying the pressure by Fong with this cannon, aiming it directly at the wall, hitting him with that splash damage. And now Fong might end up being focused down because of this, going into the sky and now forced to use that Kailin ultimate to try and deny some of this pressure, or at least apply some of it in turn to the other players who are trying to focus him down. Fong trying his best to stick to this high ground and heal up just a little bit while he still can, while he still has that invulnerability on his ultimate available to go. But now it does finally time out. He does have this dagger, although it's blue, is going to net him enough pressure to deny Wu Feng the drop down potential here, as he could send that LMB focus, that horizontal focus that catches any player above him.
Verse with the Merciless that he must have picked up from Zhuan Yuan is just pushing all of these players into that zone damage, into each other. Knew that Fong was there, had seen the Kylan go for the drop down at the tail end of that V2, tries to come and prove the Merciless, pushing him into zone even further, but we still have both of these Temis in play, Dunk. If the V3 comes out, it's going to be Wisp reset, Wisp reset, Wisp reset, and that's exactly what everyone has to be so nervous about, versus making it even harder for these players to keep themselves into the middle of the zone. So when the Temi ultimate comes through, everyone's going to be on the wrong end of the window. Everyone is going to be stuck in place, eating all of that corruption tick damage. Can he find the ultimate placement to slice it directly through the storm? Damage everyone putting themselves preemptively over the top of where they think the Temi ultimate comes through. Both of the Temi ultimates are going to come out to form a huge figure of 8. And here it is. Wisp reset into full focus strike follow through. The dashes from X1's Wu Feng, however, with the Justina, who is anticipating the Temi ultimate, is able to keep himself ahead of the CC. And we do see not a single player reduced to win that multiplayer. It is going to be a draw between the Justina and both of the Temis. However, that is more than enough points for Wu Feng to be able to pick up his third MVP of the day. It may not be consecutively, it may not be the back-to-back-to-back, but Wu Feng has still been able to do something that not a lot of players in the league have. 3 MVPs in one day. Not at all bad coming through from him.
It's not too shabby from Wu Feng, my guy. I said it earlier, this man is gaming. He's having the day or the series of his life right now. Seemingly it's just it's the same thing that happens when some players just have a bad day. You know, some players just have a really, really good day, and they just have everyone like written on the back of their hand. They just have the notes. They know what you're thinking. They're living rent free in your brain. You know, they just know what you're thinking. You know, you're gonna do this, you're gonna do that, and I am going to cook you up. And Wu Feng, he's been able to do it multiple times. I will say though, in that end zone, it could have gone many different ways, and thankfully he was able to fully utilize that Justina ultimate and capitalize very well on those freezes and picking up quite a few eliminations in those last few moments and surviving until the very, very end. I do believe though that, as you said, that I don't think there was anyone who secured that first place placement. But you know what you could secure for yourself at home, ladies and gentlemen? You could get your hands on a Summer Split random gift box, especially considering that this question is on the easier side, I would say, as we were just talking about. It was just on screen. Who won game at number 4 today? Was it A, KLLA T225? Was it B, FPX ZQ Verse? Was it C, OUG's Mike, or was it D, X1 Wu Feng? Make sure to get your answers in the chat to have a chance at winning yourself a Summer Split random gift box, and to stick around to make sure that if you are the lucky winner that you don't miss out on claiming your prize.
I will be honest, when I saw those 2 Tammys left, as well as the zoning that Zhuan Yuan was able to pick up with that Merciless Havoc, I was like, for sure this is going to be a Tammy win. Like, for sure they're going to be able to just push everyone to the edges, and then when the storm closes in, they can all, with everybody else, have been denied the ability to sit in the middle in the eye of the storm of that semi-ultimate. But massive credit to all of the players left in the lobby. They identified that there were 2 Tammys. They knew that they couldn't try and put pressure onto one Tammy because the other one would immediately whisper if they tried to get too over-aggressive. So they did the next best thing. They went for, instead of preventing the ultimate, they went to curb the impact of the ultimate when it came through. When that zone collapsed and both of those Tammy ultimates got dropped, every single one of those players took advantage of the rooftops that had been around to grapple themselves into the sky and stay as high above the ground as they possibly could, so that they were suspended above the cutoff of where that Simulch ultimate is able to connect onto those players and grab them down. So major plays coming through from everyone in the lobby to make sure that it wasn't just a Temmie MVP through and through. As X1, there it is. That puts him up to a total of 31.7 points. And we still have Game 5 and Game 6 to play through. He is very much looking to be one of the favorites moving in to next week's Grand Finals.
Absolutely. He's going to be coming in with quite a few points, as you can see in the top right. 20% of the total points will be carried over into the Grand Finals. And Wu Feng, so far he's managed to accumulate just over, how much is it? 20%, about 6 points, 6 something points so far. We're doing maths live, but I think I did it right. I think I got it. I think it is about just over 6 points that he's going to be taking forwards. But we still got another 2 games left to be played, so it could potentially end up being more than that. But here we are taking a look at some replays brought to you by Thunder Robot. The early kills are being picked up there. SS1 Paste able to pick up an early kill of Spawn, and then this whole situation here with Verse and Chuzeng. Chuzeng just getting a little bit too aggressive. He didn't have ult available. Then actually, my reasoning in that situation as to why he might have chosen to do that, I now have no clue why he chose to run into that sand wall. It does not really compute with me. I don't know why he opted to do that, trying to deny the heal, but it's that kind of thing, you know. You have to respect the sand wall. If you get stuck in it, you just can't do anything. This
was gorgeous.
This was beautiful. Yeah,
this
the pistol
skill
shot.
rush. And then the pistol shot to capitalize once they'd been chased away from being able to hide behind that pillar. Here's the moment that Wufong, like, you can see everybody knew it was going to be Temmie ultimate overlapping. Everyone put themselves above that ultimate so that Wufong, when he came through, instead of dashing with the Justina ultimate over it, he could dash down into it and connect onto all of those players who had been forced to take cover and huddle at the very epicenter of the Temmie ultimate so as not getting stuck in CC inside that wall. And that decision making allowed Wufong to just connect onto multiple players and immediately follow through. You can see, even though he was able to come through with 4 kills, he didn't do a major chunk of damage. He only did 15,339 as opposed to some more of the statistics that we've been seeing for his other MVPs. And it's just because he was very, very smart about when he took the initiative to close up the distance and go for those hits.
Yeah, no, he literally got every single kill in that end zone. There were 5 people alive, including him, and he got the eliminations onto each one of those other players, picking up all 4 of those elims in those final moments. And as you said, he did about 15,000 damage overall throughout the entire game. But to pick up those kills at the very end, all he did was a small amount of damage with those Justina dashes, as the Justina dash itself does a tiny bit of damage. But that's all he needed, as none of the other players were able to do damage to the other players in that short time frame. And it just allowed him to pick up all 4 of those limbs and clutching up for that 3rd MVP of the day. As he said, not back-to-back, but still an impressive feat to say the least. I believe that there's only been a few players who've managed to secure that many MVPs on a single day. I think the best performance ever, I think, was from Spider a while ago. I can't remember when.
Jacob qualifiers.
Was it Jacob qualifiers?
It was Jacob regular
MVP
group stages. It was 5 MVPs in one day.
Yeah, no, I mean that's pretty bonkers. But hey, maybe Wufong.
Maybe Wufong is able to match it. He's 1 MVP away from being able to match. He can't get the 6th because Mike did deny it in game number 3, but he can potentially still match Spider's record if he's able to get another MVP in both game 5 and game 6. And I mean, when you see him in his 1v1s and the spacing that he's able to find, like, we get to see a sort of evolution of the realm of Yangs, where a lot of players wouldn't really utilize the pillars. Then we saw the scale rushes evolve with everyone understanding if there's like 30 seconds left on the clock and you don't have the ability to turn the fight around, you just kite. You basically are just like, if I don't win, you don't get to win either. We're both going to be under Yang depletion. We're both going to have to get incredibly aggressive, and the lobby is going to just dial up in terms of aggression. But as of late, we're seeing a lot of these players capitalizing on the spacing that scale rushing behind those pillars forces you, and instead of scale rushing to connect onto players behind the pillar and putting yourself into a position where potentially with the blue charge of scale rush you get parried, we're seeing players utilize the gray charge of scale rush to just deny that heal reset, especially if we have things like advanced heal in play. Like, it can be so important of being able to chase those players away from those pillars and make sure that things like Tunara is not able to proc and give them a leg up in terms of that overall sustain. And then they just kite them into the more open space so that you can just go for a little bit of a hop jump into a ranged swap into something like a musket or a pistol and find that last little bit of damage necessary to be able to find the kill. And we're not just seeing it from one player, we're seeing it from multiple. So you really can see that it's not just one player pushing the meta forward. It's sort of everyone in NBPL has realized how important and impactful denying the pillar resets is in terms of the 1v1 prowess.
Absolutely, and denying it is not so easy. You know, there's been a sort of meta that's occurred where, like, getting around the pillars and going for these heals. It's sometimes it could just be so difficult to really chase players down around the pillar. but effectively being able to do so certainly gives you a leg up, an advantage in the in these Realm of Yang situations. But
or you just cannon.
Or you just cannon, exactly. That's one of the options.
You literally just utilize the AoE of the cannon, and I think that is one of the reasons why T225's been struggling today. Because looking back at the success, he was able to find his first MVP, his first bi-weekly finals win in the last bi-weekly week of regular season. However, a lot of the impact that he was able to find came through from the meta that he was able to establish in his 1v1 Yang fights. Because when a player would go behind the pillar, he wouldn't scale rush to chase them out. He wouldn't put himself into a more aggressive position where he would close up the distance and potentially get caught out by a weapon attack coming his way. He would have a cannon in the back pocket with Rupture Gale, and he would utilize the AoE to connect onto the player regardless of whether or not they were waiting to catch on to him, and then utilizing the momentum that he was able to build up from that advantage in the Realm of Yang and all of the loot that he was able to pick up and the buffs that he was able to pick up. He would build and scale much faster and hit his power spikes much quicker in regards to some of the other players in the lobby. Now when we look at him, I don't think he's won a single Realm of Yang fight today.
I mean, it's just sometimes it is what it is. It just happens. You're just not able to. I feel like I brought this up countless times, but I'm gonna continue bringing it up, chat, because it's just it's an undeniable truth that sometimes things just don't go your way, and you can't always have things go your way. Everyone they have their off days. Things. Also, there's an element of RNG as well. You go into the Realm of Yang, you end up in a bad weapon matchup situation, bad character matchup situation, loot disadvantage, whatever. Things can happen that are out of your control, and the best thing that you can do is just to try your best to deny those situations from ever occurring, and mitigating the certain RNG factors within the battle royale world or within the battle royale scene. But it comes down to consistency as well, trying your best to make it so that you are consistently able to do well. And I will say that does speak to, because a lot of people in the past have told me battle royale games can never be competitive, and I always disagree, because if that's the case, then why is it that certain players are able to consistently do well? It's because they're able to mitigate those RNG factors that a lot of people think are insurmountable, when they certainly are not. But hey, we're jumping into this next game. Enough of that sort of in-depth talk. I do love it, but we've got a game to play, Moxie. We've got these character picks coming through, and Hardy, Valda, and Liam are all banned out already.
Yeah, we've got one ACOS on the field as well. Let's see what Zhuan Yuan is going to opt into. So he's going to go for the damage control pick, which is going to be the Temi. Seeing as well that T225 picked that Justina, as we talked about, it is going to be very strong to counter Justina. However, Pace and Star also going to be opting to go for the Justina themselves. So we're going to be seeing a lot of dashes. Potentially we see the V2 come through, although it does look like a lot of these Justinas are fielding towards the V1 so that they can have more dashes as opposed to the V2, which is limited to just the 2, even though in terms of solos multi-way fights, the V2 can find more value with the AoE freeze that occurs. So we are going to have to wait and see which of these loadouts is going to be coming on through. There are a potential couple of mix-ups. We've already seen a couple of these Liams field towards the V2 over the V1 for that surprise factor. We've already discussed the fact that both the ACOS F1 and F2 are entirely viable. It is going to be the F1 V3 coming on through from Zhuan Yuan on that Temi. So Wisp resets for days. Pace is going to be opting for the V2 on that Justina alongside Star. T225, however, is going to be prioritizing more of those dashes and going for the V1 option, as AIS is going to be putting into the F2 for the ACOS, so that raw to confirm into the extension as opposed to the F1 with the damage reduction and knockback.
Indeed. So I wanted to talk about this a little bit earlier when we were watching. I think it was Fong who was playing ACOS on the daytime Morris Isle game that we had in game number 3. He was playing F1 ACOS, and there was a moment where it was perfectly demonstrated how F1 can be very, very useful and can be very good, as you're able to get a lot of value out of the damage reduction. But then there was another situation where it was again perfectly demonstrated that the F1 can be mitigated so well, as the startup time, the startup of the ability it's not the fastest in the game, certainly not the fastest, but it's not slow by any means either. However, if you're expecting it to come out, you're able to react to it pretty well, and you're able to dodge the knockback from it, and then immediately look to punish the option selection from the ACOS. Option selection, for those of you at home who don't know what I mean, is that the option selection is that it's quite literally what the words mean. You know, you're selecting an option from the options that you have. The option selection refers to the idea of deciding what to do once something occurs. So option selection in terms of wake up when you get up off the ground. Your option selections are typically, you know, wake up roll into tap dodge, for example, wake up into hold dodge blue, you know, all sorts of different things. So catching the option selection from an ACOS after he uses his F1 is something that you can do very effectively if you catch them off guard, especially in those sticky situations where it's all or nothing and you're 1 HP. But speaking of those all or nothing situations, it looks as though JLAIS has been oh my goodness, he's been put in one very, very quickly, and it's already over. As
Purple Dagger
off the rip, able to immediately burst him down.
One of the first troves this early in the game. Purple Dagger. Oh, and he finds the parry against Arano. Into the LMB. Combo Breaker does come through from the Hardy, so Mike was not able to find the full uppercut extension into Soul Break follow through that he was looking for. Swaps on over to those dual blades for the tech chase hunt down. Manages to find the grapple bump extension as well. Arano taking so much damage. Has got his ultimate ready and online, but he just has to full disengage as he understands the loot disparity between himself and Mike. We might as well be on a different map entirely with how stacked Mike is in comparison. We're playing Holoroth, but Mike is currently playing Podora as T5 is unfortunately caught on Holoroth between two players who both have him in their sights. Dodges one of those Velda Spear throw-outs. Xuan Yuan manages to find the connection onto FPX's Lurus, but he's going to eat the 1-2 light stagger lockdown from the Spear to try and get that kill. Does manage to frame through one of the dashes. T5 looks for the jump into LMB, but Xuan Yuan with the Tumult ultimate is going to be able to shut down a lot of the options that the Justina has, especially since T5 does not have any of those dashes left. And is that the salty run back from FPX's burst? I don't believe it! He's come back into the fight without the V2!
He has indeed a very aggressive choice here from Verse, thinking that he can come back into the fight and pick up an elimination or two, and I believe he was able to grab that elimination onto T225. However, he's now put himself in a bit of a bad spot as he is at a disadvantage in terms of ult charge and armor. Well, total potential armor. He had the initial armor advantage there. Xuan Yuan hadn't opted to go for that reset just yet. However, it looks as though that has now changed, and they've gone back to neutral, at least for the moment. We'll have to see how that fight progresses. And I believe that FPX Verse will probably look for the disengagement, as that's the safer option, having already used his second life. We're heading on over to Plume Castle. Spider in an engagement between with Wu Fong. Oh my goodness, the fist blades dodge, the perfect demonstration of how unbelievably good this dodge can be. But Spider, he's making oh my goodness, he made it look easy there, able to catch him. Beautifully done by Spider, and yet the poison splash was a bit spooky there. Thankfully, Spider able to get that soul bloom and quickly deny the spookiness from the poison splash.
Oh, you know, he would have been so salty. There were so many players around on that minimap if he was able to find the kill and then got taken solo by Poison Splash that someone just skill rushes through and manages to find the hit. Speaking about salty, Mike's going to be salty because he went down off screen, so he's going to have lost that purple dagger as we are going to be seeing TE Star trying to come on through up against SS1's pace. Looks for the pickup into the grapple bump charge R&B. From those halberds, Justina's both utilizing their ultimate, but the V2 will be able to find the connection onto SS1's pace into the follow-through charged R&B. Those halberds are such a good weapon to follow up those Justina freezes because of how fast that charged R&B comes out and the amount of damage that it does. Even if you're able to escape the freeze, with the distance that it has, you cannot cross through the charged R&B of the halberds because of how wide that actual cone of damage comes out from. This is a replay as we, I believe, had Shusheng able to come through this. I hate to be the spoiler. Star dies to the slaps. You know it's coming.
Oh goodness, no. Dying to slap live on broadcast is not what you want. Oh! What is that? That's OP! Get off me!
He really got himself a weapon and he still died to the slaps. Don't worry, my friend, we've all been there.
I am dying to the slap. That is rough indeed. The slap is so good. It's so good. The single hit, the tracking on it, the 0.9 speed.
I'm telling you, it needs to be treated like Focus Light. It needs to be taken out of solos. Keep it in trios, but take it out of solos. Because that blue focus for free without a parry opportunity?
I don't know. I feel like it's almost, I feel like it might even be the opposite, you know, because of, in solos at the very least, it's typically something that's only going to come out in a 1v1 situation, making it slightly more manageable. But if you're in a situation in a 1 versus 2, even for only a short period of time, if one player pulls out the slap and the other is just is attacking with weapons, you know, it can be very, very difficult to manage and actually come out with your life, as the slap will deny you from being able to parry, and then your teammate can come in with a focus or just with light attacks. But enough of that. WBG Spider is currently being pressured considerably by Verse. Verse now popping that Valda ultimate, desperately trying to deny Spider this Realm of Yang entry. But Spider, he wants it. He knows he can kite this out. He's been able to do so rather effectively so far. But now, is he going to go into the Realm of Yang, or is he going to chase him down? Yang. Yeah, definitely the safer option. Leaving the Yang circle to chase that down is probably not the best idea. And going into the Realm of Yang, giving yourself the opportunity to take a fight, and then if you lose, come out with a rebirth is definitely the better option.
Now it's going to be Justina with the V1 from T25 up against the ACOS AAS already utilizing the F2, but T25 does get parried with those fist blades. Goes for the double jump to avoid any follow-through damage. Once he's out of that flop state, has to utilize the F2. Now puts himself onto the pillar. Doesn't go for the Skirmish, goes for the jump LMV, managing to connect onto the ACOS, who'd looked for the interruption. One dash is going to be invested. However, AIS with the Tiger Grab is going to be able to gold frame through it. Doesn't manage to gold frame out of the second. T25 able to come through into the grapple bump, into second grapple bump, into jump LMV, into freeze. The Justina ultimate, and AIS gets left frozen in the cold.
That is rough, but very nicely done by T225, playing around those dashes extremely well. The first one being negated by the Tiger Grab, but immediately recovering and finding the value from the secondary dash into that freeze, into the reset. And here we jump on over to TE Star, who was definitely on the front foot in this situation when we swapped over, dictating the pace of that fight, having full advantage in terms of effective health, able to take down Spider in that situation and secure that Realm of Yang victory. But here on the outside, it looks as though T225 is not slowing down. He is trying to chase down a JDG's Chu Zong, who's now found himself kiting around this ballista tower. One of those really good spots to kite on, but it's still it might be a bit rough if another player shows up here, or if T225 looks to fully commit and rush him down with that ultimate, as he is well within his right and ability to do so, as he does have that Vermilion Bird's Might. So even if he does go down, having utilized his ultimate a bit too early, he's going to come back to life with that Vermilion Bird's Might. But instead of that, we're going to be taking a look at a rematch between a WBG Spider and TE Star. It looks as though Spider is actually on the front foot here, as opposed to how it was in the realm of Yang, forcing out that Justina ultimate relatively early. Although he'd lost some of his armor, still in advantage state. TE Star coming back on in, very willing to take the fight as he has that Vermilion Bird's Might. Spider, beautiful catch, beautiful prediction and read onto TE Star, catching him on that. Does he find the sword? No, he doesn't. He catches him. Does such a good job, but now it's all to waste as Verse comes in and steals the Soul Bloom away, Moxie.
Oh, that sleight of hand.
That's rough.
Oh, that sleight of hand. And then he gets caught up into the Valda V2 spear as well. And to add insult to injury, to add salt in the wound, that is TE Star, who revived at the Soul Altar, right next to where the fight is going on. He's identified that Spider is the player that he defeated inside Realm of Yang, and thus he's going to be on Yang depletion and has to keep the fight going, which means third-party opportunity for this Justina. Spider with the jump LMB catches onto FPX's Verse, trying to go for the light attack. Lockdown has to be careful because there is a third party coming into play from JDD Xu Shang, who's looking to try and get in between these two players. Spider doesn't have his ultimate anymore, does have the combo break, but FPX's Verse is looking to kite into the city of Tang to break away from LOS of all of these players in the area and cut noise. Can he manage to escape the focus of Spider before Yang depletion takes this Liam down? Spider swapped on over to the fist blade so he can get the damage hits in a little bit faster, as well as try to push in with these jump LMBs, understanding that Verse is literally just going to continue to kite on infinite away from him. 1, 2. Do we manage to find any of the lockdown? The jump LMBs. Verse looking for the jump parry, doesn't manage to find it. Has to utilize the F2 to escape before Spider can come through with the punishment. But time is a luxury that is not on Spider's side. And unfortunately for him, if he doesn't find this kill soon, he's going to be out of this lobby, whether or not he can lock the Valda down.
No way. This is so intense. Spider is doing an extremely good job of catching, of staying on FPX versus heels. But as I said that, he does break away and finally manage to find a little bit of breathing room to get a reset. But Spider, the timer is ticking down almost less. Oh, he's on 35 seconds and counting. He's found his target yet again. But the problem is that Verse, the longer he kites away, the longer he survives, the more time he has to regenerate that ultimate. And if he does manage to get that ultimate back online, he is not going to be going down within this time. And I believe Spider might now be contemplating just simply letting himself die to that Yang depletion and going quietly into the night, into the storm. It looks as though that's exactly what is going to happen here. Spider is going to... Oh, I think he's giving a kill over to Liam. I think that's what just happened. I'm not really sure, but he does. He's like, I screw this Valda. Oh, you have it.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. However, this is a match I've been waiting to see for a very long time, because Star's Realm of Yang fights have been absolutely exemplary. And he is going to be going up against Mike. It is going to be the Justina V2. We're going to see both of these players exchanging Skywalker blows with those dual blades. Mike on the Liam, still holding on to this combo break. Comes on through with the halberd. Star going to be utilizing the F2. Cancels out of it early to try and just get a little bit of tempo against Mike. Manages to find the jump parry. The Liam having to use the F to be able to recover. One dash has been invested. Unfortunately, the thing about the V2 is you only get 2 dashes. Star's only got 1 left. He goes into the Auric, gets stunned out, utilizes that next V2 dash, but panics and sends out the focus strike without having been able to connect onto the freeze. Now he's gotten parried, puts himself onto the top of that pillar, swaps on over to the pulse with the charged R&B. Let's try and come through with that skill rush, but Mike is able to come through a little bit faster with the charged R&B into the grapple bump, into the dual blade follow through, and Mike is going to be able to win out the realm of Gangus. In the meantime, we've still got the Justina versus the Tammy! Charge LMB on the dagger into the V1. Freeze catches onto Xuan Yuan, but Xuan Yuan with the parry will be able to find a charge LMB into Soul Break of his own. Does T225 have any of the sustain necessary? Goes for the jump, LMB reset, gets another freeze from the V1 and comes on through with the win. And it's back-to-back Realm of Yang wins. But T225, who might be playing a Frost-based hero, but is currently on absolute fire.
Absolutely, I like that one, Moxie. That was a good one. That was an excellent one there. But you are absolutely right. T225, he is gaming on this Justina. I feel like this is kind of more of his kind of character. He loves his fast-paced characters. Justina is certainly one of them. The V1 definitely is his kind of playstyle, and he's doing extremely well with it. Unfortunately, he did lose his golden dagger in the Realm of Yang, which Xuan Yuan is now making full use of, as taking this fight against TE Star. The freeze comes through. Oh, but Chu Zheng out of nowhere in the wings just comes in with that pistol shot, denying the elimination, and I believe that
doesn't get the bloom though.
Yeah, T225 got the bloom instead, and is... Oh, he's in all, and they get stuck in the sand while the armor swap's coming through for Xuan Yuan. He's still alive, but it's not looking as though it's going to last for very much longer. The Liam ultimate coming through, the dash coming in. Unfortunately, T225, I believe, went for another dash, but he didn't have one at his disposal, so he ended up using an F there, or his ult just timed out. Not able to pick up the kill, unfortunately, but... it's not a bad spot to be in, regardless. He does still have those 2 kills. He is still in a good spot with the loot that he has and the buff.
No Temmie left either to have to deal with if we do go to those final zones. There's Mike now going to be taking the fight against Kayla's T225, who, as he pointed out, does not have the ultimate. I think he cancelled it out early to try and save some of that rage. As you can see that he does have a lot of it back on that V1. He knew that there were a lot of players in the area and didn't really want to find himself going down after the ultimate had worn through, as Mike has the exact same idea. Sees that there are too many players around, backs off, goes for a little bit of a reset before coming back in with armor fully healed. Went for the red flash of parry, doesn't manage to time it. T225 though coming under pressure, is forced to utilize that F2 to try and make up for all of the damage of ranged weapons coming through from these players. But the Justina gets sent up into the sky. Mike with the swap onto the cannon almost found the confirmation kill shot onto T225, who does have that V1 back into the mix, and he's going to utilize one of those dashes to full break away from this fight. Still has 2 left to his name, is utilizing the ceiling hang interaction to set those skill rushes up with that legendary fan as quickly as he possibly can, so that he still has those dashes if more of these players start trying to chase onto him. Now he's only got 1 left, goes for another skill rush. Still hasn't been able to break away. The grapple connection has been found onto Mike. Holds him in place long enough for Xushane to come through with the charge to R&B on that staff. The second that Justina's out of the F2, every single one of these players is going to be directly on top of him. T225 has been forced into armor swapping out of the legendary into the blue. Loses the fan to the parry coming through from Mike. Loses all of the armor to every single bit of pressure coming through from these players. No one wants the Justina to live long enough to get to the third party heal off potential coming on out, and the F2 is going to try and just keep T225 a little bit alive longer, but the writing is on the wall. He will fall. The Justina has been removed, and with that kill taken away, everyone splits off to their own separate space.
Indeed they do. They're all recovering now, healing up, resetting, making sure that they have their resources topped up. Mike heading on over to the shop immediately. Chuzong just immediately going past him, looking to potentially regress onto some of these other players, or just to get a lay of the land, moving forwards into these final moments of the game. It looks as though multiple players have had some handshake agreements that they're not going to be focusing each other down, as they would be counterintuitive, as they if they were to do so, they themselves would end up getting focused down by the remaining players in the lobby. Looks as though Chuzong and Mike have such an agreement and are going to be moving so basically in unison around the map, rotating as they. Though. Yeah, there's the double Valder over there, the double Liam, and I believe there's a Hardy as well in the lobby. Yeah, Arano on the Hardy. So these Liams probably going to try their best to force out these cooldowns from the Valders and the Hardys, but they can definitely find themselves getting focused down. So that's why they're sticking together in this situation. As I believe these Valders and this Hardy are very happy to take it to a heal-off situation, because they're
definitely gonna take it to contestant spirit well, because both of these Liams have legendary armor. Is one of the advantages that they have over the Valder. So if it does go through into that sustain fight, these Valders are going to be forced into using the V2 a lot faster than these Liams, and now we are going to see both of these players just playing full gatekeep right now for protection of that Spirit Well. Mike with that Rampage, utilizing the purple frame focus so that he doesn't get parried, does get dropped down onto by Arana with stanchion into the charged RMB. So that silence is going to be making it a little bit harder for some of those players who rely on those abilities to keep themselves held into that space. However, the Liams were the ones who were going to secure that Spirit Well. Mike has been able to pick himself up White Tiger's Press, as well as that loot-locked legendary set of armor, and now he's going for the full pressure onto this Hardy. He's got the Assault Smolder on that grapple attack. Arano already going to be forced into throwing in that Hardy V2, just trying to lose his pursuers amongst all of the space left in this zone. Can he break away? Better yet, can he lead them into the Valders in the hopes that the Valders will take the fight against the Liam? There's the stanchion. He tried to go through for the follow-up, but Mike is able to find the parry, and I believe he made off with the staff as well. So Arano might have the sword, but I don't think he has the weapon left to use it.
No, perhaps not. He does swap over to the fan here, try and use that extremely fast scale rush to break away and find the reset that he needs. It looks as though he's gone for the double back, and it's actually gone unnoticed, as oh my goodness, the Liams are preoccupied by taking down these Valders, and there it is. Verse is actually going to eat the double or maybe even triple Moonbane hit, completely denying the ultimate there. Unfortunately for him, he's just not able to get it off. He does just get bursted down instantaneously, and now Fong is the only Valder left alive, and is going to be tasked with trying to stay as inconspicuous as possible.
And Mike has a Valiant challenge scroll so that he can read the position of these other players.
Yep.
That is so rough. As
that is rough for the Valder, for sure.
Like, both Arano and Fong get to see that red circle, so they do have some understanding of where Mike is going to be approaching them from, but this is going to give them absolutely zero respite. There is no place of safety that they can currently hide. There's a couple of invisibility bushes, but they're still going to get picked up by those Valiant challenge scrolls coming on through. As you can tell that with that one, Mike has been able to spot out where EWG's Arano was. Arano just holding on to that Wild Wind Spout animation for as long as he possibly can, trying to just half some of the damage from the cannon of the Liam, who's not in the front line, goes for the full skill rush. Mike chasing him down. This is one of those spaces that these players can just skill rush continuously back and forth from, which is really good news for the Hardies. He's going to do absolutely everything that he can to try and survive into that heal-off situation in the hopes of being able to utilize this V2 and knock these players into that corruption tick damage, especially with that burn pressure. Is DRG's Fong is not going to want to be taking a fight against the Hardy. They may be on different heroes, but both these players cannot take a fight against each other because then they're forced into utilizing their ultimate. Fong, unfortunately, is going to be forced into utilizing his ultimate regardless. Mike, with the pressure, is able to take more than enough health to force Fong's hand. And with that V2 pressured out, Mike's job is done. The Valda doesn't have the ultimate for heal-off, and he moves back into trying to find the hit onto the Hardy. Mike comes back and haunt him though, because Fong with the spear found the drop down into blistering edge follow through, but unfortunately that's all his V2 is going to be able to pick him up. And OUG's Mike still had that legendary armor in the back pocket that he had from picking up that spirit well all that time ago, goes for the armor swap and is right back into the mix.
Indeed, and on top of all of that, he wasn't forced to use that ultimate either. So he's still in the driver's seat. He's still gonna be policing this lobby as he has been doing so, having had that White Tiger's prowess buff to his name, and then also that red bounty giving him full information on where these players are, and he's very happy to just continue to do exactly this. So I believe he also may have Aurora Burst in his back pocket with that golden Hank sword. I'm not too sure. We'll have to wait and see. He's been swapping between the Hank sword and the dual blades. So we shall see as the game progresses onwards. Fong going sky high with this golden pulse sword, trying to stay in the sky, out of danger from the death that lies below. The Rupture Gale Orb acting as such a annoying and tedious force to be reckoned with here, constantly chipping down your health, forcing you to use those valuable resources that you have in your inventory. Fong now immediately getting pressured by Mike again, the rampage coming through, the combo break being forced out, dipping into the zone for a moment. Fong does find respite at the top of this tower, able to keel for a moment, but immediately again getting pressure applied to him by Mike with this rampage, with this hung sword. Fong now in a very sticky situation. The cannon doing so much. Fong scale rushing upwards, but is he going to be allowed to heal up yet again? I don't believe he is. The combo break comes through. Chuzong with that fan R&B, forcing him out, forcing him off this terrain. The Rupture Gale Flame Breath again coming through, cutting these heals in half, and he only has one Vitalia left to his name, one Healing Berry Moxie. It is not looking good for Fong.
He's 20% away from the ultimate. Can he hold on? He's got the fan. He's looking for the scale rush. The flame breath does manage to connect onto him though, and his hellfire is going to tank. He makes one desperate last stand to come through with the combo break and maybe do enough damage with the charge vertical on that fan to build into the ultimate, but alas, it's not to be. And now it is going to be 2 Liams versus 1 Hardy before we see both Liams face off. Arano does still have that V2. He's going to hold on to it for as long as he possibly can. Potentially, it isn't even the 1v1. It might just go all the way to the heal off. You were indeed correct. Aurora Burst is going to be in play. Mike just standing solemn on the very low ground, preventing either player from getting into the safety away from that Corruption Storm damage, as Mike uses the teleport on that ultimate to put himself back away from the corruption damage to give himself the advantage of winning against these players that have already been brought low. Got the Soul Bloom reset from his fallen Liam's body, and with that will be the last player standing. Mike walks away, the second MVP for him of this day.
Indeed. Is it just all X1 and OUG today? Mike and Wu Fong just dominating, able to secure the MVPs. No other players managed to get their hands on an MVP so far today, although many have come close. They just simply haven't been able to just push it over the edge and secure it fully. But we'll see. Perhaps Mike will come in for in the final game of the day with another MVP, and it'll be 3-3. Who knows? They're definitely competing for each other at the moment in first and second spot. But the question is, was that enough for Mike to overtake Wu Fong on the total leaderboard? it may be, as he did have a few kills, quite a few kills. Unfortunately for Fong, that was probably his best game so far today. He had 3 eliminations when he did finally go down in the end, but still, he wasn't able to fully capitalize on those eliminations he'd accumulated for himself, and it's rough. You know, you finally get a good game, and you just can't get full value. You know, you can get a decent amount, but you just can't fully capitalize and get as much as you really want.
Yeah, I mean, it's really unfortunate, but speaking about what you want, what you at home in chat are going to want is to answer this question, because you're running out of opportunities to be able to do so. Which player used ACOS who in game number 5? Was it A, KLA's T225? Was it B, FPX's Verse? Was it C, Jail's AIS? Or was it D, TE's Star? Get your answers into chat, and if you have it correct, you might be walking away with one of the Summer Split random gifts. And I say you're running out of opportunities. We're running out of Summer Split streams, Dunk. This is about to be the last game of solos pre-finals. Then we have 6 games of trios pre-finals tomorrow, and then we only have 12 more matches of the NBPL summer season before we get ready to prepare for Jacob.
We do indeed. Speaking of preparing for Jacob, there is a small announcement that I think would like to make, but we'll make it in a moment, as we do have a good look at the scoreboard off the back of that game. Mike coming in with 5 eliminations and that first place finish with 3 ranking points, taking up to a total of a 9 game score. EWG Arano coming in second with 7.5 kills as well. Chuzong on 5, 6.5 total. Fong on 3 eliminations, but as I said, not able to fully capitalize on those few eliminations he did manage to get, only netting himself 4.5 total points. KLA T225 having a pretty solid game, winning both of his Yangs, but just getting caught in a bad spot after the Realm of Yang, in that Yang depletion situation, getting it taken down out in the open, not where you want to be, unfortunately. But thankfully for Fong, he has taken himself up off the bottom of the leaderboard, now climbing up just a little bit, taking him up to the 10th spot. And but hey, this is what I wanted to see, this is what I wanted to check. Wu Fong having his first bad game of the day gives room for Mike to catch up and close that gap between himself and Wu Fong. 31.7 for Wu Fong, and OUG's Mike on 30.5 in second, and a considerable gap between second and third, with Spider on 22, Arano on 15.5, another chunky gap, and Verse on 15, and Chuzong on 13.5. But it has felt it has felt really good for Wu Fong and Mike today. We've definitely had our eyes on them. They've been performing extremely well, but it still felt pretty competitive so far today, I would say, Moxie. As we're about to take a look again at some of these replays brought to you by Thunder Robot. A very nice outplay there from Spider. Take it away, Moxie. Unfortunately, Pace, I remember seeing his face here. He was not very happy about it.
This was absolutely gorgeous. Just, the grapple bump into jump juggle with LMB into redash from the Justina. Here's the moment that Spider got griefed out of picking up a soul bloom by a lone Valda. You just see the Valda pop up a little bit of the shoulder on the right side of the camera screen before Spider is able to grab that bloom. As we're going to be having a look now at Mike's Realm of Yang against TE Star, getting to come on through with the grapple bump extension. Here's T25 winning his second Realm of Yang jump. LMB setting up the next dash of that V1 before Mike comes through with the Rampage and is able to catch on to that Temi. Unfortunately, T25 just getting zoned away into that corruption damage, into the follow through catch of that Liam ultimate. And you can see that a lot of the stress is starting to get to some of these players on the stage.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see it on the face of T225 there. He was not happy about that one. It's especially off the back of having won the most recent bi-weekly final, to come into this and not be in that top 6 bracket is certainly an impact to his mental state. You know, like when you do well, and then you have and then you're expected to do well, in the upcoming series or upcoming games, and then you don't, it is very, very rough to deal with mentally. But taking a look here quickly at these stats from Mike, a huge performance from him at I think it's 11th MVP.
11.
And that's Mike having not had the best split either. You know, Marcy, that's kind of crazy.
It may well be the 12th if he continues with the momentum that he's been able to pick up. And I think that was the reason why we saw like so much pain in T225's face. That was his best game so far of the day. Like you said, not only did he win his 2-round mechanics, but he was also coming in with a lot of loot. That being said, we'll be coming in with game number 6 right after this short break.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dunkin' Donuts, one of your casters alongside the lovely Moxie. We are going to be bringing you the sixth and final game of the day very, very soon, as these players are getting ready to go into the last game of the day. And although it's not one of those finals days, it is the pre-finals. So the more points you take will take home today, the more points you're going to be taking forwards into the grand finals next week. 20%, in fact. So the more points, the better. That little cushion that gives you allows you to have potentially a slower start in the grand finals, or just having just a few extra points that can mean the difference between taking home first place and not. You know, it can really be that slim of a difference that decides such a massive result. But here we are taking a look at Wu Fong sitting back, talking with his coach, strategizing for the final game of the day. A player who has done extremely well today, Moxie. 3 MVPs so far, 2 in a row, and then there was a quick break where Mike got his hands on an MVP, and then he picked up another one. This 5th game that would just happened, it was his worst game so far today, his only 0-point game. Hey, is he going to be able to recover is the question.
Yeah. Speaking as well about why it's so important that these players do well in the pre-finals, they're going to be under the match point eligibility system. So even though they're only taking 20% of points forward, you were doing the maths a little bit earlier about the points that like Wufong had already been able to pick up, being around about the 6 mark, and he still has he still has this game to go before we fully divide up that 20%. Match point eligibility cutoff in solos is 28 points. So if he's able to put together something like 8 points, he only needs 20 to be able to come through with that MVP eligibility, and then that puts so many more of these players into that extra level of stress where they don't just have to think about their own performance, they also have to think about circumventing another player's performance, which can be a lot. And we do see time after time after time players just folding beneath the pressure of having to have those 2 conditions constantly spinning those 2 plates for every single game after a player has been able to hit MVP eligibility status.
This is, I mean, like, being with this new rule set, it's certain players have excelled with it, and some players haven't. Some players have even voiced their dislike of the new system, as it does end up putting you in that situation, not only with match point being a factor, and then also the game points being different now that only the first place player gets that kill multiplier. It's a lot has changed from how it used to be, and certain players, especially in recent times in this split, have not been able to make those adjustments, and they've had their sort of crown taken away from them. And leading up to this most recent split, we had Mike and Spider. It was Mike and Spider's show. It was rare to see any other player other than these 2 come away with a bi-weekly win. But now it's become more and more obvious and clear to these players that it is very, very possible. Absolutely. As I think Spider took 1 bi-weekly win this split, but the other 3 were different players. It wasn't Mike or Spider.
Yeah, we had Shisheng, we had TW5. They were able to find theirs and Paste as well. Yeah,
Paste, yeah. In
fact, Mike did not get a single bi-weekly final win.
No, he did not. And it's also strange to see, I will say, that it's almost been a curse where a player has won bi-weekly finals, and then in the following bi-weekly,
not even qualified.
They're not even qualified for bi-weekly finals, which is crazy to think about.
We both Paste and Shusheng had to go through last chance quals.
Yeah, and last chance quals, even though I did miss it, I've heard that it was a doozy. It was not a. It wasn't relaxed, to say the least.
No.
It was a nail biter. Apparently, I was I was in bed resting up. But yeah, I did hear about it. I was also very sad to hear that Frostivus and Wang Liang didn't make it in to these pre-finals. Unfortunately, it is what it is. You know, I said this earlier. It happens, and perhaps we will see them again in futures. I'm sure we will. But for the moment, we've got our Game 6 coming up, Moxie. And if there was a game for it, this is it for Taka to be picked. Nighttime Morris Isle is one of Taka's best maps, and I would not be surprised if we saw a player bring it out. But then again, you know, it's pretty hit or miss. It can be pretty rough, as we've seen in the past. When it has been picked up, it's rarely done all that well. And whether or not you're willing to risk it is the question. What do you reckon, Moxie?
I mean, so many of these players have picked up Tammy as the sort of connector in terms of hero points. I don't know if we'll see the Taka. Like you said, we have seen it. We've seen a singular Taka the entire NBPL summer season.
No, we've seen more than that. We've seen more than that.
Oh yeah, no, we have seen
bi-weekly finals, but
not in bi-weekly finals, but I think we've seen either 2 or 3. But there's definitely more favored heroes that that these players will prioritize. Even though I know you were so excited for the F2 buff to come through, where it blocks both ranged and melee weapons. But I mean, Justina and Temmie and Volda finding her way back into the mix, even though Kylan has sort of not so much been fully eliminated from solo meta, but is definitely a rarer sight in comparison to his earlier pickups in this season. Just mean that there's a couple of other heroes that these players can burn through in terms of points.
I mean, I will say that the F2 buff was predominantly a change that was impactful for trios, but we still haven't seen him in trios. And although it's possible we may do, considering that Kylan Hardy zipping composition has just disappeared out the window. So
you could be good with Syra too.
Yeah, that's true. True. Actually, we haven't really talked about it at all today. We've been very preoccupied. But Syra, the newest character, ladies and gentlemen, has recently come onto the test server for the NARAKA test server, and she's definitely pretty interesting, to say the least. If you haven't also checked it out, do so. But after this game, of course, as we're going to be jumping in very soon. But do check out the official NARAKA YouTube channel, as they've released a trailer for the newest character, Syra. And she's definitely going to be changing things up, I think, when she does finally hit live servers. But we'll have to see in what state she does finally arrive. And I'm also very sad to say that there was not a Fire Dog picked up here in our final game of the day. You know, it's not the most common pick, and it's certainly not done all that well when it has been picked up. So it's that inherently is somewhat of a deterrent for players to try him out. But I do think that with Kylan going sort of somewhat out of the meta now, he's certainly much more viable. You know, looking at these character lineups right now, it's not all of these characters, I would say, except perhaps Hardy, is a pretty even matchup for Taka. But that's the thing. The main thing when it comes to character picks in NBPL, in this competitive environment in solos, is more focused on whether or not a character can do well in multi-way fight situations. That's to say that whether or not a character can perform well, survive, come out on top with some kills at least, you know, in those situations where there's 4 people fighting in a small area, you know. And Taka is one of those characters that unfortunately just does not do that. He's not able to do it very often, unless there are multiple other characters that inherently don't do all that well in multi-way situations, which is not a very common situation to find yourself in.
Yes. It should be noted as well that we do have 2 Liams, but we have one using V1 and Arana back to his shenanigans with the V2 to come through. Although, given the fact that he's already used that once, I'm not sure if these players will be expecting it a little bit more now. As we're going to be having a look at X1's Wufang on this Temmie, potentially going head-to-head early on against either Juan Yuan or Mike in that multi-way fight. Ryuji's Mike with the F2 is going to kite him over to the bell, get a better idea of his surroundings. There's the F2 into the uppercut extension, guaranteed with those nunchucks to come through. He's kiting out the fight as well, so if he finds an uppercut extension, he's going to be able to get more jump LMB juggles coming out as Wufang will be able to get a little bit of health deterrent onto Mike with the charged RMB back to back. He's able to catch Mike with that one before Juan Yuan can come through and threaten to steal away that kill. Wufang will be able to find the parry as well as Juan Yuan look to release that focus and clank against the charged LMB, and Wufang now able to find another uppercut connection into the jump LMB extension, finds 2 kills very quickly off of the rip.
Is this gonna be it, Moxie? Is Wufang gonna come away with the 4th MVP of the day, or is it not going to happen? We will have to see. I don't want to make any predictions as to cast a curse, the goat of the day, undeniably, considering he has the most MVPs so far, and is currently sat atop the mountain of this leaderboard here with 33.7. But wait a minute. Wait. Paste? Okay, I see you. Spicy. I was about to say bit of a blunder there. Pace just muscle memory, just ruining his combo, but no. He pulled something crazy out of the bag that I was not expecting. A nunchucks grapple combo, but I believe that he wasn't able to fully execute it. And in fact ended up actually catching the dodge of that player out of that F3. Very nicely done regardless though, but now in a bit of a tough situation, running up against Chuzong, who's just stealing all of his weapons, and he's got him so low HP, forced him to use this ultimate. Pace is in a dire situation. It is not looking too good for him. Pace armoring through this Auric Sword activation, however, unfortunately, he does not have enough time on that ultimate to stay alive and survive the tech chase from that player, from Chuzong, and he is going to get taken down here. But heading on over, we've got OUG's Mike, the X1 Wufang. Moxie, is Mike going to go down? He has no res.
It is the rematch. Wufang was able to take Mike down off of the rip. Mike doesn't have that F2, doesn't have any of his armor either. Neither does Wufang though. Both of these players trying to find that in. The charge, the RMB, Wufang looking for the max range parry on it. He's going to throw in that Temmie ultimate, looking to isolate, but Mike's still going to be able to come through with the charge, the RMB to force the F out. Will be able, this time around, to change the history and come out with the win. Do we see Wufang go for the salty res bout? Because he was thinking about it. He was hovering around that soul altar on the mini-map. He knows that Mike does not have that revive. As we're going to be having a look at EWG's Arana looking to try and drop down from the rooftop with the charged RMB, anticipating ASC Juan Yuan on that door frame exit. Doesn't find the uppercut connection, will be able to find the parry to force the combo break from the Temmie. And we are going to see the attempt at the V2 catch. Misses the first one. Still has another to throw, and he's going to go for the uppercut, the grapple bump extension into charged RMB. And then when the Temmie is in the flop state on the ground and cannot dodge the V2 cast, he will be able to find the scoop and the subsequent kill.
Very nicely done by Arano, now picking up his second elimination, and Juan Yuan being fully eliminated from the lobby as well. That is not what you want at all. Oh my goodness, no way! Look at Star's just cheeky grin on his face.
That's going to be clipped. 100% that's going to be clipped. That's why I prefer the F2 over the F1.
He's just having the time of his life. T-Star is just gaming. Oh my goodness, what a meme. Honestly, using the F2 to sign. Oh my goodness. That's content right there. That's cinema.
If he can get a back-to-back with either another signpost or a fire cage drop down with that F2, Oh my goodness.
That would be
But 100%, that is being clipped.
That's clipped and shipped. That is ready to go. That's going into the montage, Lamau.
F2 viable options as opposed to the F1.
sure.
Mike not going to be able to find the F2 connection onto either a signpost or a player. As it does look like Wufong thought better of going for the salty run back. He's instead going to be trying to chase down Pele's T225 on the Volta, throws out the charge vertical on that long shot and is going to pay for it. Up into the air we go, and it's on the slope, so we get an additional juggle into the R&B, and T225 not going to be able to utilize any of the Volta V2 duration to get a heal off, because he did not have the combo break available. Wufong just making it look oh so clean with every single one of his extensions so far today. Does he get it again? No, Spider is able to come through with the F2 to deny the chain.
I will say that was at first I was surprised that T225 at that low HP decided to use that ultimate, but then immediately recognizing that he didn't have very much time left on his rebirth, choosing to cancel his ultimate once he was in that combo to then let himself go down and make use of that rebirth that he had available to him. But oh my goodness, Wufong,
he gets it again?
He's gaming. No way. He gets that grapple bump, but unfortunately not able to fully follow up, and then gets caught on the buttery rock. No! That's rough.
Well, I guess rock, paper, scissors, or I get rock, paper. Rock still comes out on top as OUG's Mike sends himself to the top of that realm of Yang to try and chase down Jill's AIS. Combo break has already been used, but Mike is able to catch the tail end of it with that ACOS F2, and we go right back into the neutral. Neither of these players investing their ultimate just yet. Mike losing a lot of that purple armor that he's found, goes for the overhold on the LMB, goes for the cancel out of it the second time around. But AIS with the dual blades will be able to catch him with the spacing. The next hit of that F2 is going to be available. Mike with the scours, not going to be able to find the reset he was looking for, went for the wind gust light attack to try and knock the Hardy away from him, and doesn't get the opportunity to even come through with that V2.
Unfortunate for Mike there. He went for the gamble, he went for the heal, instead of just ulting and potentially denying that engage from the Hardy. Unfortunate for him. We're going over to a separate realm of Yang. EWG Orano in a bit of a bad spot against Verse. Does use that first spear on that V2 ultimate now. Verse armoring through that vertical blue focus there from Arano with that ultimate activation, and now looking to try and chase him down. Arano does not have very much time left on this ultimate. He's going to have to try and use that orb sooner rather than later. There it is. Unfortunately, though, he's not able to find the confirmation. Does not get him inside that sphere. And now, just barely breaking away, using the combo breaker to survive and kite away for a second, but not able to scale rush away in time. And Verse is going to catch him, clipping him with that grapple LMB on the back of that pillar, and securing this Realm of Yang victory, picking himself up a golden spear as well. Going to be doing a lot of work for him with that ultimate, as it does scale off of that weapon rarity. TE Star now in the cave up against SS1 Paste. Ooh, very nice little bow shot to reset that stagger. It looks as though Star is still on the front foot. Paste just running around picking up these armor swaps instead of popping that ultimate. And then not only that, but he will have some fireflies on the outside of this cave, I believe, unless all of them have been picked up already, which would be surprising. TE Star.
Kagamora?
Oh no, Arano. Oh, into the fire cage, but he combo breaks out of it. Oh my goodness. This game's so oogly, I love it.
He still gets hit by it though. He gets hit by both the fire cage burn and the poison damage coming through from the toxic room. Oh, Star is so unbelievably low. Does have that Aegis ultimate. Will be able to dodge away from the next grab coming through with that attempt, but Mike is here for the third party. Star does have the spacing to give himself with that Dragon's Roar that is just continuously charging up the meter dump on those nunchucks, and because of that, we'll be able to break away all of these players, just griefing everybody in this small claustrophobic space with the poison shrooms, and that's going to be perfect positioning for that Justina to come through. Can Spider find the dashes that he's looking for? Star is going to see that there are too many players close to him, goes for the full meter dump, but almost goes into the poison splash. Does go into the poison splash. Mike now with the Aegis ultimate looks to try and find the catch onto Pace as he comes through and out of that Valder ultimate. He is so low. Managed to get an armor reset, but Mike is able to find the Tiger Grab into him. Will be able to find the connection onto the Valder, and everything that Pace was looking to reset with that armor has now been denied entirely. Spider looks to find the kill, will be able to grab it, but Mike is able to get the better prize. He didn't want the kill, he wanted the Soul Bloom. Objective achieved. Mike repositions before the players turn on to him, and Spider is the one left between everybody else. Thankfully for him, he's got Vermilion Birdsmite. His lobby will continue. The same cannot be said for one of these other players if they go down, though. Every single player with Vermilion Birdsmite has now lost the buff, and we go back into neutral.
We certainly do indeed. WBG Spider, though, bound to be happy off of that as he managed to pick up 2 eliminations with that Vermilion Birdsmite buff. As the more eliminations you can pick up during that buff, the better. And he's able to pick up 2 there, picking up to 3 eliminations total. FPX Verse as well in that situation has 3 eliminations, looking pretty good for him. But here we are taking a quick look at the replay from the Realm of Yang. That Spider, as we now know, did come out victorious of the quick bow shot off of that RMB focus attack on the grapple combo. Spider, you know, he goes for the hold dash forwards. Does get caught by that horizontal focus on that staff. Spider now getting chased down. Pace with that ultimate. Oh, the V2 coming through. Able to catch the freeze. Oh, beautiful crouch coming in from Spider. Denying that combo start from the staff. Setting out this Hang Sword LMB focus into that freeze. Into the scale rush. Spider's just... Oh, this is he wins this, by the way. What on earth? Spider, 1 HP, goes for the scale rush, doesn't see. Oh, no way! No shot, this guy! 1 HP in a dream, and he's just able to come out and clutch it up, taking that dub. I believe that he caught the Valda on the startup animation of a jump LMB, and now obviously you might think, hey, where's my Clank? But at the end of the day, there is on certain attacks, the startup animation of them is different. So if certain attacks have faster startup animation than others, and jump LMB on staff, although it is pretty speedy, it's not the fastest in the book. And with that Hang Sword scale rush, he's able to catch him before it fully activates, denying the Clank into that combo. Beautifully done by Spider. Very nice play.
Oh, Dunk, we're about to get an absolute treat. It's X1's Wufong versus Mike inside the Realm of Yang. Wufong with that Hang Sword on the Temi, dodges the Aegis F2 before coming on through. Mike is able to find the focus, tried to go for the follow through, but Wufong was ready. It might come out faster, but he's still got the Temi to be able to go for the parry. The combo break was invested from the Temi, but Mike is able to come through with the chase down of the Aegis Tiger Grab, but Mike gets caught out inside the Temi ultimate, and Wufong now finds the grapple bump into horizontal, puts himself back into his ultimate, however, to get the reset off, and Mike is also able to find a shield potion at the same time. Both of these players now outside of their ultimate, both still have access to the Fs if need be. Mike does not have a lot of his armor left, will be able to find the horizontal into grapple bump, but will not be able to find the charge RMB follow through on flop because the Temi had that F ability to just break away from it. That's the Temi's ultimate breaking through now, though, as Mike looks to try to come through with the spacing. Katana versus Hang Sword. What's going to be able to come out on top? Mike is able to find the juggle against the invisible wall. Looks to try and find the punishment. Wufong's able to find the horizontal into grapple bump, into RMB, into jump LMB when Mike is still on the floor. And Wufong walks away the winner.
That's insane. I saw it come through. So when you're that close to the wall on those grapple RMB focus combos, if you're that close, the second hit of the RMB focus on Hank's sword sometimes doesn't come through and hit. And I in that specific situation, I saw it not hitting, and I was wondering what his option select was going to be. So he went into the wake up roll into the F2, which obviously is somewhat safe a lot of the time, but can be rather telegraphed. In those 1 HP situations, it's almost obvious that that's what they're going to do. So he just goes for those jump LMBs, knowing that even if he does get clipped by that, he's just going to come down and hit the floor, and no combo is going to come through. Very nicely done by Wu Fong, taking out Mike in that Realm of Yang. But as we come out of this Realm of Yang, TE Star gets caught just between a rock and a hard place. All of these players surrounding him. Mike, now in a similar situation himself, catches the parry. AIS eating a lot of damage from these purple nunchucks. Mike popping that ultimate, gonna try and catch AIS out of the air with that tiger grab, but it doesn't look as though he's going to be able to keep up with him, unfortunately. And now looking to go for this reset. AIS trying to find this ACOS who he knows has used ultimate. He found him though. The tiger grab comes through up against the wall. Mike has prio. He's looking to try and focus him down, burst him down as fast as possible. Goes for the overhold on that F2, but he's getting it focused down instead of the Hardy. The scale rush comes through, and Wu Fong's gonna claim the kill here. It's, oh my goodness, 6 eliminations, Moxie, 5 people alive. It is getting spicy in here. Oh my goodness. It is
looking like Wu Fong is gonna be picking up his 4th MVP. He's got White Tiger's prowess for another minute, and every single one of these players in the lobby knows that there are players who are running around with that buff. They don't want to be taking the fights, especially given that we've seen all of the players with Yang depletion now being taken out. Looks like everyone's going to be kiting over towards that ballista tower. Was anyone able to get on top of it before everyone got over to the blind side? Doesn't seem like anyone has been caught out. It came a little bit close. Just saw a shot whistle past Versa's head as JDG Shisheng puts himself up onto that high ground. But for now, especially given the fact that we don't have any player with Yang depletion try and force a fight so that they can get those soul blooms, it might be quieting down. That being said, Spider is going incredibly low as they are trying to pressure this Justina as well as every other player close to them, so that one of them has to move themselves away from the endless kite of Ballista with those scale rushes out into the open to act as more of a target, as FPX's Verse now is the one who puts himself on top of this tower. We've got just under 10 minutes remaining. X1's Wu Fang still has that White Tiger's prowess. Is going to be running out in a matter of moments, but he's just checking to see where some of these players are potentially going to be hiding into the ballista tower. He goes just clearing the space, making sure that there isn't a player who's squirreled away with blue armor or purple armor a little bit behind in terms of loot disparity. He is the only Temi left, however, as we're going to be seeing a lot of these players turning onto FPX's Verse. It looks like who is going to be the target priority coming through from these players. Everyone understands how hard it is to be able to lock the Hardy down if he has that V2 available to reposition himself. But my goodness, Dunk, we've got a Temi in the mix, we've got a Justina in the mix, we've got a Hardy in the mix. All we're really missing is a Volda to be able to put the pressure on those final zone heal-off moments.
Indeed, and I think that we have... I think it's going to be an interesting one. I think that the two Hardys are going to likely end up trying to stick together, as they are certainly going to be the optimal target to focus down for the rest of these players in the lobby. But it's an interesting one because they're not very close to each other at all, and it looks as though this Liam is very happy to just not really bother with the Justina, even though that is another significant threat in this end zone, as we saw before in the in game number 4 with Wu Fong.
It is White
able
Tigers,
to pick up all 4.
I think like we
kills.
won't
That's
see
true.
actual fighting until the Spirit World contest comes through. Like no one
true.
wanted to actually commit to a fight in case their ultimates got forced. Now Spirit World is coming into play. If the contest goes longer than 180 seconds, they despawn it. So even if they're not the ones who are able to walk away with the buff, as long as they can prevent a more optimal hero from picking it up, that is a certain win condition achieved. As it is going to be
Absolutely.
that Spirit Well about to spawn on up Wufong with merciless havoc in the back pocket, in prime position, especially on that Temmie, to hold this down. Is anyone going to dare step forward and contest this? He hasn't even needed to ult once. He just gets it for free.
Yep, no need to ult if you've got Merciless Havoc. He is very happy to hold onto that ult, especially considering that I don't think he thought Chu Zong of the Liam was going to be willing to commit to deny that Spirit Well there, as it's just not really worth it in that situation. You don't want to get ulted by a Tumult who has an armor swap ready to go if he does catch that Spirit Well. With all of these other players going to be turning up very soon, as a Liam, you end up in a pretty bad spot if you have your ultimate forced out early on. Although, yes, you can kite it out with those teleports, it's not what you want going into the end zone, as not having ultimate is going to make you a very, very vulnerable target. And speaking of being a vulnerable target, it looks as though Spider might be in a bit of a bad spot, having used his combo break ability now. The Hardy ult is going to come out. He might get forced onto right now. The ult comes out from Spider. He is running that V2. Unfortunately now only using one of those dashes, only having one left in the back pocket. It's gonna be a tough task to make it out alive. This is that secondary dash. The Boonbane is coming down. Spider trying to fend off this onslaught. I'm not sure if he's gonna make it out alive though, Moxie, as this is tough. The cannon, the flame breath, the Wu Feng coming in with that target. So, oh my goodness, he's alive. That's insane.
Yeah, his life just flashed before his eyes. I'm pretty sure.
It really did.
His life just flashed before my eyes. I saw that graph and I was like, he is 100% getting caught between one of those moonbeams.
Yep.
He's trying to do absolutely everything he can. He's the only Justina in this lobby. The players saw him with the V2. They know that he's going to be out of dashes. The only way that he could have stopped from just being pursued relentlessly was to take his chances and just zigzag in and out of Moonbane. He didn't go through Moonbane once. He went through it twice. Which is absolutely crazy, but because of that play, he was able to stop a vast majority of these players from sticking and committing to that fight, and it is going to give him a little bit of an opportunity to just disappear into one of the spaces that they don't expect him to be, reset, potentially swap over to the ranged weaponry, and take advantage of the fact that at the moment, no one really wants to start a fight, because if they start a fight, all of the rest of the players are going to be sucked into it, and they're going to look for the third and fourth and fifth party. And even if you're the one that finds the kill into the Justina, as we've talked about in the past, it's not worth it in the long run to forgo that opportunity of having that kill score multiplier and more kills afterwards to just murder goggle onto a player in front of you, which is why at the moment everyone is more than happy to just play around each other's spacing.
This is gonna be interesting how we see this progress. I'm still surprised that Spider is alive. That is just crazy to me. The fact that he made it out alive, made it through the Moonbane, just by the hairs on his chin, you know, he's just barely making it through. Actually insane that he lived. But because he makes it through that Moonbane, he does deny a lot of the pressure, as no other player is willing to take that trip through the Moonbane and risk eating those double hits that we've seen take players at so low so far today and in the past. Wu Feng, speaking of getting low, he's getting lower and lower, being pressured by this cannon with Flame Breath constantly. Wu Feng, he is on the defensive, trying to heal up, and so is Chu Zhang, who's also right next to him. I believe that's also fire arrows coming out from JLAIS. It's again pressuring him down. It looks as though this is turning into somewhat of a 2 versus 3 situation where Wu Feng Chuzong and Spider are all sort of playing on one side with the Hardys on the other. The Hardys having full advantage in endgame situation with that heal off advantage with the fire damage on their ultimates, but also it seems as though they both have fire damage on their range weapons here. AIS having that fire arrows and there he is. Verse, that was it. Verse with the flame breath on the cannon, just applying so much pressure to the rest of the lobby. They have full agency to just do whatever they like right now. Although they have to be very careful, as these other three players are very willing to focus them over anybody else.
Dragon Roar! Spider had to use the F2 to escape that Dragon Roar, and this is the fight. We're gonna see it now. AIS gets forced into using that ultimate first. Has to be careful that he doesn't stay in the zone too much. It is gonna take a lot of damage and temporarily gets grounded, and that's gonna be enough. Verse turns onto him, gets the last hit with the cannon, and now it is going to be a 1v1v1v1. With those kills having come through and some of those ultimates as well as combat breakers being forced, looks like everyone is either going to pick up resources from the body so that they have a better chance of living to the heal-off situation, or they're going to wait for things like the Temi ultimate, just as we saw on that game of Holoroth, and play reactive instead of preventative. First, running around with the charged RMBs on that pulse, or does he have blistering attached to it? He's definitely got the cannon out, putting pressure onto Wufong. On that Temi, Spider looking to come through with the charged RMB on that staff, has to be careful that he doesn't utilize it too much and get it parried, just as we saw previously in the game. Flame Breath is indeed going to be attached to that cannon coming on through from the Hardys. We see the fire tick slowly starting to melt away at Wufong's help. Takes a huge hit of damage from the vertical swing of that pulse, but as he comes out of the corruption tick damage, has to throw in that combo break ability. Is still sitting, however, on that ultimate. Goes for the stone form force onto the Hardy to pressure Verse even closer away from the Temi ultimate, further into that zone, so that Wufong is the only one not taking corruption damage at the moment. But just as before, the Justina saved the ultimate, goes for the dash up, and Spider, living above everybody else's head, comes through with the V2, but the Liam saved their ultimates as well. The V1, the Auric, is able to find the teleport. Spider will be able to outlive one, but it's JDG Shu Shang that gets the last laugh. Liam was able to come through with the last standing, but was it enough for the MVP, or is that honor going to go potentially over to FPX, given we are currently looking at his player cam? There it is indeed. Verse on the Hardy was able to come through with the overall highest score of game number 6.
Indeed. Unfortunately, it would have been Wufong, as they ended up with the same number of kills, but Wufong goes down just before. Unfortunately, like, all the pressure coming through from those fire soul jades on the range weapons, meaning that he didn't have any healing berries, any Vitalia to his name in those last moments, not able to heal up, and just forced into a very bad spot. Forced to use ult, tried to find something with the ultimate, just not able to do anything, and just getting caught between a rock at a hard place and that sand wall that he put down himself. He's just not really able to do it, unfortunately. No 4th MVP for Wufong. So today it was close. It was definitely very close. He was in a really good position to take it, but unfortunately the fire soul jades was simply too much for him to deal with, and he just had all of his resources chipped away at throughout that entire endgame situation. And that's why fire damage is so important in these competitive environments, as you're able to come out on top in the resource war. You know, it's not just about winning the actual hand-to-hand fight. Winning the resources war is very, very important. That you can essentially put yourself ahead of everybody else by simply having more resources than the other players. And as we saw there, it made the difference for Wufong. He couldn't survive long enough because of that specific reason.
Yeah, I mean, we even saw it. The two Hardys, like, that got broken up almost immediately because Verse realized if he was able to remove the other Hardy, a body would be dropped in a place that had already been picked clean of resources. And that's the only way. When you go to those end zone scenarios, the only way that you're able to come through with those resources is either you're on Holroth and we have a weather effect come through, and all of the troves get replenished that way, or a player gets dropped and you're able to get on top of the body and pick through everything that they had access to. And we've been seeing that happen a lot today, actually. It's not just these players prioritizing the kills when they see, like, another person who's on the same hero as them going low. They want those additional resources so that they can be in the best possible position to survive and outlast absolutely everybody else. Because you can see how close it actually was. In fact, both of them have the same game score. Verse and Wufong tie 7.5.
Okay, so I think when this sort of thing happens, I think it ends up coming down to which player has more damage overall.
Yeah, overall damage.
Because, yeah, in terms of points, they are technically the same. Although Verse did survive longer. You know, even though they have the same ranking points, he did technically survive longer. So perhaps that's the deciding factor. But if it's not that, then it probably comes down to the damage that they dealt in that game. Regardless, I mean, Wufong, you got an MVP in spirit. You know, if it's not official, you basically did it. You almost did it. And definitely big congratulations to him having performed so well today. And I believe comes out on top, as we will see in a moment, as the top 6 will be revealed to us. So currently looking at the bottom 6. Unfortunately, for a few of the thing is though, it's not horrendous when you look at the bottom 6 in a bubble, but then when you look at the top 6, it's kind of crazy how big of a difference it is. You know, X1 Wufong with 39.2, and then you're looking at the bottom of the leaderboard where a player has 8 points. It is kind of crazy how big of a difference that is, and it's just it goes to show how flip-floppy it can be if you just have a bad day. And usually this hasn't really been in the case. For a while now, throughout this entire split, we've seen very, very competitive lobbies where the split between bottom and top is not that big.
Yeah, but no, I mean, X1, honestly, they've been really impressing me these past couple of weeks, both their solos and their trios players. We're gonna have a look back at game number 6, brought to you by Thunder Robot. This was TW5 coming on through on that Valda, able to find the kill early on against Star with all of these weapon swaps coming through. Wufong, here we go, the back-to-back kills. ASC Yuan just getting locked continuously into Stoneform before Wufong is able to get behind him into that uppercut confirmation extension as SS wins pace. Also on the Valda with the F3 connection catch. A little bit of an error, but still able to sort it out even as the train attempted to grief them.
Indeed. Arano, this was very nicely done by him, but extremely rough for Zhuan Yuan. As that was his second life there. But oh my goodness, I forgot about it. The ridiculous F2 from the ACOS with the sign. Oh my goodness, that was hilarious. That was beautiful. That was beautiful to watch, I will say. It was obviously really rough on the receiving end of that, but still very nice as a spectator to see that go down. And then here the damage coming through from those fire tick Jades, making it impossible to come into those final moments with full health. And it was just anyone's game at that point. Even though the Hardys have advantage with the fire damage on their ultimates, they still can get put into bad spots where they can't really do all that much. And the Liam is in fact the one that comes out on top at the very end there in terms of placement. But Verse, fortunately for him, was able to pick up enough kills, 6 eliminations, and come out on top as MVP on that F2 V2 Hardy. with 26,500 damage. And look at that, the majority of it coming out from cannon. No surprise, I will say. Rupture Gale Flame Breath, it does damage.
Yeah, we're seeing it in solos, we are seeing it in churs, and we're seeing Verse take his 7th MVP of the season. Very good stuff coming through from him. It's really funny as well because like you look at the replay and how that final zone played out. There were so many players panicking, trying to get onto the right side of the Temi ultimate, trying to avoid the Justina V2 ultimate, and then you just have JDD Shusheng on the cannon, like 2 meters away from everybody else. Just like, okay, couple of hits of Flame Breath, maybe that will be enough to get these last couple of hits, because every single bit of tick damage that Flame Breath does potentially has that last percentage of players' health for you to pick up those kills. But speaking about picking up, we'll be picking up with the rest of our commentary on the other side of this interview.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have Wufeng from the team X1 to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first. 也是请Wufeng先跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
你们好，我是X1的吴峰。
Okay, welcome. How wonderful performance you have today. Maybe it's not like quite perfect for game 5, but for the other 5 games are so wonderful. How do you think about your performance today? And is there any maybe motivation or any help you got before, or any adjustment before the game you have so that you can have so like wonderful performance today? 那其实对于今天比赛真的是堪称完美啊，除了第5把可能稍微有一点小偏差。在今天的比赛之前有没有就是说做到一些调整啊，包括今天比赛的动机啊，或者有受到谁的帮助，以至于今天有如此棒的发挥吗？
觉得就是放开打吧，这前序积分，放手一搏，就这样吧。
Okay, so for the pre-finals, I just want to do my best, and I don't have any like pressures for this time's competition. So I think so that I can have this kind of wonderful performance today. Okay, let's move on to our answer for treasure, please. So this time our question is, which hero did X1 Wufeng use in Game 6? A. Hadi, B. Arcos, C. Temuch, D. Valda. 那这一次我们的问题是，吴峰在第6把比赛当中使用了哪个英雄呢？第一个是哈迪， B 是胡维， C 是特穆尔， D 是崔三娘。So please count down the time， 也是请吴峰给我们倒计时一下。
3, 2, 1。
Okay, screenshot everyone. So what's the answer？ 答案是什么？
特穆尔。
Yes, the answer is C. Well, I wanna like ask a question about Game 6. Did you feel like there was always Arcos like fighting with you a lot of times? 那其实问一个第6把的问题，有没有觉得第6把好像一直有一个胡爷在跟自己打架？ Do you know who he is?
落地把他杀了，然后我去抓他返魂了，然后没打过他，然后回阳又遇见了他，我把他杀了。
Yes. So in my memory, there was Arcos. I met him in the board fight, and then he killed him back, and then we met in the Yang. Do you know who he is? 你知道他是谁吗？
Mike 吧。
Yes, he is Mike. You know, so you, Wufeng, as a like new players for this seasons, did you hear the legend about we call them like twin stars for NBPL, which is Mike and Spider? So, like, what's your feelings when you come to the competitions at the beginning, and how do you feel now after it's kind of like we're gonna go to the end of the whole seasons? Is there any difference about the feelings? 那其实不知道在吴峰来我们 NBPL 之前有没有听过双骄的传说？那么在来到比赛之前，你有什么样的感受？包括现在一个赛季已经打下来了，马上进入了结尾，又是怎么样的感受呢？
刚来的时候就是第一天挨揍了，然后后面缓过来了嘛，后面学习了很多东西，然后打到现在，就感觉跟他们差的是一个经验，还有一个心态问题吧。
Okay, so for the first day I come to the competition, I was hit by the other players so hard. So after like already for the whole season, I think I lack for a little bit maybe experience and maybe for to be more stable on the stage. So I will be learning more in the competition and on the stage as well. Okay, so I just want to say good luck to you because I know your target must be the champion. We also want to see the new blood. Maybe can get the champion in the final. So just good luck to you. 当然，我们也是非常希望吴峰可以在我们这次总决赛中发光发热。当然，我们也是非常愿意去看到新鲜血液可以拿下这个冠军。Okay, so that's all for the interview. Bye bye, everyone.
Welcome back. Very nice to hear from Wu Feng over there in China, hearing about his experience as being a new blood, so to speak, in the NBPL in the NBPL scene. But speaking of being over there in China, Moxie, you know what I'm about to say. A quick announcement that we've been wanting to talk about for a while now, but haven't been able to, is that me and Moxie are going to be going over to China for Jacob later on in the year. In it's less than a month now.
Yeah.
It's going to be very, very exciting. We're going to be over there, and we're going to be on the other side of that screen.
Yeah. We're gonna be having a look now at the standings to see where all of these players are going to be coming in terms of those points that they bring with them into the grand finals for next week. 20%, remember, of the points that they've been able to pick up. AIS, Fang, Pace, TW5, Juan Yuan, and Sa, unfortunately all not having the greatest of performances, but they have more than enough time to bring it back in line. Arano, Shusheng, Verse, all managing to have a little bit of a better performance, coming in at around 5 points ahead of everybody else. However, it is Spider, Mike, and Wu Feng, rookie for the summer season. You heard it in his interview. He was a little bit nervous coming on through. It took him a little bit of time to adapt to all of the pressures that came with performing live. But my goodness, what a time to hit your stride. Coming through with the second half of this season, managing to just absolutely stomp through these last 6 games with a 39.2 total score picked up of the entire day. If he doesn't have nerves next week, if he's able to perform at that level of quality, he is 100% going to be one of those players to watch. But speaking about watching, we're going to be having a look at the schedule for the pre-finals of trios, which is going to be gracing your screens tomorrow.
Indeed, it's gonna be probably as exciting as it was today. Tomorrow, especially as they've had a little bit more time on the newer patch, with Kylan and Hardy not being the ever-present composition that it has been for a while now. Has been one of the staples, and now has just disappeared into thin air. So it'd be interesting to see what these teams are going to be bringing out instead in those games that they would have potentially been playing Kylan, Hardy, Zipping. And yesterday, I believe I heard from you, Moxie, saying that we saw Cannonball come into the mix again.
Yes, and an MVP.
Yoto Ferrier Yueshan, kind of crazy that it MVP'd as well. To see a comp that disappeared for so long come back in and do so well is definitely interesting to see, and it makes you wonder why it was gone for so long. And I mean, obviously it makes sense, as there were other things that were slightly better, but for it to do so well so quickly coming back in is interesting. Is food for thought for sure.
We only saw one Cannonball composition though, but whether or not we'll be seeing more Cannonball composition, you will have to wait and see. It's not a long wait, it is just tomorrow, but unfortunately that is all that myself and Duncan have time for. So thank you everybody who tuned in to the solo pre-finals. NARAKA BLADEPOINT will be back with the Pro League Trios pre-finals tomorrow. Until then, take care everyone. Good night.